grotesque and indescribable creatures emerge before us. One day, the surface of the Earth expanded massively. Countless secret realm maps were born, unleashing an overwhelming flood of monsters into the world. Terrified youths flee in chaos as grotesque skull-faced horrors give chase. A divided world is revealed. One side ravaged by volcanoes and beasts, the other filled with people, cities, and vehicles. The game has fused with reality. Now, everyone can gain levels and choose classes to grow stronger and defend against the monstrous tide. A young man clad in dark battle armor hacks fiercely at the oncoming creatures. Another youth wearing a cross around his neck stands solemnly. He is the protagonist, Juhi. It's been a year since I transmigrated into this world, he reflects. A boy and a girl stand silently before a tombstone. I lost my mother long ago, he thinks. I don't even remember her face. A girl with striking blue hair lies on a stretcher being pushed by nurses. My sister June was suddenly afflicted with an unknown illness, he notes. Normal medicine can't help. Only the low-tier priests are keeping her alive. Bowing before a distracted group of adults, the protagonist thinks back, I sold our home and begged our relatives to pay for June's treatment. But this is only a temporary solution. Without identifying the cause, she'll never be free from this brink of death. Among the crowd of students, he clenches his fists. Medical bills keep piling up, and my part-time wages can't cover them anymore, he realizes. I need to awaken into a combat class and earn money by clearing maps. Only then can I afford a high-level priest for Zalian. A lavishly dressed young man holding a splendid staff appears. It's announced that he is a level 24 mage. Let the class awakening begin, he calls. Those whose numbers are read out, step into the formation. The pointed tip of his ornate staff is brought into focus. The mage gestures toward the glowing pink circle beside him, indicating where the chosen students should stand. A surge of radiant magical energy rains down on the gathered youths, prompting them to shield their faces with their arms. Whoa! That's a level 24 mage! Someone shouts in awe. The protagonist gazes at the mage, visibly impressed. He's insanely powerful, he thinks. Hosting these ceremonies must pay 6 figures at least, a voice remarks nearby. Now that's the kind of job I want, another chimes in. A student holding a clipboard steps into view. He's introduced as Liz Yang Young, the 5th grade homeroom teacher. Number 1, Zhang Chen, he calls out clearly. A boy promptly raises his hand and responds, present. The protagonist lifts his eyes toward a small elevated platform where currents of magic swirl. It's about to begin, he tells himself silently. All around, young men fix their attention on the same spot. There are thousands of possible classes, the protagonist thinks, but only 3 will manifest today. In this monster-ridden world, combat classes command the greatest respect. Meanwhile, life-type classes sit at the bottom of the hierarchy. A distraught youth collapses to his knees, slamming a clenched fist into the glowing green circle. Not even one combat class, damn it, he cries. Historically, about half of each year's students awaken with a combat class. Among today's possible options, Enchanter is rumored to have the most promise. Number 2, Liu Chang, comes the next call. Number 3, number 4. The protagonist's face is shown, focused and calm. Then comes his turn. Number 31, Julia. The young man walks steadily toward the formation, next to the standing mage. Classmates encourage him as he goes. Go for it, class rep. We're cheering for you. Despite his solid academic record and good base stats, none of that guarantees a good class. The world is unpredictable. Anyone could become a dark horse. Nearby, 2 teachers strike up a conversation. One is familiar, the other is Tang Tianjem from the 6th grade. How's your class doing? He asks. How many awakened combat classes? 16, replies Jiang Yong. Tang Tianjem raises 2 fingers, then 1, 21. He smirks. That's how many of mine awakened into martial classes, and one of them was even a rare type. That's my exam quota met in one go. The mentors turn their attention to the ongoing ritual. What's with your student? Asks Yang Young, puzzled. Why isn't he reacting? The young man stands motionless, looking almost like a department store mannequin. In truth, he's captivated by the cross pendant around his neck, which has suddenly begun to glow. What's happening to it? He wonders. The pendant begins to rise on its own, and its radiance grows even stronger. From it bursts a dazzling spiral of golden yellow light. "What in the world is this?" the protagonist whispers in disbelief. Suddenly, floating translucent windows begin appearing above his head. System energy detected. Initializing system. Loading. Complete. Strongest class support system activated. Rookie starter bonus available. S plus grade talent. Protection of the Sacred Angel. Would you like to claim it? What kind of system is this? The protagonist wonders, stunned. He blinks and rubs his eyes, unsure if what he's seeing is real. Tentatively, he reaches out toward the hovering window. It's definitely real. This is a system. We return to the glowing cross hanging from his neck. I bought this pendant at a street vendor in my last life, he recalls. It stayed with me after transmigration. I always thought it might be special, but nothing ever happened when I tested it. I gave up. But now it had awakened a system and gifted him something extraordinary. Just in time, he thinks. A new notification from the system appears before the young man's eyes. Protection of the Sacred Angel. Affinity with light-based powers greatly enhanced. All divine and light-type abilities will receive a significant boost in effectiveness. The hero smiles as glowing cards circle near his head. In this world, he recalls, talents are ranked from F to S. The higher the grade, the greater the potential. He understands that the outcome of the class awakening ceremony is closely tied to the kind of talent one possesses. Onlookers at the ceremony glance at the young man, visibly puzzled by the strange display unfolding before them. Whispered comments ripple through the crowd. What's he doing? Why is he just staring into the sky? Did his awakening fail? Someone murmurs. No way. That hasn't happened in hundreds of years. Suddenly, a radiant yellow cloud materializes above the stage, casting an ethereal light between the sky and the platform. Attendees lift their heads in wonder as halos form on the cloud's surface, sending thin, luminous rays streaming down toward the ground. Even the level 24 mage and director Luo Hang are stunned. Is this a class awakening phenomenon? The director asks. No, the mage replies, eyes wide. This is a talent awakening phenomenon. At the top of the glowing yellow energy beam hovering above the hero, a majestic figure emerges, a six-winged angel descending from the skies. She's a barefoot young woman, moving gracefully as she floats downward toward the hero within the awakening circle. Awe and reverence are etched across his face. Her face comes into view. Her eyes are concealed by a mask unlike anything ever seen. The students watch in silence, utterly captivated by the divine being. Behind her, a golden magic circle glows brightly. The light is your faith, and your power, the celestial girl proclaims. She extends her arms downward, reaching toward the hero. We catch a view of the back of his head. With a gentle smile, she speaks again. Guided by belief, the sacred light shall shield you and purge all evil. Her fingers move closer, just a breath away from touching his stunned face. The boy tilts his head up, frozen in place, unable to move. His eyes close, as if searching for clarity in the overwhelming moment. When they reopen, a radiant, four-pointed star glows in each eye and upon his forehead. I will remain by your side, always, she declares. A flood of golden energy engulfs him, saturating every cell in his body with divine power. High above, three luminous figures emerge in the sky. The audience watches with excitement, murmuring in disbelief. He awakened a new talent during the ceremony? This is insane. Protection of the Sacred Angel. What are those classes? I've never seen those symbols before. Mr. Lee, what do the logos mean? A student urgently asks. But the teacher doesn't reply. He's too entranced by the vision overhead. His voice finally breaks the silence. These are hidden classes, he gasps. Mage of Light, Sacred Priest, Saint Knight. Juhi strokes his chin, deep in thought. The three class projections remain floating before him in shimmering brilliance. His gaze settles on a cheerful girl wielding a staff, the designated captain. Mage of Light, he thinks. A pure DPS class. Great damage but no defensive skills. In this chaotic world filled with monsters, that's a dangerous choice. He turns to study the next figure, a hooded person holding a book. Priests excel in healing and can even resurrect fallen allies, he muses. But their attack power is lacking, and they rely too much on teammates. That won't work for me. Finally, his attention shifts to the third option, a valiant knight kneeling with a massive warhammer. The Saint Knight, the hero muses, a versatile class with a balanced blend of offense, defense, and support. It may not dominate in any one area, but with my light affinity, it's the best fit for me. With resolve in his eyes, he reaches out and taps the icon of the class he prefers. His choice is made, the knight has been selected. Standing atop a raised magic circle, the hero now faces a colossal armored figure, the Saint Knight, who hoists a mighty hammer over his shoulder. The knight's armor gleams brilliantly, reflecting the golden aura of divine power. Humility, the armored figure declares, swinging the hammer forward. Honesty, bravery, the knight continues, the weapon now poised in front of him like a sacred emblem. Empathy, he adds, as the hammer's end descends with a sharp whistle. Responsibility to perform deeds worthy of legend, the knight bellows, slamming the hammer into the ground with thunderous force. His gaze pierces through his ornate helmet. To uphold justice and live for a righteous cause. This is the Saint Knight, he proclaims. The hero, the cross around his neck still glowing faintly, watches in silent reverence. Spirals of golden energy begin to encircle both the imposing knight and the young man within the glowing formation. The radiant streams dance around the hero's chest, then surge down to his legs before colliding into his back with immense power. A system message appears in glowing letters. Congratulations! You have awakened the Saint Knight class. Behind the Holy Knight, 6 luminous wings unfold, the same number as those on the angel who descended moments earlier. Glowing yellow markings form across the hero's face, resembling the slits of a knight's helmet. He lifts his head toward the floating interface. Well done, a voice says through the system. Suddenly, he's surrounded by students. Take me to the final exam with you. I need a tank, pleads a summoner. Our team will score high for sure. I'm a mage. Don't leave me out, others chime in. The crowd is abruptly shoved aside by an irritated Liz Yang Young. Stop crowding here. Move along, he barks. The teacher walks up to the hero with a forced smile and a glint of something darker in his eyes. Nicely done, Juhi, he says calmly. Go home and rest. Be at the headmaster's office first thing tomorrow. That smile. It's terrifying, the hero thinks to himself. That evening, the boy sits on his bed, studying the glowing stat windows in front of him. Not only have my base stats improved, he observes, but I also have unspent attribute points. His pupils glow with yellow light as system alerts hum around him. Strength is key, he says with conviction. Then constitution. I'll need raw power if I want to take down monsters quickly. The interface flashes. Current stats. Strength 26, Constitution 20, Agility 18, Intelligence. I can feel the energy surging inside me. This is the power of stats. Incredible. Another message appears. First-time stat usage detected. Initiating Saint Knight mission protocol. A new window appears and he scratches his chin in thought. Saint Knight mission activated. Daily mission. Level, complete the mission to choose 2 rewards. 1. 10 bonus stat points. 2. 2 Saint Knight skills. Or 3. A random equipment item. Ah, so it's one of those systems where I get rewards for missions, he smiles. With prizes like these, I have no choice but to accept. He presses the accept button. A clear beep confirms his choice. Glowing yellow cubes materialize near the young man's fingertip and begin cascading down a sloped channel at the base of a mysterious tunnel. The hero grins. Several new system messages pop up beside him. Assigning trial environment suited to user's current level. Match confirmed. His eyes scan the next prompt. Objective. Eliminate Gray, the ancient rabbit monster. What the hell is that? He blurts out in disbelief. The glowing cubes continue to pour down the chute as another window flickers into view. Warning. Treat the trial with utmost seriousness. Death in the trial results in death in reality. The young man narrows his gaze and shifts his attention forward. He now stands amidst jagged rocks, the mouth of a dark cave visible just ahead. A mine? He wonders aloud. He glances sideways, piecing things together. That's right. In class, they said ancient rabbit monsters usually dwell in mines. They're not naturally predatory, but they become bloodthirsty when they see humans. A close-up shows the hero's intense blue eye, and then the bizarre creature itself appears. Low intelligence. Primary weapons. Furious roars and claws capable of slicing through solid rock. His inner voice steels itself. The fight begins now. Cracks start to form across the ground as tension builds. The hero locks eyes on the beast, excitement bubbling in his chest. My first real battle with a monster, he thinks. Let's see if I can defeat it without relying on any skills. A burst of light flashes briefly across the rocky surface. The hero has launched himself into the air, forming a sharp arc, landing far from his original spot. My body's so much more agile now. Even my jumping power has grown, he realizes. This is what stat boosts feel like. The creature lunges with a cluster of razor-sharp limbs, reaching toward the hero. Massive claws swing down, accompanied by gnarled horns, curved tusks, and jagged fangs. The first strike misses its mark. It attacks again. Another miss. Smirking, the young man keeps his eyes locked on the monster. Too slow, he mutters. I can read its moves before it makes them. A split second later, another appendage flies his way. This time, it's the monster's tail. And unlike the previous attacks, it lands. With a harsh thud, the hero is knocked backward, sent skidding across the ground. He glances down. Blood is trickling from a deep gash in his abdomen. One hand presses to the earth as a dark pool of blood begins to collect beneath him. The monster's eyes burn with hostility, and the tip of its tail hovers dangerously close once more. He grips his wound, grimacing. I got cocky, he admits. They warned us in the academy, but theory can't prepare you for real combat. A system alert chimes. Slow regeneration, level 1. Gradually restores HP over 30 seconds for up to 2 nearby allies. Surrounded by a yellow flame, the hero rises to his feet, determination etched across his face. Even a weak monster shouldn't be underestimated. The creature lunges again, its twisted limbs a blur. Enough, the young man shouts, crossing his arms in front of himself in a defensive stance. A radiant golden cross of energy manifests, pulsing between his palms. With a sweeping motion, he spreads his arms wide. The glowing cross surges toward the beast like a holy missile. The monster digs in, struggling to resist the force. A new notification appears. Skill unlocked. Blade of pure white. Level channel energy into your arms and slash in a cross-shaped arc. Targets hit will be frozen with light element magic. He kicks off the ground with force, launching himself forward. A fresh notification flashes beside his face. Tiger Pounce. Level. Grab the enemy ahead, dash forward for a set distance, then slam them, dealing consecutive damage to both the target and those in your path. Energy crackling behind him, the young man charges at full speed, leaving behind a brilliant yellow trail. In a burst of motion, he collides directly with the beast. The impact sends the monster hurtling backward, smashing spine first into a jagged rock wall. Wearing a wide grin, the hero lifts his glowing fist. Let's finish this in style, he declares. Blinding yellow energy erupts like lightning, crashing into the monster's skull with brutal precision. The hero lands a devastating blow directly on the enemy's head. System notifications pop up. Target eliminated. Ancient rabbit monster slain. Trial completed. Score, A. Another follows immediately. Select your rewards. 1. 10 bonus stat points. 2. 2 Saint Knight skills. 3. 3 random equipment pieces. Gazing toward the cave, the young man thinks carefully. Stat and skill points are the core of any class's growth. I'm not rushing to upgrade my skills just yet, so more stat points make the most sense. A decent weapon will be essential for future trials, he reasons. Good thing the system rewards gear. I couldn't afford anything with what I have now. He selects his prizes, stat points, and random equipment. System messages confirm 10 extra points granted. Basic one-handed sword acquired. Exiting trial grounds. He now stands amidst the collapsed yellow cubes, sword in hand. A close-up shows his worn sneakers as the cave behind him fades from existence. Lightly humming, the hero finds himself back in his room, standing before his bed. A glance at his phone reveals a reminder. Hospital visit, 17 or so. A red cross looms on a nearby building. He's arrived. Inside, a girl with blue hair watches TV. Today, a student triggered the sacred angel phenomenon during a class awakening, the news anchor says. According to reports, the student awakened their talent before class assignment and selected a rare hidden class, the first in our city in 50 years. A monitor displays the girl's vital signs. Shu Yun, someone calls out softly. A nurse approaches the bed. Hello, miss, the girl greets. Nurse? She adds quietly. With a sour expression, the nurse holds up a slip. Your medical bill is due. 10,000, she says curtly. Zhu Yan trembles, staring at the paper. Why is it double? Wasn't it 5,000 before? She stammers. Is this a mistake? My brother can only make 5,000 working 3 jobs. How can he pay this? Folding her arms in frustration, the nurse snaps. You've used a ton of medications this month. Suppressants, stabilizers, even summoned a priest. Your condition worsened 3 times, and we had to monitor you through the night. Her patience gone, the nurse erupts. How dare a girl like you talk back? If you think the charges are wrong, go verify them yourself. Zhu Yan quietly tries to explain she meant no harm, but the nurse cuts her off, sneering, If you're poor, don't play rich. Accept your place. Stop pretending you deserve treatment. A firm hand lands on the nurse's shoulder. A calm but chilling voice follows. Nurse, the man says, his tone sharp enough to freeze her mid-step. The girl turns to see a dignified man standing nearby, accompanied by a massive bodyguard in black shades. I believe I overheard you speaking rudely to a patient, he continues. Such a sharp tongue. I wonder if it'll stay that sharp when you explain yourself to the director. The nurse glares at him, her expression twisted with disdain. These men aren't ordinary visitors, she thinks bitterly. They're trouble. Turning away, she throws a final barb over her shoulder. Make sure to pay your medical fees today, she says coldly to Zhu Yan before storming off. Trembling, tears streaking her face, Zhu Yan stares at the strangers. Who are you? She whispers. Did they come to threaten me over money? She wonders in fear. The well-dressed man offers a polite smile and hands her a business card. You must be Miss Zhu Yan, he says. I'm a friend of your brother's. Just then, the hero enters the room, puzzled by the presence of others. I went to pay the bill and the system says we already have 10,000 in credit. What's going on? He asks, only to realize his sister isn't alone. Brother! Zhu Yan exclaims in surprise. The hero's gaze shifts to the large man in sunglasses seated beside her. Who are you? He demands. Rising smoothly from his seat, the man bows slightly. My name is Xiao Wenbing. I serve as the mayor's personal secretary. I'd like to speak with you privately. The young man studies him carefully. The mayor is the most powerful figure in Zhonglei City. His secretary could speak on his behalf. But why would someone like that be interested in me? Despite the questions swirling in his mind, he extends his hand. All right, let's talk. After a quick scan of the cramped hospital room, the hero suggests, this place isn't ideal for a conversation. Let's go somewhere quieter. Agreed, Xiao Wenbing replies. As they leave, the secretary turns to his bodyguard. You stay with Miss Xu, he orders. I'll be stepping out briefly with Mr. Zhou. Understood, the bodyguard responds. Once they're gone, Zhu Yan turns to the man left with her. My turn now, she says with a playful glint, hinting that they had been mid-game before her brother arrived. A bright smile crosses her face. Did you see the news? She asks excitedly. A hidden class has emerged at the second academy. No way, seriously? Who? Someone responds with wide eyes. 2 students sit across from her. I think his name is Zhou Li, she replies, showing her phone. Check it out. Someone leaked this photo from the academy. At a modest little cafe, the image is passed around. He's pretty cute, she adds, admiring the shot on her screen. Elsewhere, Zhou and Xiao Wenbing sit together at the very same cafe. Mr. Zhou, congratulations. You've awakened a Saint Knight and obtained the rare S-rank talent, Protection of the Sacred Angel, Xiao says. It was just luck, the hero replies humbly. Xiao shakes his head. Luck alone doesn't get you an S-grade awakening during a public ceremony. He slides a refined wooden box across the table. The mayor has taken a personal interest in you, he explains. He's even instructed the media to stay away. This box contains the key to the vault at the city bank, where cultivation resources have been set aside for your exam prep. Speak up if you need anything else. Zhu narrows his eyes. So the mayor sees potential in me. He must believe I can grow into someone important, he thinks. But no one offers help without expecting something in return. This kindness comes with strings attached. Still speaking, Xiao's expression remains composed. Starting today, a professional medical team will monitor Miss Xu around the clock, he adds. Also, the mayor arranged for a second-grade priest. level 36, to come to Zhongle City just for her. Joe clenches his jaw. He's making sure I can't refuse his help, he realizes. Placing his hand atop the box containing the vault key, the hero meets the man's gaze with a calm smile. Thank you for all of this, he says sincerely. No need to thank me, Xiao replies. It's standard procedure in situations like these. We return to the hospital room, where the hero stands beside his sister. You're not joking? This is real? She exclaims, her eyes lighting up. Zhu Yan peers at her brother with admiration, one eye hidden beneath a bandage. You're gonna be someone big, right? Let me cling to you like a cute mascot, she jokes. He taps her forehead playfully with a knuckle. Cut it out. Focus on getting better, he says warmly. Every class has unique skills. So, bro, what are yours? She asks, tugging on his sleeve. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he recalls, after awakening as a Saint Knight, I received 3 core abilities. Blade of Pure White for offense, slow regeneration for healing, and weapon blessing as a support buff. He considers trying slow regeneration on her. Gently placing his palm against her forehead, he channels the healing ability. She flinches slightly, unsure of what to expect. A radiant pillar of yellow light surges upward from the girl, illuminating the room. Her eyelid droops gently as she lets out a relaxed sigh. It's like soaking in a hot spring. Like getting a massage all over, she murmurs. Her expression shifts to peaceful bliss, clearly relishing the sensation. Feeling better? Her brother asks gently. Zhu Yan smiles brightly, flexing her fingers. The pain's gone. My hands aren't cold anymore, she beams. Aside from the strength of the class, I chose Saint Knight because it could help my sister, he thinks. Even if I can't cure her, I can at least ease her suffering. He gazes at her affectionately, her smile staying with him into the next morning. Now walking through the hallway of the academy, Luo Hang leads the way. The hero follows. Dozens of universities contacted me yesterday asking for you, the director remarks. Even 4 from the national top 10. My phone nearly melted. These are high-level instructors, all past secondary awakeners, over level. If you join them, your path will be extraordinary. Listening closely, the hero asks, which universities, headmaster? Rongyang University, Chuandian University, Jaya University, and Hancheng University, Luo Hang replies. A shadow of disappointment crosses the young man's face. But the top 3 universities, they're not on the list. That's right, the director nods. They only admit based on entrance exams. No exceptions, not even for talent. As they approach a door, they overhear an animated discussion from inside. Zhao, Tuan District is over 4,000 kilometers from Zhongle. Did you fly here in a jet? Jet? I used a long-range teleportation array. It consumes a level 30 core each time. You were willing to spend that? For a prodigy like this? Absolutely. Chuanjin University will prove itself with skill. The headmaster pushes open the door, stepping in with the hero. Ladies and gentlemen, Luo Hang announces, thank you for coming. Let me introduce our most promising student. One by one, he begins presenting the visiting guests. We see a man step forward. Mr. Shu Tanfu, from Rongyang University, Luo Hang announces, beginning the formal introductions. Representing Chuannan University is Mr. Lei, from Hancheng University, Mr. Yu, and Mr. Yuan has come on behalf of GI University. The hero bows politely before speaking. It's an honor to meet all of you, he says warmly. Tianfu studies the young man closely. He's not letting success get to his head, the professor muses. Steady posture, respectful tone, a promising student. The other 3 representatives also take a moment to size up the boy, their expressions subtly shifting to ones of approval. Clearly, he's making a good impression. Without wasting any time, Tianfu addresses the room. Let me get straight to the point, he says firmly. Here's what Rongyang University can offer. Holding up 2 fingers, he states, we're ready to give 0.2 million up front, along with 3 exclusive Saint Knight skill manuals. That's over 25 years of income for an average household, the hero calculates in awe. Staring in disbelief, the hero fixates on those books. Even skilled professionals might never lay hands on class-specific skills like these, he thinks. Not even the mayor's support came close to this level, he realizes, just as the next representative, Li Ming, lets out a sharp laugh. Is that all? Rong Yang's offer is still stuck in the past. With a confident smile, Li Ming raises his hand. Chuandian University will give 0.3 million on acceptance, he announces. And that's not all. You'll also receive 3 Saint Knight skill books every year and be personally mentored by a level 56 tertiary awakened knight. Level 56. The hero's eyes widen. That's practically at the summit of the current power scale. Studying under someone like that could transform my future. The only woman in the room, Yu, steps forward, clearly unimpressed by her colleagues. All of you are holding back, she says with a dismissive wave. The others glance at her with surprise as she continues. Hancheng University can only promise 1.2 million in funding, but I will provide a B-class cultivation resource personally if you enroll. A B-class resource? The hero echoes in shock. Even Luo Heng, who has seen his share of high-tier offerings, nods in stunned agreement. That kind of cultivation treasure goes beyond money, the young man realizes. With it, even an average student could become a force to be reckoned with. Yu turns her full attention to the young man, eyes sharp. Well, what's your decision? She asks. Standing tall, the hero responds without hesitation. I appreciate all the offers, but I've chosen not to accept any of them. Luo Heng nearly chokes on air. Calm down. Deep breaths, he thinks, barely containing his disbelief. Why? Yu asks curtly, her previously polite demeanor vanishing. The young man meets her gaze and replies with honest resolve. I want to earn admission into one of the top 3 universities. We are shown grand visuals of these elite institutions, their crests and names displayed proudly. Su Kang University, Qingjing University, and Maodi University. These are the legendary top 3, the hero reflects. Each enrolls only 1,000 students a year and welcomes elite non-human races as well. For a human to get in, it's like reaching the stars. A burst of loud laughter fills the room, most likely from Tianfu, who is doubled over in amusement. And here I thought you had sense, he says between laughs. Turns out you're just a naive fool. The man stands tall, fists tightly clenched as blue energy spirals around him. I've read your file, he states. You suffered too much during your first 18 years and never had the means to catch up. Weak stats, minimal strength, these will hold you back. The hero feels the weight of this energy bearing down on him, noticing the strain etched across the other man's face. What an overwhelming aura, he thinks. A day ago, he would have dropped to his knees and yielded. With your current level, Tianfu yells, you'll never make it into a top 3 university. Even if you somehow pass the exams, you'll trail behind everyone else. Without serious, focused training, this will be your fate forever. Luoyang can only stare blankly at the scene unfolding before him. Standing opposite Tianfu, their energy collides fiercely. What's going on here? Principal Zhao's voice cuts in sharply. Tianfu, are you here to humiliate one of my students on school grounds? Yu glances at the hero, hands pressed against his chest in surprise. 3 breaths already and still standing against Zhao Tianfu's pressure. Incredible, she muses. Silence falls as Tianfu fixes his gaze on the boy. The academy representatives file out one by one, looking content. Recruiting new talent is not just about raw ability, it's also about character. With that kind of attitude, one remarks, he won't amount to much even if accepted. I'll take my leave, Principal Luo announces, turning to Tianfu. I have no reason to stay when someone so bold claims such lofty goals. Yuan Luoyang steps in, urging the guests to wait and give the boy one more chance. Only Yu stays. You're tough, she tells the hero gently. But what Mr. Zhao said wasn't wrong, she adds, her eyes serious. There are countless elites across this nation, and other races possess talents that surpass humans, she continues. Securing a place in the top 3 universities is a feat as daunting as reaching for the skies. I understand, the hero replies with a smile, but I'll show my true strength when the exam comes. Extending his palm, the hero reveals 3 glowing insignias, each one representing one of the top universities he dreams of entering. Only 1 month until the exam, he reflects silently. With the system's help, I'll rise to unimaginable heights. Yu watches him thoughtfully. It's been a long time since I've seen someone with eyes that determined, she thinks. It reminds me of my days on the front lines. Peace dulled my edge, and now even my mindset feels outdated. Young people like him have already surpassed me. With a final wave, the girl departs. Take care, Mr. Shu, she says in farewell. I'll be looking forward to your results. Let's meet again in a month. Before them stretches a vast stadium packed with spectators. The candidates are gathered at the blue portal, nervously whispering. The exam's about to begin, someone remarks. I'm so tense. And they say the examiner is Demon Yang this time. We're doomed. Among the gathered students, anxious chatter spreads. Demon Yang set the test 2 years ago, remember? Our district scored lower than ever, one groans. Did you hear about that guy who turned down special admission? Wants to get into one of the top 3 universities. That's delusional. Even the most talented candidates wouldn't dare dream so big. Who does he think he is? Too proud for his own good. Spotting someone approaching, a few students nudge each other. Look, he's here, one says. Another leans closer. Where? Show me. A determined figure appears, a cross-shaped pendant at his neck and a faint golden glow enveloping him. Confident and unyielding, the hero strides onward. One bystander, shocked, whispers, he looks entirely different, so powerful. He walks toward the glowing portal and fixes his gaze on its surface. A map is displayed, accompanied by an automated announcement echoing across the arena. Within the portal lies the so-called secret realm, a dense forest shrouded in shadow. Time limit, 10 minutes. Difficulty, easy, hard, or nightmare. Participants allowed, 1 to 5 people. Warning, dangerous cat-like beasts and ferocious minotaurs inhabit this realm, lurking in the trees and hungry for human prey. Nervous murmurs rise from the crowd of students as they process the information. Deep forest, someone mutters. That probably means swampy ground, another speculates. And those cat monsters move like lightning, adds a third. Minotaurs? Thick-skinned and ruthless. Another voice chimes in bitterly. Looks like Demon Yang doesn't plan on showing any mercy. Students exchange anxious glances at the 5-person capacity. It had been limited to 3 in previous years. A stern-faced examiner steps forward and addresses the gathered candidates. Assess your skills realistically, he commands. If you face mortal danger inside the secret realm, don't hesitate to use your return scroll. Survival is more important than pride. Dying in the realm means dying for real. The glowing timer above the arena counts all the way down to 0. A loud voice announces that the test is officially underway. Examinees, take your positions, someone shouts. Blue teleportation circles shimmer into view as the apprehensive students step forward into the light. Groups of participants huddle together, waiting for their moment to enter. A few notable candidates catch everyone's eye. Su Kang, alone, grips his sword as he prepares to tackle the hard-level solo. Another, an assassin boasting his own skills, also enters alone under hard difficulty. Nearby, Longface, Kang, and Sun Giant team up with an elemental mage and a gunner to form a 3-person party. Next up is our hero, entering as a solo Saint Knight under nightmare difficulty. Lastly, there's a 4-person party at the gates consisting of Zhang Yi, Wang Lai, Zhao Tianhong, and Yang Erlang. They cover different roles, archer, fire mage, swordsman, and potion master, all preparing to face a hard-level trial together. In the stands, other students and spectators chat animatedly. Of course, elite classes prefer to go solo, one remarks. More experience and higher scores that way, agrees another. But it's also way riskier. Only top seniors dare to take that kind of challenge. A girl in the audience suddenly leaps up, cheering for the hero as she spots him. It's clear she's a close relative. A screen zooms in to show his profile card again as he strides through the forest alone. Eyes glow all around him in the dark, and scattered skulls dot the path at his feet. Spectators gasp at his audacity. He's attempting the nightmare level without a team. Nearby, Vice Principal Luo Hong stands up abruptly, clearly shaken. Stammering, he struggles to find the right words as concern overtakes him. Jan Tao, seated nearby, slams his fists against the table in frustration. A Saint Knight is a top-notch support in any party, he barks. He could help an entire team succeed. Why choose to go solo, and on nightmare mode, where the fatality rate hits 40%? Finally, calming down a bit, John Tao turns toward the vice principal. Headmaster Luo, he continues, the city council granted him special cultivation resources this past month to help him achieve a good outcome. If he falls here, all that investment and public trust in Lijiang City will shatter. On a small blue screen device before them, they can clearly see the hero pressing onward into the forest. His actions show blatant disregard for the substantial resources the government allocated to help him grow. John Tao's luo rises again. Luo Yang grins calmly and tries to soothe his colleague. Relax, he says confidently. Juhi isn't one to make reckless choices. He must have a secret advantage. Beyond him stretches a forest filled with countless glowing red eyes. Shadows streak rapidly between dense branches, their movements sharp and elusive. The hero catches a fleeting shift in the undergrowth. Instinctively, he draws a weapon from his dimensional stash. Just then, a beast springs from the greenery, lunging at him with claws bared. Perfect timing, the hero remarks, swinging his huge double-edged axe. Die, he roars. A system alert flashes before him. Bronze 2-star polearm axe equipped. Strength plus agility plus. Pouring all his power into the strike, the axe descends in a radiant arc, leaving a trail of light. A status window materializes, listing his attributes. Strength 45, Constitution 51, Agility 43, Intelligence. Eyeing the crumpled corpse, he reflects, with these stats, I'm already at a level 13 baseline. Within the Su Kang district, I could easily rank among the top candidates. He holds his ground before the forest's edge, awaiting the next assault. Peering into the gloom, he shouts boldly, "If you're too scared to come out, I'll hunt you myself." Slinging the weapon across his back, he dashes straight into danger, eyes blazing. The system chimes again. Weapon blessing level. Weapon buff granting increased attack power and accuracy to all teammates nearby. The axe carves the air, trailing streaks of yellow fire. Another beast collapses under its wrath. Enhanced by his S+ tier talent, Holy Protection of Angels, his Saint Knight weapon blessing skill intensifies, boosting the axe's power by 21 points. Fiercely cleaving onward, the hero muses that any other examinee would envy such a strong buff. Normally, he thinks, exam rules limit weapon enhancements to under 3-star bronze. But this buff brings my axe to 5-star bronze level. Suddenly, two monstrous shapes leap at him from behind, their claws gleaming as they reach for his back. My stats already put me far ahead of the pack, he reflects before intoning. Blade of pure white? Now empty-handed, he watches as system notifications scroll rapidly above him. A spectator gasps, "That was close." Another chimes in, "He released that skill at the perfect moment, as though he saw it coming." A huge, beastly paw hovers just above his palm. The sneak attack had targeted him from behind, but the hero anticipated it. The system flashes again as he channels the blade of pure white up to level its light element damage, he thinks. Combined with my sacred angel buff, can vaporize any low-level monster instantly. One of the remaining creatures quivers in terror, gripping its damaged limb as monster corpses litter the ground. A bolt of yellow energy blasts into another beast's gut, launching it across the clearing as if it were weightless. "He didn't even look at them," someone shouts in amazement. Cheers erupt from the spectators as they clench their fists in exhilaration. "Amazing!" they exclaim. "He's overpowering them completely. Sure, one-handed axes are strong, but they usually feel so slow. Yet this guy swings as like a feather. What kind of training must he have done for this strength?" Off to the side, one spectator folds his arms and frowns thoughtfully. "If you look carefully," he says, "he's faster even than those cats. The monsters can't keep up at all. In front of us, a boy and a girl stare at the scene in disbelief. It's not just his speed," someone nearby says excitedly. "He's also casting magic at lightning pace. His power is incredible too." Another voice chimes in. "And look at his precision. The angle of his swings, his timing, everything is perfectly controlled. It's like he's a natural-born fighter." Several spectators in the stands clench their jaws, clearly upset. "How could someone this good end up in Class 5 Tangent Gentle?" one mutters in frustration. From his stern expression, one of the onlookers is obviously angry too. "His combat instincts are superb," the person says grudgingly, "but his strategy is terrible. Burning up all that energy on the first wave of cat monsters is reckless." The hero stands surrounded by an entire horde of cat-like creatures. Nightmare mode isn't just about tougher enemies. It also throws overwhelming numbers at you. The Academy's head teacher frowns. Even top mages can fail at this stage. Too much magic spent early on will come back to haunt him. We see his axe smashing into a large boulder, shattering it into fragments. Swinging that weapon is exhausting for most. Sure, swinging it once or twice is fine, but repeating that dozens of times is a serious drain. Dozens of cats leap at the hero as he kneels, catching his breath. He's going to lose his grip, one onlooker murmurs. He won't even have the strength to fight back before they tear him apart. An arm reaches out feebly into view. A horrible scream echoes across the arena. More of the monstrous cats surge toward him. Here comes the next wave, someone in the crowd announces. They're giving him no time to recover. It's over. There must be hundreds this time. The beasts bare their sharp fangs as they lunge toward him. But the hero responds with a powerful slash, sending a trail of bright yellow energy across the arena. There's a sudden ripple across the ground under his feet. The hero stretches out his arms, summoning a blazing fiery cross before him. A surge of energy bursts from beneath the hero, cracking the earth and sending stones flying. He swings his axe in sweeping arcs, leaving shining golden circles in its path as it cleaves through his foes. Another slash knocks a cat monster aside, leaving its body crumpled. The sharp edge of the weapon hovers just inches from another monster's skull. That monster freezes for a moment, and then flies backward, slamming into the ground. A blue portal shimmers into view. The hero steps toward this swirling doorway, pausing for a moment in thought. He rests the axe on his shoulder, determination glowing in his eyes. This must lead to the next level, he thinks to himself. He steps into the portal, his axe disappearing last as it vanishes into the light. On the other side, an army of strange creatures waits for him. They look human but have fox-like faces, their eyes gleaming with malice. A young man in a baseball cap leans toward a screen that's broadcasting the fight. "Welcome to Shaken Live," he announces with a grin. "I'm Cake, your favorite host. Right now you're watching the top-ranked student of the Second Academy, the S+ talent and shining Saint Knight, showing what he can do in this exam." The young man eagerly gestures at his phone screen, where the timer displays his record time. He cleared the first stage of the Nightmare map in just 3 minutes and 17 seconds, he announces to his viewers. He jumps up and blocks the cameraman's view with his handheld device. "Do you all realize what this means?" he shouts excitedly. 3 minutes, 17 seconds. That's a full 29 seconds faster than last year's top scorer. Meanwhile, the frustrated cameraman tries to wave him aside. From the stands, one of the girls observes thoughtfully, "He kept swinging that axe without losing his breath. How high must his constitution be?" Sitting one row above Jan, a purple-haired girl with a distinctive pigtail chimes in, "Director Jan warned it was foolish to exhaust yourself so early, but it looks like we can't fully agree anymore." "Jiang Feifei, pay attention to the exam," her homeroom teacher Zhang Young reminds her, though his voice is gentle. "Our director wouldn't mislead us," he adds. "Mr. Lee, I see you're smiling too," she teases him playfully. "Stop that nonsense," the teacher replies, though Feifei can't resist sticking her tongue out as Zhang lightly covers his mouth. Am I really smiling that obviously? He wonders to himself. Back in the forest arena, the hero faces another monstrous horde as someone from the crowd shouts, "Seniors, he's already moved on to the next stage." We catch a clear view of the new enemies. Farthest back is a hulking minotaur, level 14, silver grade, equipped with the Berserk, Wild Rush, and Stomp skills. Closer is a feline monster, level 12, bronze grade, light type with healing mastery. Next is a fire cat, level 13, bronze grade, with fire type fireball and fire surge. Finally, there's a dark cat, level 11, bronze grade, dark type with curse mastery. Interspersed among them are standard warrior class cats. The hero quickly analyzes the setup. The light cat is a healer. The fire and dark cats are ranged spellcasters, and that minotaur can hit like a freight train. We see a target-shaped reticle appear before the hero's eyes, indicating he's using a basic appraisal skill. Warriors, healers, mages, a textbook team, he thinks. If the first stage was a bunch of scattered bandits, then this one's an organized army. The danger has increased at least 100-fold. With a bellowing roar, the minotaur signals the charge, and the cats shriek sharply as they prepare to strike. Then the entire monster army surges forward toward him. In front of us, spellcasters conjure glowing spheres of energy in their hands. The hero looks down as shimmering purple tendrils coil around his arms. We see that these strands take the shape of eerie, human-like hands that wrap around his arms and legs, restricting him. "Has he been cursed by one of those cats?" a spectator cries. Fireballs streak toward him, already overtaking the oncoming beasts. He's in serious trouble, someone remarks. Most likely that same lively blogger. Above the hero's head dangle those monstrous hands, their palms opening to reveal tooth-filled mouths. Meanwhile, warriors close in, mages bolster them with buffs, and healers layer on additional effects. That team coordination isn't bad at all, the hero comments wryly. Spectators in the arena's stands watch anxiously as the fight unfolds on a huge screen. A grinning cat monster lunges, its claws wreathed in a swirling energy aura. The hero raises his hands up to chest level, and a glowing cross of light forms between them. Now his entire body is enveloped in streams of yellow radiance as he invokes the cross of sacred light. A radiant cross of light expands before the monstrous foes. The beasts are engulfed in a devastating wave of energy. They howl in agony, baring their jagged teeth. The intensity of the sacred light grows, washing over everything in its path like a holy flood. A system message flashes. Cross of the Sacred. Level Summon. A sacred light cross behind you to unleash continuous light elemental damage on all enemies in range. A shimmering golden cross hovers at the hero's back as the ground is strewn with monster corpses. He's unstoppable, someone yells from the stands. Every low-level enemy was destroyed instantly. Whoever thought holy knights were only support types? Next to a person seated near a red pyramid-shaped banner, someone shouts excitedly, "That's a top-tier elite skill." Skills, like talents, have 7 ranks. The higher the rank, the greater the impact and rarity. Another viewer looks up in deep thought. With the resources the government provided, he'd at most have gotten a C-rank skill. How could he possess a B-rank one? Seems this guy isn't that straightforward after all. Directly ahead, the Minotaur stands firmly, legs bent, eyeing its opponent. The hero fixes his gaze on the beast and points his weapon straight at it. "You're all that's left. Don't hold back. Come at me," he taunts. The Minotaur's eyes blaze with fury as it activates its skill set. Berserk and Superior Body. The monstrous creature slams its hoof into the ground, signaling the use of War Stomp. The impact splinters the earth, and a jagged fissure tears across the arena floor. The hero sidesteps nimbly. Enraged, the Minotaur charges with unstoppable force, utilizing Wild Rush. Superior Body nullifies any attempt to halt its advance. But the hero is one step ahead. He unleashes his first counterattack, Air Slash. The slashing attack hurls the Minotaur backward, a glowing trail lingering in its wake. Bracing himself, the hero forms a glowing yellow cross between his arms. This is his Blade of Pure Light skill. The fiery golden cross shoots toward the Minotaur, which groans loudly on impact. A bright yellow beam strikes the beast head-on. Stepping forward, the hero raises his axe and activates Thick Skin to bolster himself. A streak of glowing light arcs as his axe cleaves into the Minotaur's midsection. The energy-infused blade slices straight through its body. Standing over the mortally wounded beast as blood trickles from its mouth, the hero asks coldly, "Still alive, are you?" He lifts one boot slowly over the Minotaur's battered skull. With one final crushing stomp, the Minotaur's head is obliterated. Only the lower jaw remains intact. Overhead, a blue portal materializes as the hero calmly remarks, "Looks like the next stop is the boss room." The Minotaur's enormous corpse lies at his feet. Cheers erupt from the spectators as they watch this feat unfold. "Holy crap!" someone shouts. "He took down a 4-meter Minotaur with one swing. Unbelievable. Don't forget it was in Rage, too. Berserk mode makes it even stronger. What an insane combo. That senior is incredible." Meanwhile, a baseball-capped blogger grins into his camera. "That's a new record. Only 59 seconds for the second stage," he announces excitedly to his viewers. Jan Tao can't hide his excitement and respect. "Remarkable," he says aloud. "He timed every skill perfectly and mastered his power like a true veteran. It's almost impossible to believe he only awakened his class a month ago." He glances toward Luo Heng, who is also clearly delighted. "Congratulations, Principal Luo." Jan Tao grins. "Looks like the second academy is finally producing a top-tier student." Luo Heng chuckles, replying, "Every academy has its moment, and this is ours." The bald, bearded instructor smiles to himself, his eyes shut in contentment. Since its founding, the academy's top student has never ranked higher than 720th in the district. Perhaps this time will be different. Maybe this boy will take the school to greater heights. The teacher's good mood is interrupted by a voice from one of the students seated behind them. Why didn't he catch his breath before going into the boss fight? they ask, worried. Jantao leaps up angrily. Unbelievable, he shouts. If he's tired or unprepared, he might lose all of his momentum. That would be a terrible mistake. Luo Heng steps in quickly to calm him. Let's have a little patience, he says. He must have his own strategy. We see a gleaming top 100 medal surrounded by hands, eagerly reaching for it. Given that Su Kang district is fiercely competitive, anyone who dreams of breaking into the top 100 must attempt solo nightmare difficulty. Speed is critical if they want to rank highly. The hero approaches a dark throne, where a horned figure rests. A human, the creature growls. Before him stands an aged minotaur, with iron bands clamping its gray horns and a long silver beard. After using his appraisal skill, the hero discovers this is the Minotaur King, a level 16 gold-ranked monster. The skill list is concealed due to the immense level gap. How dare you intrude upon my domain? The beast roars. Rising from its throne, the Minotaur King advances menacingly. Prepare for your death, it declares. There's a burst of blinding light as the Minotaur King activates multiple buffs at once. Blessing of Dawn, Gift of Courage, Gift of God, and Gift of Protection. The colossal Minotaur regards the hero cautiously, its brow furrowed. But the hero is no longer an ordinary youth. Before the monster now stands a knight in majestic armor. Hey, little cow, the knight taunts with a wave. I'm right here. A glowing notification appears. All buffs activated. Saint Knight initial form. Firelight illuminates the surroundings of the beast's throne room. The ancient beast's face twists into a grimace as it grinds its teeth. Without hesitation, the knight surges forward with lethal intent. Braced in shining armor, the hero raises his axe to bring it down upon the Minotaur King. Brilliant golden light flashes across the stone columns adorned with strange runes. But the Minotaur calmly raises a massive hand and catches the hero's strike mid-swing. Even empowered with 4 buffs, the blade cannot cut its flesh. The hero swings again with all his might, yet the axe cannot even scratch the monster's hide. The Minotaur's palm holds firm, absorbing every blow. Still, a bellow of agony escapes its throat. The impact clearly hurts. Before the hero can recover, the Minotaur King's mighty hammer is already swinging overhead. The counterattack lands like a meteor. The ground shatters and chunks of debris explode into the air. A fierce shockwave blasts the hero backward, sending him skidding across the arena. Amid the swirling dust and rubble, a bright purple star glimmers. Both the hero and the Minotaur King stand face to face once again. A ray of white energy erupts from the purple glow, tearing through multiple stone pillars. Thank goodness for this holy knight armor. Without it, my bones would have been crushed, the hero reflects. He watches his foe carefully from behind his visor. That exchange gave me some useful information. I didn't take that hit for nothing, he thinks calmly. Extending his right arm, he calls out his next move aloud. Spear of Victory! Dozens of radiant yellow rings adorned with jagged spikes shimmer into being overhead. A brief skill description flashes into view. Spear of Victory, Grade 3. Launch a radiant spear that inflicts tremendous damage on impact. Cracks radiate across the ground as more glowing circles, each topped by sharp energy points, materialize around the knight. Every one of them is perfectly trained on the Minotaur King. Without delay, countless energy spears rain down toward the towering beast. The Minotaur King counters with his enormous hammer. Clearly, his raw strength and stamina exceed my own, the hero calculates. Going head-to-head is impossible. Normally, one would fight a drawn-out battle of endurance, but that would destroy my ranking time. His palm glows with a bright yellow flame as he concentrates. There must be more than one way to clear this test. They wouldn't make it a dead end. The glowing spears converge on the Minotaur from every direction and every angle. Its agility is much lower than mine. I picked up on that during our last clash, the hero reasons. Barraging him from all sides will corner him. With incredible speed, the knight throws his arm forward once more. A vibrant impact blooms across the beast's purple hide. Instantly, a message flashes before him. Mana critically low. Please restore immediately. He tightens his fist and raises it high. The Minotaur King is tough but far less resistant to rapid, concentrated bursts of damage, he reminds himself. An explosion of light and sound detonates next to the Minotaur, and pain etches itself across its face. Clearly fatigued, the mighty beast sinks to one knee. It can endure long battles, but repeated damaging effects wear it down faster. That's my chance. I need to hit him hard and fast, the hero plots. His eyes lock onto his opponent. Now or never. I can't let this opportunity slip by. Further volleys of yellow light rain toward the kneeling minotaur. The beast looks up, knowing the end is near. The ensuing blast is so intense that the knight himself is hurled backward. Again, the warning flashes. My mana is nearly spent. Getting the skill timing perfect is critical, he acknowledges. He surges toward the weakened enemy. Run dry on mana too soon and I'll lose the trial for sure. A sword of pure light appears in his hands. I didn't plan to go all out, but time's up. No holding back. With a decisive stroke, the blade slices cleanly through the Minotaur King's massive form. A victory prompt appears at once. Congratulations, you have cleared the nightmare-level Deep Dark Forest dungeon. Total completion time, 9 minutes 24 seconds. Your college entrance exam is concluded. Leaning on his weapon, breath heaving, he notices another pop-up. Exam result, SS rank. You have achieved first place on this map. With his helmet now removed, the hero looks genuinely stunned. First place? He marvels inwardly. Does that mean I'm officially top in all of Su Kang district? When the reality of his victory fully sinks in, he presses his fist against his chest. I really pulled it off, he exclaims, filled with pride. He stands there looking utterly exhausted. His thoughts weigh heavy as he reflects on his hardships. Ever since migrating here a year ago, my mother passed away. My sister fell ill. I took on crushing debts and union medical fees. Every burden threatened to crush me, he reminisces, yet his eyes glimmer with resolve as he tightens his hands into fists. But I never considered quitting, he reminds himself. Sweat trickles down his face. Even if my stats can't improve, I'll keep training my skills and honing my willpower, he promises himself. A vivid image of meeting that mysterious angel girl during the class awakening process flashes in his mind. That moment gave me another shot at life. But it's my own hands that shape my fate, so I need to push myself further and never waste this chance, he thinks determinedly. His gaze drifts into empty space, inwardly repeating, my heart remains steady and unwavering. It's time to head back, says the young hero, removing his shining armor as he strides toward the glowing blue portal suspended in midair. Notifications continue to flood his view, reporting 5212 experience, 23 points, 20 skill points, and a level up to... He also receives a new item. Forest Belt. Effect, Constitution, +110, Strength, +7, usable at level. When battling in forest terrain, the belt provides continuous stamina, mana, and health recovery bonuses. Next, another reward appears. Forest Pick. Agility +8, Intelligence +110, equipable at level. Similarly, it boosts stamina, mana, and health recovery in forest conditions. In addition to gear, there are 10 wild strawberries as consumable items. And finally, a Minotaur King's card, a rare enchantment material that raises strength by 20 when used. Cubes of light shower around the hero as the system distributes his rewards. The scene switches to a bustling arena full of cheering students. Voices ring out clearly. Welcome back, Senior Joe. You're amazing. You're my idol. The crowd chants praises endlessly. He looks around, dazed at the overwhelming attention. Then his expression grows more composed as the flashes of countless cameras snap around him. Luoyang and John Tao approach, grinning. Clearing nightmare difficulty solo in under 10 minutes. This is historic for our academy, Luoyang remarks. With my experience, I'd say you'll reach the top of Su Kang district. The future looks bright for you, John Tao adds warmly. Smiling modestly, the hero replies to the teachers that they praise him too much. Just then, there's a loud metallic grinding as a car's wheel breaks free. The gathered students buzz with excitement as they point at the spectacle. Whose car is that? Driving it right into the arena? Incredible. Wait, isn't that a flying model? An S-400? That luxury car is worth more than a house in the capital, someone exclaims. Luo Heng guides the hero toward the opulent vehicle, while John Tao opens the door. Your final results will take at least 3 days, John Tao says reassuringly. We'll contact you the moment they're in. For now, go home and take a well-earned rest. Keep your phone close for updates. The hero bows in thanks to the director and prepares to depart. The scene shifts to the exterior of a hospital building as the hero moves on. Inside the hospital ward, the hero stands quietly as a nurse and a middle-aged doctor wait nearby. Thanks to Zhao Wenbei's quick follow-through, Shu Yun is comfortably settled in a luxurious private room, under constant supervision by a top-notch medical team. The nurse steps toward him, her face kind. "Mr. Zhou, you've arrived," she greets warmly. "Yes," he replies. "I'm here to visit my sister, and I have some good news for her." As they move toward the elevator, the nurse strikes up some light conversation. "I heard you took your exam today," she says kindly. "Hopefully the outcome is something to celebrate." A faint chill wafts toward them as the doors slide open. Shivering, the nurse rubs her arms. "That's strange. Why is it so cold?" she asks. "Is someone messing with the air conditioning?" The hero's gaze sharpens as he notices the sudden drop in temperature, sensing that something is very wrong. With a soft chime, the elevator reaches the 26th floor and the doors part. Stepping into the hallway, he glances around nervously. "What's going on up here?" he wonders aloud as the nurse behind him screams in fear. People scramble frantically in the corridor. Visitors cry out in terror, and doctors rush past them, the icy gusts of air making it impossible to stay still. Anxious fear flickers in the hero's eyes as thoughts of his sister race through his mind. Without hesitation, he breaks into a run down the freezing corridor. The nurse stretches a hand toward him, shouting his name, but a burst of cold surges past her, silencing her mid-call. He swings his axe and smashes through an icy wall blocking his path, bellowing his sister's name. Fury, fear, and confusion twist his features as he presses onward. By his sister's bedside stands a lone girl. Glowing faintly before her is a shimmering yellow magic array. Meanwhile, Yun lies trapped in a bed encased in ice, trembling in agony. At the foot of the bed hovers a monstrous blue creature with a menacing form. Summoning light into his palm, the hero readies a radiant yellow orb, preparing to strike. But the girl, alarmed, throws up her hands. "Stop! Don't attack!" she shouts, her voice trembling with fear. He tightens his fist as he faces the transparent beast, then hesitates just in time. Realizing who she is, he hurries to Yun's bedside and calls her name. Still looming over his sister's bed, the savage entity looks every bit like a predator. "Don't strike recklessly," the girl warns. "This thing is like a dragon. If you provoke it, we'll all pay the price." He eyes her warily. "And who are you?" With hands outstretched and trembling, she glances toward Yun. "My name is Pink." Yun's cold illness surged and froze everything. "I'm suppressing the chill so it doesn't escape this floor. But you need to leave before this gets worse." He shakes his head vehemently. "And what happens to my sister if I go?" Sweat beads on her brow as she struggles to hold her ground. "I'm not a high priest," she shouts, voice strained. "This is all I can do." "I see," he replies, looking up with newfound determination. He bows his head slightly and summons the system interface. As a translucent window flickers into view, he immediately commands it to funnel. A translucent interface pops up before him. Slow recovery upgraded into enhanced slow regeneration, level 10. It gradually restores the health and mana of nearby allies over an extended duration. Another notification blinks into view, confirming the successful upgrade. Over his head, a radiant yellow spell formation appears, its center engraved with a glowing AI-like emblem as streams of energy begin to circulate through it. With her arms folded across her chest, the girl looks on in disbelief. "That kind of healing power. It's comparable to a level 23 priest," she murmurs, clearly impressed by the Saint Knight's strength. Spreading his arms wide, the hero shields his sister on the hospital bed with a dome of protective light. He then pivots toward the girl behind him. "Sister King," he says urgently, "I'll hold this for now. Please contact Secretary Zhao at once. Tell him to find a high-ranked priest as quickly as possible." "That might not work," the girl replies. "Zhao already booked one, but they're scheduled for next week. They won't make it in time." Exhaustion is written across his face as he looks into her eyes. "Just tell Zhao that if he can make a high-ranked priest appear right away, I'll owe him one personal favor. Whatever he asks for, no questions." She bites her lip anxiously, then gives a short nod. "Got it," she replies, dashing off through the gap he'd created, leaving him alone to safeguard his sister. He keeps his arms outstretched, sustaining the protective barrier around Yun. The icy waves spilling into the room feel all too familiar. They plagued her every single night for the past year. He knows that without this barrier, her body would be racked with agonizing pain. I thought I was keeping an eye on her condition, he reflects grimly. But I had no idea it had deteriorated to the point where it could freeze the world around her. Straining every fiber of his strength, the hero channels his energy into maintaining the ward against the merciless cold. The hours pass. Daylight shines faintly outside the window. And then the light begins to dim as evening descends. Finally, darkness blankets the world as night arrives. The ice slowly creeps toward him, a sure sign that his stamina is draining. Still, the golden glow protecting Yoon burns on, steadfast despite his own exhaustion. Suddenly, a bright green orb appears in the air before him. It rockets across the ward and collides directly with a spectral blue dragon that had been lurking there all along. With each rebound, the green sphere leaves jagged holes in the encroaching ice, chipping it away bit by bit. Faint sounds come from Yoon's lips as the ice encasing her melts and falls away. Alarmed and uncertain about what's going on, he shouts at the top of his lungs, "Stop! Don't touch her!" But then the green orb slams into him too, hurling him backward across the room. Before him stands a mysterious girl wearing a cap adorned with a cross. Pulling up her hood, she gestures towards someone off-screen. "Come," she commands, and to his astonishment, she's summoning the very transparent fanged dragon that had been torturing his sister. Her weapon glimmers in the light, an oversized pen that looks both elegant and deadly. With a graceful swing, she strikes the ghostly monster using the peculiar pen-like weapon. Mystical green characters swirl into view around her, shimmering as they form a protective barrier. Her gaze is locked firmly on the dragon. "Go," she orders, pointing her pen at the foe. Emerald letters spiral around the ghostly creature and clamp its monstrous jaws shut. Her eyes shine, one of them transforming into a glowing magic circle that pulses with immense power. The glowing pen streaks toward the dragon that hovers above Yoon. Trailing a shimmering blue magic circle, it flies with astonishing speed. There's a burst of raw energy that erupts as it reaches its target. Yoon's body responds, radiating a sudden surge of power that shatters the remaining ice encasing her. Still gripping his sister's hand, the hero looks toward the mysterious girl who appeared in the nick of time. Is this finally over? He wonders silently. Meanwhile, the girl, surrounded by pulsing light from her weapon, turns to him. "So, you're the one," she remarks calmly. "I've heard your name before." The waves of power from her feather melt away the ice-engulfing doctors and patients trapped along the frozen hallway of the 26th floor. With a gentle smile, she gazes at him. "I'm Chulina," she introduces herself warmly. "King rank priest. Level nice to finally meet you." He catches a glimpse of her clear blue eyes beneath the brim of her cap. "Director Jan sent me," she adds. "And if it weren't for his insistence that you could take first place, I never would have risked breaking protocol." Her expression hints that she'd doubted him at first. But not anymore. Stepping closer and bowing his head slightly, he asks in a hushed voice what's wrong with his sister. "Is there a cure for this?" "Your sister's awakening her bloodline," Chulina replies. "That freezing energy you see leaking out is part of the process." His eyes widen in disbelief. "A bloodline awakening?" he echoes, astonished. His mind races back to when the game merged with reality, and people gained elven, giant, demon, and other supernatural ancestries. Some were born with emerald eyes and pointed ears, others with towering frames reaching 3 or 4 meters. He also recalls hearing stories about wedding ceremonies. Over the centuries, as these awakened humans intermarried with regular people, their supernatural traits weakened and vanished, except when a rare bloodline would unexpectedly awaken again. Still seated at the bedside, Chulina's gaze grows serious. "Awakenings can be a double-edged sword," she warns. "If successful, it brings immense strength and faster growth. But if it fails," she trails off, "the body will give out, resulting in permanent paralysis or even death." He looks at Yoon, worry filling his eyes. "Your sister is suffering because her body can't yet withstand the bloodline's power," Chulina continues. "Based on my observations, she's probably awakened a rare ice-type lineage. To survive it," the priestess says as she lifts her pen weapon, "her entire constitution must be reforged." She waves the glowing pen, and a ghostly lotus appears before them. "Only a freezing lotus can do that," she explains, "but it's exceedingly rare. The last one surfaced at an auction 30 years ago and sold for 3 billion. A blue portal shimmers to life before her. "Your sister won't be able to suppress this power forever," she warns, stepping toward the swirling gate. "If left unchecked, it will erupt in 3 months. Another option is to seal her bloodline entirely." That would save her life, but she'd never level up again. Think carefully. When you've decided, contact me. He sinks into the chair at his sister's bedside and unlocks his phone, the weight of the choice pressing down on him. Sealing her bloodline would keep her safe, but at the cost of her future. 5 days pass. Now he's training fiercely, gripping an axe with powerful hands. Sweat glistens on his chiseled abs, chest, and arms as a new notification flashes before him. Deep squat x200, push-ups x200, sit-ups x200, weapon swings x200. Daily mission complete. Please choose your reward. He wipes the sweat off his brow with a towel before taking a long sip from his flask. Stat points, he mutters to himself. That's what I usually pick for my daily quest rewards. Pondering further, he adds, Constitution and intelligence matter most for a Saint Knight, but I can't let my other attributes lag behind. Following his 233-2 strategy, he distributes points into only 4 stats, knowing that even growth across them will shore up his weaknesses. A system notification chimes. The exam results flash up. Achievement mission complete. Congratulations on placing first in the Su Kang district. Rewards will be distributed based on performance. Almost immediately, new rewards roll in. S-rank Divine Skill. God Hand. A one-use Resurrection Cross. The skill, Exorcism. Rare skill, Punishment of Light. Plus 30 stat points and 30 skill points. On television screens, a news anchor reports excitedly that an underdog from Zhonglai City took the top spot. Headlines pop up too, all bearing variations of a stunning upset. Commentators point out that this first-place winner was merely level 10 before entering the portal. His class awakening triggered a miraculous divine phenomenon, an obvious sign of who was destined for first place. Even other portals across the nation are buzzing with this story. Director Gentile is cornered by reporters. When I saw that G had awakened as a Saint Knight, he states proudly, I knew he was going places. That's exactly why I urged the government to pour more resources into him. Clearly, my judgment is top-notch. Meanwhile, students gathered around a cafe table argue heatedly. Holy crap! The winner's a Saint Knight? That's a support class, one exclaims. No way! Clearing a Nightmare Realm solo at level 10? That can't be real. Did someone rig this? Another chimes in. A girl waves her phone. I've got a recording. It's legit, she insists. The crowd huddles close as they replay the footage, amazed. Why does his Holy Cross hit harder than a top-tier mage's fire magic? Someone wonders aloud. Blessed weapon, gift of God, courage buff, they murmur, counting all the enhancements they can spot swirling around him. Cut to a different scene. A young man with fiery red hair leans back in a chair. He's lounging on a sofa, his ripped abs visible under the light. Beside him, a humanoid robot stands silently. After watching the hero's exam recording, he smirks. He did it in 9 minutes, 24 seconds, 20 seconds faster than me. That smirk turns into a scowl as his eyes narrow, revealing his unpleasant character. Interesting, he drawls coldly. A glinting metallic object spins nearby. He dares to steal my spotlight, the red-haired youth grits out. Then a sudden blast scorches the floor next to him. That guy must have a death wish, he laughs darkly. Back outside on a lantern-lit walkway, the scene switches again. A lone figure studies the holographic information panels hovering before him. He scrolls his phone and notices several bank notifications. Zhonglai government has deposited 5,000 to account please confirm. And Zhanglite government has deposited 2,000 to account please confirm. He answers his ringing phone. Secretary Zhao, what's up? He asks casually. Mr. Zhao replies warmly. Your stellar exam results earned you a 5 million cash prize and a luxury mansion. Do you have a preferred location for the property, or shall we choose one for you? The hero glances thoughtfully to his left, realizing that even the people nearby have already heard about him earning the top score. As green leaves scatter gently in the breeze, the young man holds his phone to his ear. I'll leave that up to you, he responds calmly to the question posed. By the way, the voice on the other end adds, the recruiters from the top 3 universities are already on their way. Should I send a car for you? That's not necessary, the hero replies. They're already here. Just then, a well-dressed man in a white shirt approaches with a pleasant smile. Mr. Zhou, he greets. I represent Wrong Young University. The hero looks up and replies, Wrong Young University? Right, I remember. Suddenly, someone nearby mutters, How arrogant. And everyone present glances toward the voice in surprise. A figure can be seen descending a helicopter's rope ladder, calling attention to himself. You called him arrogant, remarks a short-sleeved youth in a black t-shirt. So why are you chasing after him now? The white-shirted recruiter stiffens. Watch your words, he retorts. That's Zhao Tian, who was dismissed for not knowing his place. Mr. Zhou, the recruiter says, turning back to the hero. If you choose our school, we'll offer you 4 million. The helicopter passenger jogs over eagerly. No matter what Wrong Young University offers, he announces cheerfully, Modi University can match it and more. We want him. Everyone else can leave. The recruiter in the white shirt clenches his fists, clearly furious at the brash newcomer. Out of nowhere, a girl with lavender hair appears at the hero's side. I'll take you, she declares. Feathery wings unfurl behind her as she grabs the hero around the waist and soars into the air. Permission must come from Qingjing University first, she calls down to the other recruiters still arguing below. Smiling sweetly, she leans close to whisper into the hero's ear. Mr. Zhou, at Qingjing University, we may not have the loudest recruiters, but you'll receive grade A materials every year without fail. Suddenly, she smacks her head into a magic circle in midair. On the ground below, a brown-haired woman who set up the barrier looks up. When it comes to recruiting top talent, she declares calmly, history, reputation, and abundant resources matter most. Whatever Qingjing University can offer, Su Kang University can surpass. Why kidnap him like this? Let him go, or you'll regret it. You can lead a horse to water, the muscular youth chimes in with a big grin, but you can't force it to drink. He flashes a toothy smile at the hero. Mr. Zhou, Muddy University will do one better. We'll give you top-notch cultivation resources every year, and we'll also outfit you with a full set of golden-grade equipment annually. You, the lavender-haired girl, snaps angrily. 2 pairs of feet touch the ground once more. The girl clasps her hands together with an innocent look. I didn't mean to kidnap you, she says softly. I just hoped we could have a quiet conversation, just the two of us. Either way, the choice is entirely yours. From nearby, the long-haired brunette steps into view, a radiant white light flaring behind her. Mr. Zhou, she introduces herself formally. I'm a recruiter for Su Kang University. At our school, strength is everything. Reach Earth rank or even Heaven rank as a student, and you'll gain access to the highest grade cultivation materials. Our freshmen have topped the exchange competitions for 4 consecutive years, proof of our unmatched training. The purple-haired girl leaps up to confront her competitor directly. Suma, don't act like you're superior just because you win a few contests, she snaps. Our university has claimed victory too. The brunette smiles thinly. That just means your teachers and students need to train harder. The hero looks away from the recruiters and falls deep into his thoughts. Each of the 3 top universities offers promising futures and appealing benefits. But if he truly wants to grow stronger, what matters most is choosing the right mentors, he reflects aloud. The recruiters stare at him, tense with anticipation. Su Kang University, the hero finally declares. Sumir's face lights up with delight. With a flourish, she produces an imposing scroll and a quill. Here's our official enrollment contract, she says. Please read it carefully and sign if you're satisfied. The boy in the black t-shirt sighs. Looks like Su Kang takes the crown once again, he mutters before turning away. But if you change your mind, Qingjing University will always welcome you, the purple-haired girl offers warmly. The other recruiter stomps back to her colleagues, scowling. Stubborn fools, she grumbles. Meanwhile, one clause in the contract catches the hero's eye. The staff Li spell, he reads aloud. That's a skill only elite mages can wield. He picks up the quill, then glances at Sumir. By the way, what level are you? He asks. Level 42, she replies. A second awakening mage. The hero looks at her, astonished. You don't look older than 30, he remarks. There's a whole world of talented people out there, she says, laughing. When you join Su Kang, you'll realize just how strong your competition can be. That's good, he replies, signing the scroll with determination. With this system, nobody my age can touch me. Once I'm at Su Kang, I'll have all the motivation I need. Sumire smiles knowingly. Your hunger for challenge is quite something. Before them, a golden spell circle flares to life against a dark backdrop, sealing the contract as a glowing notification confirms its completion. She carefully takes the newly bound scroll. You'll have 1 week to prepare, she tells him. See you then. Classes already begin that soon? The hero asks, raising an eyebrow. Sumir grins, lifting a finger. That's because we offer top-tier training immediately, she explains. Our students grow faster that way, especially before the National Freshman Exchange Contest. A small group passes by a lavish, spacious house nearby. Yun, lying comfortably on a hospital gurney, gazes around in awe. This place is enormous, she exclaims. And look, Sister Ching, this must be the newest nanosensor caretaker unit, she adds, pointing excitedly at a nearby device. Behind the hero stands Zhao Wenbing, beaming. Mr. Zhou, he says warmly, this is the mansion awarded to you by the city. It has 3 floors total. The second floor contains a dedicated training hall, the top floor a spacious balcony for relaxation. And in all, it's nearly 1,000 square meters. As the mayor's secretary turns to go, he pauses. I won't take up more of your time. Please feel at home. Wait, says the hero. There's one more favor I'd like to ask. He glances over at Yoon and Sister Ching, who are laughing as they examine a robot with a round head. Yoon still isn't fully recovered, the hero explains. Her body's fragile. Sister Ching will look after her, he continues, but I'd also appreciate it if you could check in on her too. That would mean a lot to me. He crouches down next to Yoon's wheelchair. Call me if you need anything, he tells her softly. And remember to take Priestess Chu's pills every week. Let Sister Ching do a daily health check. Secretary Zhao will help you register for school when you're ready. Yoon plugs her ears playfully. Blah, 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 she teases, laughing as she tries to block out the long list of instructions. He gently pinches her cheek. I heard you, she replies with a small smile. Seated in the back of the car, the hero gazes out the rear window at his sister, waiting behind in her wheelchair. Is this your first long-distance trip? Asks the mayor from the driver's seat. Yes, the young man responds. Then buckle up, she advises with a grin. He turns his eyes toward the road ahead. Suddenly, the car surges forward at astonishing speed, leaving him speechless at its power. The bright yellow vehicle races across the city before vanishing into a swirling blue portal. When they emerge, they find themselves on what looks like a grand university campus. Countless flying cars and glowing portals fill the skies overhead. Below them sprawls an enormous circular plaza, alive with people and machines. The yellow car bursts out of the blue portal, returning to solid ground. Clutching his head, the hero looks queasy. That was quick, but was teleportation really necessary? He asks. The girl in the driver's seat laughs. Universities like this often have military support, she replies. And getting permission for a small teleport like this is easy. We didn't want to waste time. As they come to a halt and step out of the car, she adds, Su Kang University partners with the military. That's why we have a huge teleport array nearby. Safe and very convenient. Anyway, we've made it. He looks around, completely awestruck by the scene before him. Everywhere he looks, there are colossal mountains and a majestic traditional gate dominating the landscape. A sweeping stone staircase climbs into the distance, surrounded by a crowd of students and exotic creatures. This is unbelievable, the young man murmurs. Come on, the mayor urges him. Let's check you in. Suddenly, something flashes past him at breakneck speed, forcing him to jump back. A man sails through the air upside down, spinning like a thrown doll. He catches a glimpse of a blonde beauty wielding a long sword who must have sent him flying. Her eyes gleam with an icy pink hue. I told you, she shouts, voice brimming with fury. I have no interest in talking to you. She spins on her heel and walks away, tossing one last threat over her shoulder. That was your only warning. Bother me again, and you'll regret it. The hapless man lies face down on the ground, drawing snickers from nearby students. Young Master Jian has been chasing junior girls all semester, someone whispers. Looks like he finally met his match. Watching the swordswoman leave, the hero's brow furrows. A strange demonic energy seems to swirl around her. Could she have a demonic bloodline? Standing next to him, the mayor folds her arms knowingly. It's common for students and teachers here to come from different races, she explains. You'll see plenty more like her. He glances at her. That's fine, he says. As long as they fight for humanity, I don't care what blood they carry. My father's death won't make me hate all demons. She smiles warmly and hands him a flaming identification card. Glad to hear it. Here's your student ID. He examines the card closely and raises an eyebrow. What's this ranking score for? He asks. As they wander through the academy together, she begins to explain. Let me fill you in. The school operates on a ranking system, she says. Every class is sorted by strength. Right now, you're ranked #1 among the new students based on your entrance exam. But that can change. In a month, we hold a freshman tournament to finalize everyone's position. Around them, the lush green foliage of the sprawling campus sways gently in the breeze. The girl looks the hero in the eye and warns him seriously. Starting now, you'll be everyone's target, she says. They'll do whatever they can to knock you off the top. He answers with a confident smile. I'm already #1, he replies calmly. And I don't plan on giving up that spot. Mayo's lips curve into a smile as she moves onward. Next up, she announces, is how the scoring system works. A shimmering flame reveals a variety of tempting treasures. Every new student earns points based on their ranking, Mayo explains. You can trade these points for meals, gear, potions, skill books, and more. With enough points, even top-tier classes and rare resources can be purchased. And ranking isn't the only way to earn points. Two figures stand back to back, one with a scroll, the other holding a cup. There are also missions, she continues, which you can take on. You can access them anytime using your ID to log into the mission board, she says. Complete a mission, and you'll earn points. And then there's the Heaven and Earth rankings. Those at the top receive regular point rewards. The girl studies him closely. There are 5,000 students here, she adds thoughtfully. And many aim to rise into those ranks, so don't grow too cocky. Got it, the hero replies. A crowd of students moves together. They stand on a platform, looking down at the blue portals where dozens of students are gathering. Besides all that, Mayo continues, our university is divided into 3 realms. The first one is the Goblin Dungeon. Entry levels run from 17 to... In front of them lies a forest of gnarled trees with faces carved into their bark. The second realm is the Distorted Forest, she says. That one's for levels 23 to... Then a landscape of fiery mountains and chains appears. And the third realm, she adds, is Purgatory. Entry level is 28 to... Students fight inside a series of rings. Access to these realms requires points, Mayo explains. And there's also a training room where you can improve by sparring, either with machines or real people. The hero's eyes catch 2 girls poring over a tablet, their discussion serious. Then his attention is pulled to a heated aerial fight between 2 male students. At this school, Mayo concludes, the strong hold all the power and take most of the resources. Survival of the fittest, that's our way. He grins. I like this, he thinks to himself. He and Mayo pass a group of students nearby. The students greet her warmly. Great work, she responds in return. As the hero follows his guide past them, a few students glance back, clearly curious about him. 3 girls eye him with interest. One asks, is that new guy personally trained by a teacher? That's odd, another girl remarks. We always learned in groups of 10, someone else comments. Looks like someone came in through a back door. They face a blond young man with a warm smile. Dressed in a green jacket, he introduces himself as Wang Li. That's because special recruits always get a personal mentor, he says knowingly. First, to help them adapt quickly. And second, so their assigned teacher can encourage them to join their house. As they speak, a girl who had just put a troublemaker in his place listens closely. Turning to an informant, she asks, so what's this first-place kid really like? Tell me everything you know. He gazes at the robot, confused. First place in Su Kang district? Level 13? He murmurs. The information about this hero doesn't quite add up. The students around him gape in astonishment. No way he's one of us, someone exclaims. He overhears their chatter. That's impossible. The Saint Knights are support class, one student argues. Wasn't Fang a level 14 researcher and only ranked 2nd? How did a support type outperform a berserker? Another student adds, he's handsome enough to be a celebrity. Don't believe me? My title's The Informant is real. A blonde girl with long hair places a hand over her chest, eyes fixed on the hero. He really is the top freshman, she thinks. A red-haired guy comes into view. He clenches his teeth, visibly irritated. I think his first place is fake, he mutters, unable to hide his disdain. The hero catches his words and turns to face him. The red-haired student smirks and points confidently. Liu Jing, level 13, punishment knight, rank 38, he announces. I doubt you're strong enough to have earned that rank. I challenge you, right here. A bespectacled student appears behind him, resting a hand on his shoulder, trying to diffuse the tension. Student duels are personal matters. Don't waste everyone's time, he advises. Dumbass. I only scored once by leading freshmen. What are you trying to prove, he thinks. The redhead brushes him off with a wave. Relax. I know exactly what I'm doing, he says. You don't know anything, the bespectacled student thinks silently. The top rank was decided unanimously by the headmaster and 5 house teachers. It can't be wrong. Looks like this is getting good, someone comments from behind. A group of students watches, whispering excitedly. Liu Jing wants to use the number 1 as a stepping stone. Saint Knight isn't known for strength, so maybe he thinks it's an easy win. Arms crossed, the hero looks calmly at Liu Jing. Why should I accept your challenge? He asks coolly. 100 scores, Liu Jing offers. You win, you take them. If you lose, you owe nothing. The hero stares him down. For my record, I should accept. But if I want to make an impression, I'll have to be ruthless. That's the only way they'll remember. Make it 300 scores, he says firmly. Liu Jing's eyes spark with excitement. Now that's worth it. I accept. Sweat beads on Liu Jing's forehead as he eyes the hero warily. Behind them, students chatter in shock. I only got 400 scores at rank 40, one says. Liu Jing's 38, so he must be close. That's a serious gamble. If he loses now, right at the start of term, he'll look like a total idiot. Liu Jing glances at the blonde girl in the crowd. His expression twists with frustration. Turning sharply, he starts to walk away. I'll leave if you're too scared, he says over his shoulder. But the hero raises a hand, calling out, 300 it is, let's do this. The hero's eyes gleam with fierce intent. So you've got some guts? He grins. But we don't need a ring. Cracking his knuckles with a smile, he adds, if you're not on your knees after 3 lunges, I'll admit defeat. The 2 opponents stand face to face in the ring, overseen by Sumar. 3-second countdown. No lethal techniques, she instructs firmly. The countdown begins. Liu Jing locks eyes with the hero, his expression unwavering. The hero returns his stare, calm and unreadable. The instant the countdown hits 0, Liu Jing surges forward with full force. His face tightens in concentration. Punishment Knight and Saint Knight come from the same hidden class tree, he reflects. But Punishment excels in offense, Saint in support. This fight should be easy, especially if I strike before he can buff. Liu Jing's eyes flick toward the blonde girl watching ringside. Once she sees my strength, she'll see me differently. A close-up of the girl reveals her quietly observing, unreadable. Liu Jing swings his blade with speed and determination, closing the distance. Blood slash, he shouts, activating his skill. He lowers his sword, aiming for a clean strike. But the hero simply sidesteps, expression calm and mildly annoyed. In the blink of an eye, Liu Jing is slammed in the gut by a crushing kick. His body sails backward, flying several meters through the air. Debris erupts from the impact, rocks scattering across the ring. Liu Jing drops to his knees, coughing up blood. The hero regards him with cool disdain. Boring, he mutters. I thought he might have some moves, but he couldn't even land a basic hit. A senior student in square glasses rushes over to assess the fallen Liu Jing, while the crowd stands in stunned silence. After a quick check, the senior speaks gravely. 5 broken ribs, internal bleeding. He's barely conscious. A teacher nearby nods. Send a priest. He'll need healing. The teacher then hands the hero a card. He scratches his head thoughtfully. 300 points have been transferred to your student card, she informs him. The blonde girl, whose admiration Liu Jing had hoped to win, now watches the hero in shock. Around her, the crowd buzzes. Punishment Knight combos with Blood Slash are hard to counter, one says. He blocked it with a single kick. Another murmurs, this is the power of number 1, a whole different league. The girl reflects quietly. Their strength stat difference must be at least 20 points. She steps forward and calls out to him. The hero turns toward her. Please, fight me, she says earnestly. A crosshair flickers in the hero's left eye. He activates a skill to assess her strength. I rushed past her earlier at the gate, but now I see. She doesn't just have a rare bloodline, she's got legacy gear too. I've never seen anything like it. I want to see its power. His gaze falls on the sword strapped to her back. Dark Moon, an ancient legacy weapon. 3-star quality. Race restriction, human. Class, swordsman. Effect, unknown. Interesting, he murmurs. They now face each other in the ring, a flying camera drone recording from above. The hero grips a massive hammer pulsing with golden energy. A system notification flashes. Mystic Light Warhammer. Quality, gold, 3-star. Stats, Constitution, plus 18, Wisdom. Pod effect, all light element skills under Grade B are enhanced by 1 level. Source, System Lottery. In the background, smiling students gather and chat excitedly. Freshmen are already battling right at the start, one laughs. This year's gonna be wild. Just a rookie spar? A girl in white pants approaches the mayor. It's Lai Dongsheng, one of the captains from the Aurora Club, a level 29 spearman. Nice seeing you here, she says, glancing at the ring. But what brings you to a freshman duel? Meanwhile, the flying camera above finishes its countdown and signals the start of the fight. Without hesitation, the girl armed with the legacy sword launches her attack. Her first move, Shadow Slash, propels her at lightning speed toward the hero, blade slicing through the air. She follows up with Typhoon Smash, raising her sword like a hammer to deliver a devastating strike meant to knock him back. Brilliant streaks of energy light up around the hero in response. The battlefield erupts in a chaotic flash as unclear waves of force clash, the roar of their collision echoing through the arena. From the girl's view, the hero's figure becomes distorted and nearly hidden behind swirling yellow energy. She steadies her sword in front of her, alarmed. This power? It's overwhelming, she thinks. Monstrous. A new skill activates, Demonic Slash, coating her weapon in dark mana for a brutal frontal strike. Yellow energy surges around the hero's face, pulsing with raw power. Grinning, he charges forward, his massive warhammer glowing with energy and ready to strike. Excellent, he shouts with excitement. Finally, someone worth clashing with head-on. The girl studies his movements with sharp precision, preparing to react. They collide, their clashing skills filling the ring with colored energy trails. The girl executes a chain of rapid abilities. Uppercut to launch him upward, enhanced rapid stab for a quick double strike, shockwave slash, which sends out a powerful slash that hits multiple times and knocks back enemies, and mountain crushing, a forward smash that slams into the ground and initiates a multi-stage attack. This last move has a chance to destabilize and knock the enemy off their footing. Behind the hero, the ground bears marks from sudden jumps. His hammer slams down, colliding with her sword as she braces to block the full force. They engage in intense close combat again, energy bursting outward with each impact. White-hot flashes crackle in the air as their weapons clash repeatedly. The crowd watches in stunned silence, almost unable to believe this level of combat is coming from 2 students. 2 spectators debate from the sidelines. Without a trump card, the spiritual swordsman will lose soon, one asserts. What? They look evenly matched to me, the other counters. The girl stands firm, broadsword held forward, using enhanced block, a skill that allows her to absorb frontal attacks. She used to block 1 strike in 3, a bystander comments. Now she's stopping every other blow. Heavy weapon fighters usually fight more conservatively, defending and withdrawing to save energy. But the hero isn't holding back. He swings his warhammer aggressively, timing powerful hits when she leaves the slightest opening. He's not conserving his stamina at all, the commentator adds. Either he's reckless or absolutely sure of his strength. The hero's relentless hammer swings pin the swordswoman down, forcing her into a reactive stance. The warhammer is dictating her movement. She's stuck on the defensive, one student observes. What a fiery Saint Knight, going all out, even against someone like her. In a bold move, the girl suddenly thrusts her sword deep into the ground in front of her. The hero announces calmly, "Now I'm done warming up." His biceps flex as a system notification flashes. He's activated Gift of God. Fully visible now, the hero stands tall, hammer in hand, while multiple skills light up one after another. Gift of Courage, Weapon Blessing, Blessing of Dawn, and Gift of Protection. A towering column of energy erupts over the ring, signaling a dramatic rise in power. The girl watches without flinching, sensing the weight of his aura. So this is his true strength, she thinks. The hero stretches out his hand. Spear of victory, he calls out. Reacting swiftly, the girl uses Phantom Step, dashing at high speed and unleashing a slash. But the attack strikes the ground. He's already moved aside. The hero grins. I knew you'd go for that move. She stares in disbelief. When did you... She starts, struggling to understand how he anticipated her. He doesn't answer. Instead, he readies a finishing blow, yellow energy condensing into sharp arrow-like shapes aimed directly at her. The girl trembles slightly, a fist gently pressed to her lips, processing the overwhelming pressure. Shall we continue? He asks, standing firm. With imposing calm, he leans against the handle of his glowing warhammer. Standing before him, the girl slightly bends her knee and lowers her gaze. With such overwhelming aggression, the result will be the same next time, she admits. Then she adds knowingly, but you weren't fighting at full power. He silently agrees. She never used her swordsman abilities or dark elemental skills. She smiles. You're right, this was just a spar. Only a fool would show all their cards this early. Pulling out her phone, she flashes the screen at him. Besides, you didn't go all out either. I watched the footage of your entrance exam. He looks at her, genuinely surprised. Her eyes stay fixed on her phone, reviewing the recording again. He turns back to her. Shall we go? He asks. Yes. Okay, she replies, nodding. Interesting, she muses. He not only scored 600 points on his first day, but also earned other special recruitments. I need to stay cautious. This year is going to be fascinating. The scene pans to traditional Asian-style buildings nestled among lush, cliffside forests. Freshman dorms are at the base of that small mountain, the mayor explains. The regular students stay near the foot and along the mountainside. Special recruits like you, though, live at the summit. Their dorms are individual mansions equipped with luxury items and tech that vary based on rank. She escorts him to a large, elegant gate. From now on, this will be your home. The hero swipes his student card against the sensor lock, unlocking the gate. Just as he's about to enter, the girl behind him speaks. I heard, you're looking for the freezing lotus? As they ascend a steep, narrow staircase, the conversation continues. There was a party that reportedly saw a freezing lotus in the Tempest mountain range, she tells him. But they abandoned the attempt. It was guarded by high-level monsters. This info is from 6 years ago, so I can't vouch for its accuracy. Later, the hero is seen consulting various monitors and data terminals, scouring for more intel. A detailed map appears on one screen. He reflects. The Tempest mountain range rose after Earth merged with the Turtle game. It's vast, teeming with treasures, rare herbs, and dangerous creatures. Even tertiary awakened classes hesitate to venture there casually. Behind the hero, the resurrection cross glows faintly. He watches his monitors in silence. With my current strength, facing a high-level monster would leave me no choice but to run, he admits to himself. But at least the system rewarded me after the exam. He glances back at the cross. A life-saving item. Resurrection. If I die, I can return once. His hand grips the computer mouse decisively. No reason to hesitate anymore, he thinks. I'll head out. Just need to buy the right skills and gear first. Smiling, he begins browsing available skills. Being the top-ranked freshman grants him free access to this feature. He clicks confidently. Immunity to physical damage. The mouse glides to the right. Another promising option, a weaponless skill. Reliable, he notes. Another left click. A long-range attack ability is added to the list. Grinning from ear to ear, he looks up from the screen. It's all free, he laughs. Yes, he scratches the back of his head considering. Still, I'll have to spend points to complete the forest set the exam rewarded me with. He pauses. My destination is the Tempest mountain range. A figure in an unusual cloak appears on screen. It only covers his head and shoulders, making him look rather strange. Suddenly, there's an explosion. Flames shoot up violently into the sky. The hero removes his hood. I need to check what just happened, he thinks. The strange garment he's wearing is confirmed to be part of the forest set. An expensive piece of equipment. Elsewhere, we see the blonde beauty who recently lost to the hero. She stares dreamily at her phone, scrolling through a conversation. Her name is Jung Turan. In the messages, she invites the hero to the gym. He politely declines, explaining he has to travel. When she asks where, he replies, Tempest Mountain Range. Just then, her phone begins to ring. She glances at the screen and answers. A video call connects. On the other end, a girl with green hair is filing her nails lazily. What's with you? She asks. You've sighed at your phone 23 times already? I met someone, Taran confesses. A boy. He's different. How different? Her friend presses. Taran flops onto her stomach, chin resting on a pillow. I challenged him yesterday and even used a bit of my charm skill during the fight, she admits. But he didn't react at all. Not even a flicker of interest. Her friend's eyes widen. His willpower must be terrifyingly strong. Beside the green-haired girl's nail polish bottle sits a tablet. It emits a low, thoughtful moo. The voice of Tu Rem. Lounging in an extravagant chair in an eccentric pose, the green-haired girl hears her friend's words. That's it, she declares. I'm going to the Tempest Mountain Range too. A truck wheel rolls into frame. The vehicle barrels forward, crashing into a bizarre, purple, horned monster. Soon we see an entire group of these grotesque, otherworldly beasts. At the forefront stands a yellow-haired girl. It's revealed she's a mechanic known as Shu's Io. She hurls thick red discs into the fray. The discs multiply in the air, flying toward the monsters. They explode on impact, devastating the creatures with violent bursts. One monster survives, a twisted creature with a horn in place of its eyes. It appears to be attacking someone. Standing defiantly in front of it is a girl with round glasses and a distinctive hat. Spirit summoning. Eisness, she chants. We're told her name is Wen Tianrun, a summoner. Suddenly, a massive blue snowflake materializes in front of the speeding truck. Up above, a purple monster leaps between the treetops on the left. 9 o'clock, yells Chus Io, who is behind the wheel. A heavy machine gun roars into life. Another girl is operating it. This is Gunners, fierce and focused. Bullets tear through the purple monsters, leaving huge, gaping wounds. The barrels of the machine gun spin at high speed, unleashing a relentless barrage down the road while Chusio clutches her shoulder in pain. You okay? Shouts another girl nearby. She hasn't been introduced yet. Watch your back, she adds urgently. Then she mutters grimly, Tenrun demons, one of the 5 major alien races. Brutal. They feast on living beings. Towering demonic creatures close in fast. The girls, clearly exhausted, don't seem capable of resisting much longer. We used all our trump cards and only managed to take down 4. One of them thinks in despair. A yellow sphere suddenly appears before them, crackling with bursts of energy. Is this how it ends? Another girl wonders. One of the monsters lets out a roar and breathes a massive stream of fire toward them. At that critical moment, a young man appears, riding majestically atop a white wolf. Clearly, this is the hero. Sacred Storm, he declares, activating a powerful ability. The scene erupts in violent, radiant energy before the stunned girls. A colossal yellow cross materializes behind the flame-spewing monster. Around it, a fire tornado whirls while glowing yellow crosses spin like holy sigils. The monsters are swept into a brutal energy wave, screaming in agony and terror. A small glowing cross shines on the hero's forehead, the clear source of the devastating energy. Light converge. Stormfall, the hero intones. The chaos in the air intensifies. From the massive yellow cross, a leg-like structure extends. Sharp, like an arrowhead. A violent whirlwind spins around it, gathering force. The hero remains seated calmly on his white wolf, gently stroking the creature's neck in appreciation. The wolf opens its jaws and releases a surge of brilliant energy. Blue energy mixes with the yellow, forming a spectacular swirling storm. The girls stare in astonishment at their unexpected savior. Reaching out his hand, the hero activates another skill. Slow regeneration. A soft yellow aura envelops the wounded girls. Their injuries begin to heal as their strength gradually returns. A brown-haired girl, holding the smallest team member, Tien Run, in her arms, steps forward. Thank you, Junior Ju, she says gratefully. I never expected you to recognize us. You're part of Blue Phoenix, right? One of our academy's top 3 squads, the hero replies. Of course I've heard of you. She laughs softly. Now I'm even more embarrassed, she says with a smile. Still holding Tien Run gently, she rises to her feet. Junior Shu, even though your light element power suppresses demons, they're too dangerous to fight like this. Let's head back to base together and resupply. The hero pauses, thinking. I've scouted most of the outer regions this past month, and still no sign of the freezing lotus. The freshman competition starts in just 3 days. I'll have to postpone the search until after that. All right, he agrees with a small smile. Chu's Io and the brown-haired girl exchange a long, thoughtful look. The mechanic girl closes her eyes, summoning 2 hovering cameras that rise into the air over her shoulders. A glowing blue magic circle forms beneath her feet as she casts a series of spells in rapid succession. Scream of Metal, Soul of Speed, Phantom Ringing, Spider-Man's Giant Chime, and finally, Recombination. The hero and his white wolf watch in awe as a massive mechanical spider emerges from the dust and chaos, its limbs thundering across the terrain. "No time to waste. Get in, now!" shouts Io urgently. "You're really committing to this?" King Lion thinks with a sigh, but climbs aboard. The spider dashes beneath the skeletal branches of scorched trees. "Senior Su," the hero asks, "is it normal to find demons this close in the Tempest mountain range?" King Lion gazes ahead. "Our team has explored the outer zone many times, but this is the first time we've encountered demons," she replies. "That suggests they've either emerged from the deeper zones or a dimensional crack has opened nearby," the hero concludes. She nods. "Either way, we need to inform the military immediately." The hero gives her a curious look. "Isn't the military zone equipped with a mage tower that monitors the area?" Ahead, a towering structure emits radiant yellow beams. Below it, tents from a military base dot the land. "There are a lot of monsters in the Tempest mountain range," the brown-haired girl explains. "To prevent them from escaping and reaching cities, the army built a supply and trade base at the entrance. That tower, you see, it scans the region for monster activity." King Lion's face tightens. "But the demons we saw were too weak," she says grimly. "Too weak?" the hero repeats, surprised. "Level 20 platinum demons aren't what I'd call low-level," he thinks. Disgusting creatures crouch near the path as she clarifies, "The mage tower mainly tracks epic and legendary-level monsters from the deeper mountains." She crosses her arms in front of her chest and looks him in the eyes. "If the invader's energy doesn't exceed the tower's lower detection threshold, it won't even register," she explains. "I get it now," the hero replies, nodding. She looks into the distance, frowning. "But if it really is a dimensional crack, why are they sending in such low-level demons?" The mechanical spider rumbles onward, carrying the group. "If the military detects them, those demons will be wiped out instantly," King Lion reflects. "And if a level 30 demon can pass through that crack, then higher level ones, level 50 or more, could come through as well." Rubbing her chin, she ponders aloud. "Reckless. Not only would they be wasting lives, they'd risk exposing the location of the crack." Then she shakes her head. "Whatever, that's above my pay grade. I just need to report it." Somewhere in the woods, purple monsters groan with hunger, their screeches growing louder. One of the cries pierces the air. It sounds sharper, fiercer. Something has caught their attention. They've found prey. Back with the group, the young adventurers riding inside the mechanical spider spot something ahead. A massive column of energy glowing ominously. That presence, the hero thinks, eyes narrowing. As the light clears, he sees someone surrounded by demons. "Someone's in trouble," he says, turning to King Lion. "Lead the squad to safety. I'll handle this." With that, he shouts and dashes ahead. "Wait!" the girl tries to call out to him, but the white wolf is already sprinting at full speed into the battlefield. "We don't know how many demons are out there. It's too dangerous," she cries. But the hero is gone, charging forward with unwavering determination. King Lion tries once more to call out to the boy riding ahead, but he's already vanished into the distance on his white wolf, ignoring her entirely. A glowing yellow energy trail streams behind him as he rides. "I know this presence. I could never forget it," he thinks, heart pounding. Charging forward with unwavering determination, he tries to make sense of what he feels. Why is she here? Meanwhile, a group of young men sits under the trees, helpless. Nearly 20 platinum demons roam nearby. One of them speaks anxiously. "She won't last much longer. Should we try to help?" "We can't," another replies grimly. "We're trapped. We can't even protect ourselves. But if she manages to escape on her own, she'll have a future." From behind the brush, the young men watch in silence, anxious and solemn. "Such a pity," one whispers. "Yeah," agrees the other. Thick smoke swirls around the battlefield. At the center, a lone figure fends off multiple enemies surrounding her on all sides. It's a blonde girl, her energy flaring fiercely in defiance. They recognize her. Turan. She looks utterly drained. They must have figured out the time limit on my ability. Now they're just encircling me, stalling to wear me down, she realizes. The purple demons rush toward her relentlessly. There's nowhere left to run. No escape from the monstrous horned beasts closing in. These demons hunt in scattered squads of 10, she thinks. Even though I've already killed 8, they immediately regroup. I'll never reach the resupply base. One particularly monstrous demon snarls nearby. If I don't break through before my succubus power runs out, she grits her teeth. Her eyes narrow in desperation. Thunderfall, she shouts, activating her next skill. A devastating bolt of yellow energy slams down from the sky. One demon's head is incinerated on impact, disintegrating instantly. Through the glow of the energy wall, Turan sees a silhouette. As the dust settles, she spots massive craters nearby, signs of powerful force. She squints, straining to make out the figure approaching. Then she sees him, her savior, riding his white wolf, leaping toward her with urgency. The boy extends a hand and shouts, voice raw with urgency, "Move!" A towering purple monster lets out an earth-shaking roar behind her. Turan closes her eyes as pink energy surrounds her. Above her, a floating eye radiates a bizarre aura, the apparent source of this energy surge. Berserk Body of Fire activates. The leader of the horned demons, significantly larger than the others, lets out a thunderous, commanding howl. As if triggered by his cry, the regular demon's eyes glow with a terrifying purple light, and they all charge forward at once. Turan's expression shifts to panic as she shouts a warning to the hero. "Run! That's the demonkind's berserk mode." Her heart sinks as the monsters close in. Their power has doubled. There's no way we can take them now. She clenches her fists. If I self-destruct, I have a 90% chance of killing that thing and saving him. But before she can act, the hero sweeps her into his arms and hauls her onto his wolf's back. "What do you think you're doing?" she yells at him indignantly as they flee. Behind them, the enormous demon leader gives chase. The hero turns slightly, reaches out a hand toward the pursuing beast and shouts, "Punishment of light!" A blinding flash erupts from the sky as a bolt of divine lightning crashes into the earth, sending massive chunks of rock flying. The young man, still holding the girl in his arms, watches with satisfaction as the outcome of their efforts unfolds. "No wonder everyone wants to be a mage," he remarks, relishing the thrill of defeating enemies from a distance. His satisfaction is soon interrupted as horned monsters charge at him, engulfed in a swirling energy vortex. The white wolf, carrying the hero and 2 companions on its back, is now surrounded by a vast horde of monsters. The young man and the girl exchange alarmed glances. A total of 180 demons, he estimates. I could handle them with AoE skills, but they're too spread out. He reflects that their earlier noise has drawn all the demons across the plains to their location. "Thanks a lot," he mutters, as Turan rushes forward. The young man gently touches the girl's forehead with 2 fingers. "Go left and draw them away," he instructs. "Avoid direct combat if you can." The girl, flustered, calls out his name with frustration. Turan, whose head is marked by 2 large horns and glowing red eyes, stares at him intensely. He casts several buffs on her: slow regeneration, blessing of dawn, weapons blessing, gift of God, revealing them to be Saint Knight team buffs. As she checks her stats in awe, she realizes she's stronger than ever before. "Go now," the hero says, snapping her out of her thoughts. He leaps off the wolf and charges into the fray. The monsters, oddly sluggish, can only watch him in stunned silence. Wielding his hammer, he lands a powerful blow, hitting his mark with precision. Even the demon leader is visibly horrified. A yellow fire blazes in the hero's eyes, promising nothing good for his foes. Watching from beside the white wolf, the girl is amazed. "All my stats are up 25%. My strength has nearly doubled," she thinks. Her stunned expression says it all. "From what I know, no Saint Knight at level 16, no, not even at level 25 can do this," she reflects. Suddenly, a purple monster lands in front of her and the wolf. Without hesitation, the wolf lunges and sinks its teeth into the monster's chest. The girl, sword at the ready, prepares to attack. "Now's not the time to overthink. I have to do what he asked," she tells herself. Behind the hero, bits of shattered purple monsters fly through the air, evidence of his devastating assault. One enemy armed with a sharp sword sneaks up behind the hero. The blade gets within mere centimeters of his head, but just in time, The sword is deflected sideways. The hero spins around, confused. He realizes Churan intervened, having used the Shadow Whip skill, concentrating demonic miasma into a whip-like form to strike, inflicting heavy dark damage. Glancing at the girl, the hero notes how classes imbued with holy light naturally draw in demons. Most of the plane's demons have already converged here. A thoughtful look crosses his face. I can use it now, he decides. A glowing yellow fireball about the size of a football forms and launches from his hand. Young Chu Ran, he shouts. The girl looks back at him as a massive, transparent segmented sphere envelops her and the wolf. Stay inside, the hero calls out. An information window appears, describing the skill used. Protection of the Holy Light. The protective sphere of holy light envelops nearby allies, shielding them from all physical harm within its radius for a limited duration. Clad in radiant armor, the hero places a hand solemnly over his chest. Holy Cross, he declares. A massive golden cross materializes in the air. A system message appears, detailing the skill. Holy Cross summons the holy light, forming a sacred cross behind the caster that continuously deals holy fire damage to all enemies within a 200-meter range. Skill level. A tremendous explosion erupts. Its shockwave engulfs the purple monsters and their formidable leader. Shuren stares, mouth agape, overwhelmed by what he's witnessing. He stands bravely before the towering beasts. His eyes shimmer with an eerie turquoise glow. Under the holy light, all darkness shall be vanquished, the young man proclaims. Behind him, a colossal pillar of light bursts forth. Let the storm fall, he commands. A new skill description appears. Sacred Storm. Summons a storm of holy light at a target location, dealing holy damage to all enemies within range. Above the monsters, 2 holy crosses now blaze ominously. More crosses appear as a whirlwind begins to spiral around one of the monster's legs. An immense tornado of raw energy takes shape in the skies above the forest. It sweeps up the purple monsters, lifting them violently into the air. Where the cyclone makes landfall, a massive trench is gouged into the earth. From behind the trees, someone silently observes the devastating whirlwind that raises everything in its path. A group of young adventurers nearby reacts to the chaos. Is this even a human being? One of them whispers, awestruck by the hero. Should we announce ourselves? Another suggests hesitantly. The group's leader looks on, his face tight with tension. I'm level, the others are level. We couldn't handle these demons even together, he thinks grimly. This guy, he's terrifying. And young, too. Clenching his fist, the leader gives the order. Let's go. Privately, he resolves, we need to befriend him. The massive mechanical spider comes into view once more. Judan, beaming with enthusiasm, raises her hand high. Our squad is ready to assist the hero, she calls out. But upon reaching the battlefield, she freezes at the sight before her. The ground is covered in the corpses of purple monsters, a grisly field of destruction. Nearby stand Chu Ran and the White Wolf, from whose mouth dangles the severed hand of a monster. System notifications flash before the hero's eyes. Congratulations. You've reached level 15 stat points and 15 skill points earned. Congratulations. You've reached level 15 stat points and 15 skill points earned. A cork pops off a flask filled with red liquid. The hero, bathed in a gentle green glow, shields his eyes with his hand against a blinding light. Standing beside him is Chu Ran, her broadsword planted firmly into the earth. The hero's personal status card appears. Name, GE, level, power, speed, constitution, wisdom, experience with demons. 60. As he examines the stats, the young man sighs to himself. What a shame. There's a level cap on how much experience my class can absorb. I could have earned so much more. Holding the flask, the hero looks visibly astonished. My mana has increased significantly, he thinks, but with so many high-level skills, it's still not enough. He considers his next move. I should consult the teachers when I return to school. They must have a solution. Just then, a group of girls from a separate squad approaches him. Gee, did you really take down all of this? King Lion asks, clearly impressed. Judan exclaims, Brother, your strength is beyond anything I imagined. But the hero's attention shifts to Chu Ran, standing quietly with the White Wolf behind her. Her condition looks troubling. A purple aura radiates faintly from the girl, and she appears utterly drained. What's wrong with her? King Lion asks with concern. She must have overexerted herself, the hero replies. She pushed her powers too far and completely exhausted her strength. King Lion turns to him. Did you encounter any powerful demons just now? The hero responds thoughtfully, glancing at the weakened girl. The strongest among them were level 23 gold tier demons. Nothing too formidable. King Lion frowns, her expression uneasy. Something isn't right, she murmurs. Just like human armies, the Demon Legion always has a general. If he's not here, that means their main force isn't either. The girl looks around cautiously. We should leave now. Resupply at base immediately. The hero agrees. Okay. The group, 5 girls, the hero, a white wolf, and a mechanical spider, makes its way through a desolate, scorched landscape. Occasional noises echo from behind nearby trees. In the shadows, another group of young observers keeps watch. Boss, I think they're leaving. Should we go too? A blond man in a hood asks. Their squad leader opens his mouth to respond, but stops, eyes wide in disbelief. His comrades share the same stunned expression. Boss, what is it? One of them asks. Another whispers, what a terrifying demonic aura. The look on the leader's face says it all. He sees something truly horrifying. Above the hero and his team, a winged creature appears in the crimson sky. Demons! The leader shouts. The monstrous figure comes into full view. An anthropomorphic beast, skeletal in parts, with a mouth full of jagged teeth. Its presence is fearsome. The hero quickly activates his identification skill. Before him is a demon spawn, level 30, great legendary grade. Previously, the airborne threat was identified as a fire dragon, level 24, gold grade, with the skill Flame Blast. An alert sounds, inscriptions flash, and radar circles appear around them. A map appears, its streets glowing in urgent yellow. The young man shouts into his radio. 4th tier Otherworld invasion confirmed. All troops prepare for combat. Soldiers begin gathering in formation at the square near the central tower. The command echoes again. 4th tier Otherworld invasion confirmed. All troops enter combat preparation. Soldiers stand at attention as more orders come through. Snow Dragon Corps Knight Squad, training suspended. Assemble at the teleportation square. Snow Dragon Corps Priest Squad. Prepare for rescue support. Maintain full mana reserves. A girl quickly sorts blue crystals from her backpack. Snow Dragon Corps Logistics Squad, the announcement continues, begin reallocating magic cores and magic shards. Rows of hooded fighters armed with batons stand ready. Snow Dragon Corps Mage Squad. Coordinates locked. 111-454 by 15-305 north. Begin construction of a large-scale teleportation formation. Before them stands a formation of knights in shining armor, their lines precise. At the forefront, the commander bows his head slightly in solemn reflection. One of the knights steps forward, reporting that all troops are assembled and awaiting orders. We learn that this is Q2, a major of the Snow Dragon Corps. A brilliant white arc cuts through the sky, the gleaming trail of the commander's sword. I will be the sword that cuts through all thorns, Yuzu shouts. I will be the shield that protects our homeland. The knights echo the motto in unison, voices steady and proud. Forward, comes the command, and they prepare to advance. Elsewhere, we see the back of a horned demon's head, framed by neatly aligned legions. In the distance, seated atop a grand throne, their ruler surveys the ranks. A voice declares, I personally selected each demon in the legion. In half a year on Earth, I've lost only a dozen fighters. The speaker is the skeletal level 30 monster introduced earlier. It adds grimly, but in our final battle before returning to the sacred realm, hundreds of us fell. There's only half a day left until our departure, so I'll allow you all a bit of fun. The ordinary demons erupt in celebration, raising fists in the air. We thank His Majesty for this gift, they cry. But I, the bony creature hisses, will never forgive them. We see the clawed feet of an enormous dragon, reminiscent oddly of chicken legs. Standing atop the beast, His Majesty brandishes a sword glowing with power. I will rip out their souls and incinerate them in hellfire, he bellows. The hero and his companions sense something up ahead and come to a sudden stop. Before them lie several ink-black summoning stands, a hand emerging ominously from one of them. It is reported that demon spawn remains are using a summoning skill. 2 additional groups of monsters materialize. Gold and platinum demons summoned into battle. Legendary demons, thinks King Lion, her appraisal skill active. A targeting reticle highlights the approaching enemies, gold demon knights and platinum demon mages. Glancing over her shoulder, she addresses the hero calmly. The Blue Phoenix squad will cover you. Find an opening and escape. The hero looks around in disbelief. His comrades, lined up and ready, have resolved to risk everything to ensure his survival. That's right. Chu, you must live, says Yuzu. Damn, he's the strongest genius I've ever seen. King Lion smiles faintly. He's a real elite, worth dying for. Her expression is somber but resolute. She's clearly made up her mind. A yellow whirlwind begins to spiral violently. Legs are visible, protruding from the vortex, hinting at someone caught within it. Turan, identifiable by her blue ribbon, gazes in awe at a massive magic circle now glowing above them in the sky. Judan pumps her fist, overjoyed. The Snow Dragon Corps, she shouts. These are elite warriors above level 30, those who've undergone their second awakening. Even their major is a level 51 third awakening fighter. We're saved, but the hero remains skeptical. If they could teleport, he wonders, why didn't they just land right here? From below, the sharp-toothed demon with a burning red circle in its mouth lets out a chilling laugh. Don't bother, humans. Your army can't pass through the barrier of my magical formation. King Lion's jaw drops. What? That's impossible, she cries out. In the blood-red sky above, rows of knights hover on golden magical circles. One warrior reaches into the red mist, testing it with his hand. Why did the landing point shift so far? Asks the commander behind him. The soldier answers grimly. This is the demon cannon's large-scale barrier formation. Dark firewall. Once it's active, nothing can teleport inside and external attacks are completely blocked. The soldier turns, concern etched into his face. We'll need at least 2 cores to shatter this barrier, he mutters grimly. Otherwise, we'll have to wait it out, he adds. How long? Yuzu asks anxiously. 5 minutes, his adjutant replies. The corps commander closes his eyes in solemn silence. Then he opens them and peers down at the battlefield, where the hero and his allies are still visible below. Identify and record the data of everyone inside, he orders. Once this is over, notify their families to collect the remains. Yes, sir, the adjutant responds without hesitation. The hero, a glowing cross on his chest, glances to the side as 2 system notifications blink into view. Legendary demons detected. New accomplishment missions generated. Mission, kill the demon. Spawn. Penalty, death. Reward, S+ grade talent. Fortunate medicine. He grins with excitement. Finally, a new accomplishment mission, he thinks. With calm determination, the hero strides forward, passing the line of girls. They look at him with a mix of concern and disbelief. Wait, King Lion calls out, but he ignores her and keeps walking. Upon the platform ahead stands a massive demon spawn. The bony creature sneers, such a potent holy aura. So you're the one who slaughtered my people. In return, it growls, I'll destroy your skill with my own hands and let you die in agony that never ends. The dragon, still carrying the monster leader, lunges into a full-speed charge. Behind the hero, King Lion watches as yellow streams of energy begin to swirl around him. Blue light ignites in the dragon's gaping maw. The beast releases the attack in a violent eruption. A tremendous beam of energy crashes down on the battlefield, targeting the hero. No! King Lion cries out, sheer terror flashing in her eyes. But the hero lifts his hammer high overhead, then unleashes a massive surge of yellow power at the oncoming dragon. High above, the bone dragon tries to counter with a stream of searing purple energy, but it shatters harmlessly against a protective dome the hero conjured. The golden energy wave continues skyward, slamming into both the dragon and the demon knight atop it. The bony monster is flung downward, its rider crashing beside it. The corpse of the dragon smashes headfirst into the earth, splitting stones and carving a crater. The bone knight struggles upright, only for the hero to already be mid-swing with his hammer. The monster barely manages to draw its sword in time, deflecting the blow. A deep scar splits the ground. The demon stands again, blade at the ready, but a second yellow wave surges toward him without pause. The hero's hammer collides with explosive force. The demon blocks, but only just. Between them, a blazing column of yellow energy erupts skyward. The demon stares at his human opponent in disbelief. How? He wonders. This guy's only level. How can he match me in power? The hero grips the hammer's handle tightly. Bathed in yellow light, his figure surrounded by flickering crosses, he meets the demon's eyes. "You're tough," he says coolly. "First legendary monster I've faced." "Cursed human!" the demon roars, swinging his sword with violent fury. In response, the hero activates a signature ability. A radiant yellow cross bursts from his body, streaking through the air toward the enemy. The impact drives the monster to one knee. Raising his left hand, the hero calls out, "Punishment of light!" A blade of pure white light slams into the demon, inflicting a stun effect. The monster snarls in frustration. "He actually stunned me," he thinks. The skeletal knight reacts, summoning the skill Fire Demon's shield. But a tremendous wave of divine light crashes down from above, cracking the earth beneath him and collapsing the ground underfoot. Still, the demon endures, protected by a purple energy shield, within which a red, unblinking eye stares outward. The hero, glowing with yellow energy, stares in frustration. Even punishment of light didn't work. "I can't kill this thing using normal means." He clenches his fist. "Looks like I have to use the reward I got after the exam." Behind the bone demon, several pearls of glowing purple energy appear. His backup has arrived. The monster turns toward them. "My generals!" he bellows. With a thunderous roar, the horde of multicolored monsters answers. "Horn!" they shout in unison. The purple commander steps forward, sword pointed at the hero. "Kill him!" he roars. But the hero slowly raises his hand, his body hovering slightly above the ground. A golden tempest swirls around him, radiating blinding energy in every direction. The Blue Phoenix squad gazes upward in awe. Even the knights and their commanders stare in stunned disbelief. The monsters' faces warp in terror and confusion. The hero extends both arms forward, palms wide open. Suddenly, a massive hand, unarmored and glowing, materializes above the battlefield. The demon general looks up at it, his helmet or jaws glowing red in alarm. "Something terrible is coming," he breathes. The light becomes overwhelming, washing over the scene in pure radiance. A giant finger presses into the earth like the hand of a divine being. The Blue Phoenix girls stare, frozen. "Am I dreaming?" whispers Turan. "Can he really do all this?" One girl covers her eye, grimacing in pain. "Even my succubus bloodline is trembling," she realizes in shock. Yuzu and his adjutant stare, dumbfounded. This is comparable to a magic cannon barrage," the commander mutters. From behind, we see the two observing officers again. "Did you identify who's inside?" Zhou asks. "They're students from Su Kang University," the adjutant answers. "And the one who unleashed that ability is this year's top recruit, Saint Nigeri." The knight closes his eyes, sorrow flashing across his face. "First year, and already number one," he murmurs. If only he had more time to grow. This one skill alone could have destroyed the demon. We cut to the bone demon, its grotesque mouth open, many teeth broken from the impact. A vicious purple glow explodes around the creature. "You dare challenge the great armors?" it roars, fury shaking the sky. It seems to dissolve into thin air, expanding massively in size, and the sight is honestly unsettling. Fire, demon, legion, charge, fire, curse, legion. The bone monster barks out commands, its colorful minions charging forward with wild laughter, their eyes glinting with a thirst for blood as they rush the hero. The magicians appear, equally exhilarated, their faces lit up with wicked delight. Hundreds of purple hands reach out, clawing toward the hero. They wrap tightly around his arms and legs just as terrifying monsters lunge at him. The leader extends his hand to the side, signaling for one of the mages to halt. "Relax," says the demon, his voice low and dismissive. "He's just a level 18 holy knight." "Right," the mage agrees, nodding. "He must be out of mana. Without it, he's finished. We can simply crush him with our numbers." "Exactly," the demon replies, oddly satisfied, a strange pleasure flickering in his expression. The demon's gaze remains fixed forward, perfectly calm. "God's hand drained all my mana," the hero realizes, "and my equipment's mana recovery is far too slow. I'm alone now." Despite the grotesque monster hands creeping over his body, the guy stands unfazed. Above his head, a glowing description appears. Divine Summoning. A one-time secret skill from Saint Knight Hall. Requires no mana and is unaffected by passive skill limitations. Once activated, the user can channel the power of the God of Light, greatly enhancing all 4 base stats in proportion to body durability. All divine and light-type skills receive a temporary +5 boost. Health, stamina, and mana recovery increase by 20 times. Duration, limited. Weakness will follow after the effect ends. Suddenly, a massive column of golden energy blasts down from the heavens. On its descent, it shatters the crimson barrier that had blocked the knights rushing to aid him. Within the brilliant yellow pillar, faint outlines of a wing begin to emerge. Then, two slender female legs come into view. The horned monsters watch, stunned, their eyes wide at the scene unfolding before them. Even the monster leader strains to see through the blinding light. What is happening here, he wonders. Within the enormous yellow beam, a small human figure with wings materializes. The girl with the grand white wings, one we've met before, descends gently to the hero and wraps him in a tender embrace, cradling his head. The monsters, still grinning foolishly, now gawk as white feathers drift lazily down in front of them. Entranced, they reach out, trying to catch the falling feathers. Without warning, the entire area erupts into scorching flames. The feathers continue their slow descent. Yuzu catches one in his hand. He studies it carefully. "This is a divine summoning technique," he mutters. "Captain, what's a divine summoning technique?" his adjutant asks. Yuzu responds thoughtfully. "It's a top-tier skill that belongs to all divine-type classes. It lets them channel the power of the gods they serve." The radiant light from the winged goddess pours down onto the monsters. "I saw a level 58 priest use the divine summoning technique once," Yuzu recalls. "Just one move, and he restored an entire legion to full strength. Thanks to that, we managed to withstand 3 demon legions until backup arrived. The power of the divine, it's immeasurable. Honestly, he could have defeated those demons even without us." The monster leader's eye, jagged with sharp teeth, bulges in disbelief. "This is impossible," he roars. "This is the highest level secret technique." Behind him, a mage in a crimson robe appears. "But he's only a level 18 holy knight," the demon sputters, his composure unraveling. "How can he use this technique?" "Your Majesty," the mage speaks solemnly. "Once a divine summoning technique begins, only another being with divinity can interrupt it. If he completes this, our entire legion will be wiped out." The leader's eye gleams fiercely behind rows of sharp teeth. "It's just a skill," the demon mutters. "But who can so effortlessly shift between offense and defense?" The mage raises his arms, and before him materializes a massive, eerie structure resembling a colossal mirror with 2 black doors. "How long until the return formation to Dark Shadow Valley is ready?" the demon asks. "1 minute," the mage replies. "Just 1 minute, and your Majesty can retreat safely." Streams of white energy swirl around the demon. "Understood," the monster leader says gravely. "Now is the time to prove your loyalty." "Yes," roar his followers, answering the call with fervor. Orym stands before his army, surrounded by rippling purple waves. "Demons of flames, heed me," he commands. "Sacrifice everything to the esteemed demonic sun." Without hesitation, Orym begins the ritual. A ghostly purple skull rises into the air, its eye sockets burning with a fierce light. One of the monsters kneels. "O great demonic sun, Orym, I, Raskin, offer everything I have to become one with your glorious self." 2 more monsters, Barak and Eric, echo the same pledge in perfect unison. The purple light surging from the demon leader radiates outward, flooding the battlefield with its ominous glow. A grotesque bulge forms in the chest of the bone demon, making a loud, unsettling noise that echoes for all to hear. Amid swirling purple clouds, the golden pillar still blazes brilliantly. The goddess, standing beside the hero, surveys the monsters with calm disdain. "Such a pitiful, wretched species," she remarks coldly. She gently cradles the hero's head. "Saint, shall I bestow upon you the power of the divine?" Extending her hand, she declares. The goddess has spoken. A radiant yellow light ignites within the young man's eyes. In this moment, he appears almost godlike. "Let there be light," he hears, as a torrent of energy crashes from the sky to the earth, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. Through the rising smoke and scattered rubble, a battered monster becomes visible. It seems to be one of the armored enemies that previously tried to flee. Before us now spins a violent purple vortex, accompanied by a glowing notification. "Monster. Demonic. Son of Flames. Level 23. Grade. Legendary. 3-star. A white spiral burns on the demon's chest. In the center of the purple maelstrom, a small star forms as the flame demon activates his roar of flame skill. A blinding white beam shoots toward the pillar of yellow energy. Orim, now wielding 6 arms, each surrounding a hovering purple orb, unleashes the flame demon's ultimate skill. Above the beast's head, countless jagged shards blast outward, debris from the solar flare skill's devastating impact. Orim gazes at the smoldering wreckage before him. The flame demon's strongest innate skill, fire, condensed to its absolute limit, capable of reaching surface temperatures of 15,000 degrees Celsius. The demon reflects. Without the sacrifice of my kin, I never could have released this power. A massive purple sphere hurtles toward the hero, behind whom the golden circle continues to shine. Die, holy knight, the demon leader bellows. The hero stands still, completely calm, as though oblivious to the looming threat before him. A deafening explosion erupts in the sky, sending fragments raining down to the ground. Orim breathes heavily, his gaze locked on the sky. The girls of the Blue Phoenix squad stare in shock at the wild surge of golden energy swirling before them. Purple waves surge toward the hero, giving his presence an eerily menacing aura. Orim, with the pillar of yellow energy blazing behind him, screams in rage, "Damn it, we're nowhere near the same level of power." The demon's blood-red eyes dart nervously to the side, clearly gripped by fear. 1 minute has passed. The return formation is complete, Orim shouts desperately, hoping to escape. Righteous fire blazes in the hero's eyes. "Heretic," he declares, "I judge you in the name of God, and I sentence you to death." He strikes, his attack leaving a brilliant trail of light. Orim shrieks in pure hysteria. The ground cracks wide open, and a flood of yellow energy erupts from the fissure. Through the smoke and leaping flames, the hero's silhouette emerges, resolute and unshaken. Orim's mangled body lies on the ground, his torso split in half. With his dying breath, he whispers, "Return. I've fulfilled my mission. My glory. The Holy Realm. Return." His hand falls lifelessly to the ground with a heavy thud. Nearby, a group of lesser monsters cower together among the rubble, trembling like frightened kittens. "What do we do now?" one of them whimpers. "The demonic sun is dead. The return formation is destroyed. How can we get back to the Holy Realm?" The hero hovers over the smoking crater, still surrounded by swirling golden energy. He looks utterly exhausted. "It's finally over," he murmurs. As the cross around his neck floats gently upward, the hero collapses backward. A massive yellow arrow streaks across the sky, soaring above the heads of the Blue Phoenix squad. Suran rushes to the fallen hero, his fading gaze drifting east. A voice shouts urgently, "Priest, check his status immediately. Team 1, Team 2, search the area for survivors. The rest of the Legion, follow my lead." The hero struggles to lift his hand, but it feels unbearably heavy. "I can't breathe. There's something crushing my chest," he thinks. His eyes are shut tight, tears streaming down his cheeks. His agony is undeniable. "I can't move. Am I cursed? Am I going to die?" he wonders desperately. Suddenly, the hero jolts upright, shouting loudly. It was just a dream. He's woken up. Turan, standing by his bedside, wipes away tears. "You're finally awake," she says with relief. "You've been asleep for 2 days. I'll go tell the others." "If I'd woken up just a few minutes later, I would have suffocated under you," the hero thinks to himself. Turan gently tugs on the hem of his shirt and, with a soft kiss on his cheek, says, "Thank you for saving me." Judging by his wide-eyed reaction, he clearly didn't see that coming. Turan steps out of the hospital room. The hero touches his fingertips to the spot where she kissed him. "That girl," he mutters. A system notification pops up. Daily mission incomplete. 200 push-ups, 200 squats, 200 sit-ups. Still absently touching his cheek, the hero thinks, "I slept for 2 days. Too bad I missed the daily rewards." Well, let's see if the achievement mission will make up for it. Notifications popped up in front of him. Mission, kill the demonic sun. Complete. Releasing mission reward now. Congratulations. You have received S+ grade talent, Death Resistance. Your body now resists death and all injuries will heal much faster. Congratulations. You have also received an S+ grade Lucky Potion. Anyone who drinks it will experience enhanced luck for the next 12 hours. Judging by the hero's expression, He is pleasantly surprised by this healing-type talent. He notes that many classes have similar talents, but each one's effect is unique. A knife materializes in his hand. But since this is an S+ grade talent called Death Resistance, it must be something extraordinary, he muses. Without hesitation, the hero stabs himself with the knife and blood splatters from the wound. Smiling, the young man examines his muscular torso. Within 2 seconds, the injury is completely healed. Amazing, he exclaims joyfully. It seems I'm no longer at risk from ordinary wounds in battle. My survivability has just skyrocketed. He then inflicts a far more serious injury on himself. He appears to have cut off his own arm. Let's see how this works on severe damage, he says, curious. A sharp ringing fills his ears, but he chooses to ignore it. His hand begins to tremble slightly. You don't know it, but we almost broke apart, he thinks to himself. The hero turns his attention to the description of the lucky potion. Lucky? How lucky? He wonders aloud. He imagines scenarios. Stumbling upon a legendary weapon during a mission, helping someone cross the road who later turns out to be a powerful tertiary class ally, or buying a treasure from a random street vendor. Gazing thoughtfully at the yellow window hovering above his bed and the bottle full of possibilities, he decides, I'll save it for later. His focus shifts to another item description that catches his eye. Holy Flame. Halo, Level 1, Grade A. Forming a halo of sacred fire behind you enhances your ability to manipulate fire. Increases personal light and fire damage by 20% for a period of time. Holy Flame Halo? What's this? He asks curiously. From the look in his eyes, the hero is utterly shocked. A divine skill, he exclaims in awe. Still processing, he rubs his chin thoughtfully, remembering how he appeared in his last battle. In his memory, he looked like a deity, with a winged goddess hovering above him. In that moment, 2 notifications appeared. The first he already knew. The second described the protection of the sacred angel. The sacred angel is now bonded to you. Your affinity with the light element is greatly enhanced, and all light and divine type skill effects are multiplied. Thinking deeply, the hero realizes that the Holy Flame Halo is a light type skill, meaning it can be amplified by the protection of the sacred angel. When buffed, activating Holy Flame Halo would increase light and flame type damage by 40%. He quickly connects the dots. So, if I activate Holy Flame Halo and use Punishment of Light simultaneously, I can fight as a dual-element light and flame mage. Just then, someone knocks on the door. A pair of boots come into view. A red-haired young man wearing a blue cloak is seated on the couch. The hero walks over, scratching the back of his head. I am Wang Liang, Vice Captain of the Snow Dragon Legion, the man introduces himself. Mr. Julian, we are grateful for your timely elimination of the demonic sun and the destruction of the return portal. Thanks to you, we've captured many demons as prisoners. You're welcome, the hero replies casually. It was nothing. Do you have any business with me? Wang Liang, holding a blue sphere with yellow ribs, continues. Captain Zhu should be here to thank you personally, but he's tied up with urgent matters, so I've come in his place. Your final strike destroyed half of Dark Shadow Valley, but the traces of demonic descent remain intact. Thanks to this, the Legion has uncovered valuable demon secrets. The captain is reporting these findings to the higher-ups. The blue sphere leaves the young man's hand. The sofa he's sitting on suddenly shrinks, becoming tiny, as countless blue windows appear all around him. The hero sees many windows hovering above his interlocutor's head, each one describing fascinating items, some of legendary quality. These are the treasures the Snow Dragon Legion has accumulated over centuries. Don't be shy, just tell me what you want, Wang Liang says with a grin, secretly marveling at the incredible treasures now laid out before them. There are some amazing items here, he thinks. The young man feels dizzy, overwhelmed by the endless possibilities now within his grasp. Vice Captain Wang, does the Snow Dragon Legion warehouse have the Frozen Lotus, the highest grade treasure? He asks eagerly. Let me check, just a minute, Wang Liang replies. A blue window flashes in front of him, displaying the description, Frozen Lotus. An incredible item that will immediately grant the user a frozen constitution and greatly enhance ice element affinity. Exchange cost, 100 million points. Is that what you need? Wang Liang asks. Yes, the hero shouts happily. Excellent, Wang Liang responds, pressing his finger on the system window to confirm the exchange. 100 million points. That's 3 years of my salary. I should really charge this to the captain, he thinks with a sigh. Wang Liang lifts the sphere, from which streams of blue energy surge upward. The red-haired young man heads for the door. The frozen lotus is stored at our headquarters warehouse. You'll need to stay here for a few more days. If you get bored, I can arrange for someone to help you hunt monsters in the valley, Wang Liang offers. The guy smirks slyly. I'll let you hunt with the Legion's youngsters and get closer to them, he thinks. Once he rises to the top, the Snow Dragon Legion can benefit from this friendship. A perfect move. Scratching the back of his head, the hero watches Wang Liang leave and says, I actually need to get back to the academy for the competition. You can just mail the frozen lotus to my dorm. Wang Liang pauses at the door. I forgot you're still a student, he says with a chuckle. The frozen lotus will be delivered to your dorm at Su Kang University in 2 days. If you run into something you can't handle in Tempest Valley, make sure to contact the Snow Dragon Legion. The hero thanks him sincerely. The door slams shut. The hero sits down on the sofa, looking up with a big smile. My sister is saved, he exclaims, relief washing over him. I really have to thank the demonic sun, he thinks. Without him, I would have never gained access to the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse or the Frozen Lotus. He glances at the wall clock. Almost midnight. Time to finish the daily missions first, he says, getting up. The scene shifts to a corridor inside the educational institution. A beautiful girl steps out of the bathroom wearing nothing but a towel. She clutches the towel around her in a way that's almost teasingly seductive. Behind her, Zero appears, clearly overjoyed by the sight. 3 girls from the Blue Phoenix squad stand before their commander, gazing at her with admiration. Captain, we want to invite him to our squad. What do you think? One of them, Io, asks eagerly. King Lion, with a faintly sad expression, adjusts her luxurious hair. I don't think he'll agree. With his strength, hunting monsters solo is much more efficient, she says. But you can still ask, Io insists. Besides, I think you really want him to join too. I saw the way you were looking at him, Tianrum adds with a knowing smile. King Lion walks to the door and knocks. The hero opens the door casually, his perfectly sculpted abs on full display. The girl looks at him with hopeful, sparkling eyes. Would you like to join the Blue Phoenix squad? She asks softly. The young man asks again, clearly surprised. With narrowed eyes, the stunning girl declares she was both Io and Ju, confessing that Dan had simply fallen in love with him. You're joking, he responds, incredulous. The girl gives the hero a curious look. And this, she says, is for saving us. King Lion steps in, hugging the young man and planting a soft kiss on his cheek. This is my special thanks, she says. She then laughs brightly and walks away waving a cheerful goodbye. Smiling, the guy touches the cheek where he was kissed. A special reward. A special thanks, he muses. Girls these days sure are bold. Elsewhere, ghostly figures sit around a round table. A muscular young man in a dark t-shirt stands before them, reporting. According to our investigation, the demons invaded half a year ago and have been hiding in Tempest Valley ever since. We discovered they've figured out how to travel the world using medium-sized cracks. One participant, noticeable for the large horns on his head, leans forward. Are you certain? Do you understand what that implies? Standing tall, the young man answers firmly. For a long time, otherworldly creatures could only come through large dimensional cracks. But since those don't last long, their invasions were never a serious threat. Now, if they can use the more stable, numerous medium cracks, our planet faces potential extinction. 2 more participants come into view, a suited man and a robed cat magician. The speaker continues, that's why we've double and triple checked our findings. Luckily, only monsters under level 30 can pass through medium cracks. The horned man props his head on his muscular hand, deep in thought. If that's true, he says gravely, we must act immediately. A lovely girl appears, a blue snake draped around her neck. Senator Young has already alerted all the major legions, she says. Guards have been assigned to every medium-sized crack. A cat wearing a lavishly decorated cap steps forward. Senator Jiang, someone instructs, you'll attend the international meeting, present these findings, and monitor how other nations respond. The young man folds his arms and turns toward the speaker. Captain Shu? If I understand correctly, this data was obtained thanks to an 18-year-old kid? Correct, Suzhou confirms, pointing to the screen. His name is Chubby. He's a saint, top of Su Kang district and a freshman at Su Kang University. He used a divine summoning technique in Tempest Valley to defeat the demonic sun and destroy their return formation. A major contribution to the mission. The questioning young man stares at the screen, stunned. The horned man sits straighter, studying the footage. The Holy Knight is ranked number 1, he observes. That's extremely rare. Su Kang district, and the surname Yu. Could he be from the frozen Jew family? Asks another participant, seated to his left. The horned man turns to a long-haired young man, Wang Ke, the headmaster of Su Kang University. Senator Wang, look into this student when you return. Let us know if he's got potential. Don't keep all the talent for yourself, he adds with a smirk. Wang Chu smiles. Everyone here represents the strongest in our country, he thinks. If they support him, that boy's future is looking bright. On the screen, Su Kang University stands tall before them. A flying robot hovers through the air, catching the attention of nearby students, some of whom are making their way up the stairs. The young students look up at the floating round loudspeaker as it blares an announcement. The freshman competition will begin at 10 a.m. All students are advised to gather at the field on time. The robotic voice echoes. In front of the crowd stand two incredibly serious men. One carries a staff, the other has a sword strapped to his back. They are introduced as Rong Kai, housemaster of the Armament House, and Cheng, housemaster of the Elemental House. A massive number of students have gathered in front of the stage, where some of the most important figures in this world are assembled. Among them are two more housemasters, Zhang Link of the Tactics House and Wu Kicking of the Logistics House. At the front stands a fierce-looking bearded man. I am Wu Ming, housemaster of the War House, he declares in a booming voice. Welcome to Su Kang University. The freshman competition will be held in 2 phases. First, the Secret Realm Challenge. Your rank will depend on the difficulty level you choose and how quickly you clear it. The second phase is the Free Challenge, where each of you will have 3 opportunities to challenge higher-ranked students and switch places if you win. Sumari peeks out nervously from behind Wu Meng. Where are you, Yin Yang and Tu Ram? They'll lose their qualifications if they don't show up soon, she worries. I shouldn't have told him about the unverified frozen lotus. This is bad. In the crowd, a young man with striking red hair and a matching red suit stands out. Students around him whisper, "Has anyone seen you? No? Maybe he forgot about the freshman competition. He hasn't been back in a month." Well, that's one powerful competitor out of the way. Les, the arrogant young man with glowing red eyes, sneers. Chubby, you've wasted a whole month instead of training. Now you don't even have the guts to show up to the freshman competition. Pathetic. You can't even grasp the opportunity dangling right in front of you. Wu Ming raises both hands, summoning 2 glowing yellow spheres that emit streams of energy. The first phase of the freshman competition, the Secret Realm Challenge, begins now, he announces. Silver Secret Realm, open, he commands. Thick purple clouds swirl ominously above the students' heads. A portal materializes within an arched gateway crowned by a traditional Asian roof. The students, barely visible through the heavy purple mist, hear another crucial announcement. This year's freshmen are the strongest and largest in our history. To let you fully unleash your potential, in addition to easy, hard, and nightmare difficulties, we've specially added the Abyss difficulty. The young men around the portal chatter excitedly, weapons in hand. They've unlocked Abyss difficulty. No wonder there are strange flames flickering at the Secret Realm entrance. Crazy. I remember Abyss being dozens of times harder than Nightmare. This will be fun. I'm going to sweep Abyss clean. Laughing heartily, Wu Meng lifts his hand high. Take your best weapons, gear, and potions with you. Move forward, he roars. Against the backdrop of the swirling purple mist, detailed information appears. Secret Realm. Bear Monster Nest. Level requirement 12. Difficulties: easy, hard, nightmare, abyss. Party requirement: minimum of 6 people. Deep within the dark forest lives a vicious tribe of bear monsters. Legend says that even an entire human body isn't enough to satisfy the hunger of a newborn bear. The students step into their personal teleportation circles, vanishing one by one as they are transported into the secret realm. Wu Ming watches with satisfaction as data streams appear above him, showing that most students are boldly selecting the highest difficulty levels. I like it, he thinks. These kids have guts. But then his face darkens with concern. Where are the first and third ranked students? He asks. A major standing beside him answers. Reports say both of them went to the Tempest mountain range for training and haven't returned yet. Wu Meng's expression shifts to pure annoyance, his frustration boiling over. Ridiculous, he shouts, furious. The freshman competition determines their future paths and the resources they'll receive. How could they be late for something this important? They're getting complacent because of their rankings and youth. Mayor quickly tries to defend them. The hero isn't like that at all, she protests, but Wu Ming dismisses her words with a wave of his hand. Students like them need to learn discipline. If they're absent, so be it. Reverse their rankings. Just then, a voice calls out, "Wait!" The hero arrives, smiling confidently with Su Kang perched on his shoulder. "Sorry we're late," he shouts cheerfully. The officials on the podium stare at him in surprise, while Mayor beams and clenches her fist in delight. Information flashes above the arena. Both the hero and Su Kang have selected the Abyss difficulty. Su Kang looks at him with affection. "We made it," she says softly. As the hero kneels, a thick yellow energy pillar shoots up around him. A message appears. You have entered the Bear Monster Nest. Abyss difficulty selected. Warning. Monsters on Abyss difficulty are extremely aggressive. Please carefully time the use of your return scroll. Smiling, the hero activates his skills. Blessing of Courage, Blessing of God, Blessing of Protection. Suddenly, bears begin to emerge, each with their own detailed stats and descriptions flashing before him. Bear Warrior, Level Silver Grade, Skills, Armor, Charge, Rampage. Bear Tracker, Level Silver Grade. Skills, Decelerate, Track. Mayor Ursa, Level Silver Grade. Skills, Aura of Fortitude, War Stomp. Gripping his hammer, which glows with fierce yellow energy, he grins. I hope this Abyss difficulty lives up to its reputation and pushes me to go all out, he exclaims. Su Kang dashes forward, trailing brilliant white energy as she attacks. Her skill activates. Instant army breaking. Slash, a rapid weapon swing that releases continuous waves of sword energy. Her fierce blows smash through enemy defenses. The hero burns like a blazing torch, smashing a giant barrel as he powers up his skill. Condense all fire across the body and unleash an over-limit fire punch, dealing massive damage to a single target. Nearby, a cheerful blonde man in a green jacket effortlessly battles the monsters. His skill, Typhoon Heartbreaker Kick, spins his body into a soaring kick that sends enemies flying and leaves them stunned. 16 bears right from the start. Amazing, the guy exclaims with wide-eyed excitement. Meanwhile, the officials on the podium continue evaluating the students. This year's freshmen aren't bad at all. The secret realm they entered is one of the toughest. Usually, freshmen panic and withdraw immediately, but these ones held their ground. Wu Meng leans forward. Show me that one, he commands. I want to see what he can really do. He wasted a whole month in the Tempest mountain range. Let's see if it was worth it. With firm resolve, the hero strides forward, effortlessly holding his massive hammer in one hand behind his back. Something flashes and glitters behind Chu Huang. A notification pops up. Congratulations on clearing the first level. Field 16 Bear Monsters. Time taken, 5 seconds. Chu Huang stares, stunned. 5 seconds? He can hardly believe it. He lets out a scream, unable to trust his own eyes. The three masters begin to discuss what they witnessed. How is it that you only used a support skill like Holy Flame Halo, yet it was powerful enough to instantly kill those bear monsters? One asks. Kai speculates. Perhaps Chu Huang has a high intelligence stat? There are plenty of factors that can boost a skill's damage. Intelligence, stat bonuses, rare items. We can't judge from this one battle alone, Wu Meng adds. Wu Ming eyes the golden halo surrounding Chu Huang with fascination. Even with all my experience, I can't figure out what this strange halo does, he admits. But one thing's for sure. You haven't wasted the past month. You're something else. Suddenly, yellow energy bursts from Chu Huang's eyes. Punishment of light, he shouts. The blazing halo around his body erupts, burning the roaring bear monsters into ash. Another notification appears. Congratulations on clearing the second level. Kill 200 bear monsters. Time taken, 1 minute, 23 seconds. A massive, aggressive bear charges, firing a beam from its hand. But Chu Huang dodges in a flash, somersaulting through the air. "Spear of victory!" he cries, soaring over the beast. A surge of energy slams into the ground, shattering stone in every direction. A new notification arrives. "Congratulations on clearing the third level. Time taken, 3 minutes, 29 seconds. Then they come flooding in. "You have cleared the Abyss level. Secret Realm. Time, 4 minutes, 57 seconds. Grade, XSS. New highest record holder. He's awarded a B+ grade skill book, Hammer of Penance. 13th out of 212 experience points, 25 free stat points, and 25 skill points. Hammer of Penance. Swing a hammer formed of divine power at your enemy, dealing massive damage. And because he's the first to clear this difficulty, you have unlocked an achievement. Talent. 3 options appear. Focus Halo, reaction speed, Bopsam was 30% chance of uninterrupted skill use. Rapid steps, increased movement speed in combat, up to 50%. And strong protection, while using a shield, resistance, plus 30%. The yellow circle still glowing behind him, Chu Huang blinks in surprise. "Clearing a secret realm gives you new talents too," he asks aloud. He gazes at the fallen bears around him, reflecting. "A class's power heavily relies on its talents," he muses. "Back then, I used my S+ grade talent to unlock the Saint Knight class during the Awakening ceremony. That must be a special feature of higher grade secret realms, silver and above. I didn't get any reward like this when I broke the record in the bronze one." Standing amidst the monster corpses, he feels reassured. At least they let me choose from 3. No risk of getting stuck with a useless talent. Strong protection is more for tanks, not really my style. Rapid steps is decent, but Focus Halo clearly wins. His face grows thoughtful. In real combat, you need a split second to react once you see the enemy move. The tougher the opponent, the faster their attacks. That's when reaction time matters most. Chu Huang envisions a confrontation with a powerful foe. The fight would constantly shift, unpredictable. Focus Halo reduces the chance of my skills being interrupted. If I use it right, it could turn the tide of any battle. He raises his right hand. In front of him, a swirling purple portal hangs in the air, releasing a foul, nauseating stench. Hovering above it, a message reads, "You have cleared the Abyss-level secret realm. Would you like to open additional levels?" Chu Huang narrows his eyes, thoughtful. A satisfied smile spreads across his face. "Let's hope these additional levels offer some real excitement," he muses. Chu Huang laughs, his voice full of joy. "What a powerful combat style," he exclaims, "and such precise control over the elements." Wu Ming shares in the enthusiasm. He reacts quickly and adapts well, he notes. The Abyss difficulty wasn't wasted on him. Rongqi chimes in, "Chu isn't just skilled in magic. He's got buffs, close combat strength. He's a well-rounded fighter." But Jiangling isn't smiling. She voices a concern that's been gnawing at her. Isn't the Saint Knight class maybe too universal? As he levels up, it might demand more stat points, and his performance could become average. Wu Ming nods, considering this. "There's truth in what you say. When this event ends, I'll have a proper talk with him." Rongqi and another human cultivator standing nearby chuckle. "Housemaster Wu Shui hasn't even decided which house to join yet," Rongqi reminds them. "We should let him choose before making any private offers." The other agrees. "Yes, but with his elemental magic talents, he'd be a perfect fit for my house." Just then, Wang Hui appears behind the group, smiling. "Ah, so the recruitment drive is already in full swing," he says. "Seems like everyone really wants Shui. A pity I arrived too late to see him in action." "Headmaster!" the masters exclaim together, surprised. At that moment, strange shadows begin to shift around them. Meanwhile, the hero approaches a hill that looks like it's made of nothing but bones. "This was once a cult ritual site," he mutters. "If there are gods of good, then surely there are gods of evil too," he thinks. Before him sits a massive, eerie throne, and atop it rests a terrifying skeleton. Evil gods aren't just gods of darkness, he reflects. They're the ones driven by madness and chaos. There's a big difference. With the golden halo still burning behind him, Chu Huang steps slowly forward, approaching the edge of a glowing red magic circle. To believe in gods of light or darkness requires only pure, unwavering faith, he thinks. But to serve evil gods, that takes living sacrifices, fresh souls. He recalls the infamous Bloody Abyss incident from decades ago, caused by a tertiary awakened class holder who worshipped an evil god. That man tried to sacrifice an entire mid-sized city. Millions died instantly. His level shot from 54 to 89 before he was finally wiped out by the patrol legion and military. But no power could bring back the souls the evil god had devoured. Now, violet energy streams out from the skeletal hilltop. After that incident, praying to evil gods was banned in our country. Anyone caught doing so was eliminated immediately, he remembers. Still, the temptation of fast, immense power lures some to risk everything. The hero studies the horrific skeleton up close. And it's not just humans, he thinks. He glares at his next opponent. Beasts, elves, even angels can fall under the sway of evil gods. A massive black bear roars ferociously, mouth wide open, its growl echoing. A display of information appears. Bear monster, ghost. Level former leader of the bear monster tribe, transformed into a ghost after performing an evil god ritual. Purple light pours from the creature's eyes as it stares hungrily at Chu Huang. How long has it been since I tasted human flesh? It growls. You smell delicious. The hero, resting a massive hammer on his shoulder, grins. An undead immune to physical attacks, he remarks. Martial artists would be speechless if they saw this final boss. He raises a hand and beckons. Come on then, attack me, he taunts. Above him, a towering yellow tornado spirals in the sky. Opposite him, the black ghost bear snarls in fury. It's useless, the beast growls. Golden beams of light strike the creature, but they seem to have no effect. A swirling cyclone forms, yellow and black energies twisting and colliding within it. The hero stands at its center, the golden halo still blazing behind him, his expression pensive. He looks genuinely puzzled, clearly not understanding what's going on. The bear opens its gaping mouth. Human, I admit your holy light is strong, it rumbles, but it will always be useless against the immortality granted by my great lord. The beast howls with conviction. Towering dozens of times over the hero, the giant bear sneers. Such thick holy light! You're using your trump card already? The storm of light and darkness rages on. Useless, the bear bellows. Your struggle is pointless. After using your trump card, how much power do you have left? When I resurrect again, it'll be your end. Still smiling, the hero stretches out his left hand. You really believe that? He asks calmly. A deafening explosion follows. Blinding yellow energy erupts, tearing through the earth. The hero remains standing, surrounded by a cocoon of glowing yellow light. Flames rain down on the bear, who roars in agony, thrashing beneath the searing pain. The beast opens its maw so wide it seems unnatural. I told you! You can't kill me, it shrieks. The hero smirks at the creature. You sure make a lot of noise, he says coolly. Damn you, human, the monster screams back. It flails wildly, as if trying to fuel its power with sheer desperation. But the hero's radiant energy continues to rupture the earth under the monster, burning deeper. The bear roars in anguish, crying out to some unseen force. Lord Xia, my power! Standing in the middle of a vast crater carved by his energy, the hero is surrounded by system notifications. Congratulations, extra level cleared. Time, 1 minute, 12 seconds. Rewards unlocking. Experience gained. 7. Level up, item acquired, Ursa horn. He stares at the gleaming golden horn now resting in his palm. Amazed, with quiet confidence he walks toward a massive blue portal. As expected, he mutters, unlimited resurrection was just an illusion. All I had to do was burn away its power. He pauses, a thoughtful look settling on his face. I sensed that vague, violent energy the moment I entered this space, he recalls. Before him stands a strange stone, bound in iron chains. It wasn't elemental power, he muses, but it felt close to the energy I summon with divine skills. That must have been the remnant of some evil god's power. A flashback of the snarling bear comes to mind. When it first resurrected, that energy got weaker, the hero reflects. So I guessed its number of revivals was limited. Walking steadily forward, the cross around his neck sways with his steps. The right strategy here was to keep killing it over and over. until it drained all of the evil god's power feeding it, he thinks, satisfied. Beyond a colossal gate, a portal looms, pulsing, breathing, and spewing jets of violet energy into the air. Down below, a guy in red sweatpants is battling a black bear, surrounded by other beasts and fighters locked in their own fights. A violent pulse of purple energy bursts above the muscular man. These extra levels really are the toughest part of the secret realm, he shouts. You've got to kill the bear 10 times to finish it. His hand is buried deep in the black bear's skull, a gaping hole yawning at the top of its head. Good thing I leveled up twice earlier, he grins. I'll clear this in 10 minutes, no problem. With a fierce grin, he surges forward, jets of fire streaking in his wake. As he charges, he laughs heartily. Divine Hand, are you using the mass rank skill? The officials gathered on the viewing platform watch intently as the hero steps out of the purple portal, quickly beginning to discuss his performance. Did he find some kind of shortcut? One wonders aloud. Does he plan to let other freshmen try it too? You're on to something, another chimes in. Looks like our Saint Knight has a secret or two. Ranked skills like that aren't normally accessible to kids from barren regions, unless… Wang Shui clears his throat, shooting a sharp glance at his murmuring colleagues. A thought bubbles up silently among them. Is the headmaster helping that student? Wu Meng and Jangling stand side by side, watching closely. His level's off, Jangling says suddenly. Wait, he's level 19? The hero stands with arms crossed, his serious gaze locked onto the podium. It's unmistakable. He's level. The observers continue their stunned exchange. No way, he really is level 19. When the university entrance results came out, he was just level. He hadn't even reached the abyss level. The secret realm couldn't boost him 6 levels. Could it? This kid's a monster. Wang Hui regards the hero with clear admiration. I know a bit about that, he says. Zhu left to hunt monsters and grind before admittance. His time at Tempest Mountain paid off. He hit level 18 before even entering the secret realm. Watching from the high podium, Wang Hui's tone is almost amused. For someone who could take down a flame demon solo, this freshman competition is child's play. If resource distribution wasn't on the line, he probably wouldn't even bother showing up. The hero glances skyward. Another contestant leaps high, thoughts swirling with disbelief. There's no way I'll lose to some nobody from Barren North, he thinks. He lands, scratching his head in confusion, still trying to process what he saw. Frustration weighs heavy on him. He'd failed to clear the realm, and now he's left trying to make sense of it all. Suddenly, Rand bursts from the portal with a desperate cry. The hero immediately understands. She needs help. Careful, he shouts, catching her easily in his arms. The girl beams and wraps her arms around his neck. Brother, you passed the test before me, she laughs. Brother? The hero echoes in confusion. Behind the gates, small whirlwinds swirl in the air. You're just a few months younger than me, she teases. Can I call you brother? Of course you can, he replies with a grin. Around them, more students tumble out of the portal, collapsing to the ground. Some cry out loudly for help. The mayor rushes to the scene, shouting orders. Get the medical team here now. Do whatever it takes. An hour passes. Mu Mang raises his hand, yellow energy pulsing out around him in rhythmic waves. The first phase of the freshman competition is now officially over, Wu Meng announces. I will now reveal the rankings and clear times. A red-haired student flashes a broad grin. Finally, I've been waiting for this moment forever. 2 sleek flying drones whir into position and project a shimmering leaderboard in front of the main podium. A grinning troublemaker eyes the top 2 rankings with growing tension. First place, Juhi Realm. Clear time, 4 minutes, 57 seconds. Extra level clear time, 1 minute, 12 seconds. Second place, Shandling, Feng Realm. Clear time, 13 minutes, 35 seconds. Extra level clear time, 7 minutes, 42 seconds. He actually finished faster than me, fumes the young man, his name finally revealed. 15 whole minutes faster. We catch a glimpse of his red sneakers and matching sweatpants as he climbs something, only to stumble awkwardly. Ling Feng crashes down, slamming his chin painfully against a round yellow platform. Juhi, he yells. You already stole first place in the entrance exam. Now you want to take top rank in the freshman competition too? I don't care how you did it. In the next rounds, I'll crush you beneath my feet. The hero and his companion glance up in confusion at the odd figure perched atop a tall column wrapped in golden serpents. Why the hell did he climb that high, he wonders. Wu Ming crosses his arms confidently and announces, the second stage of the freshman competition, Free Challenge, is now underway. Applause echoes loudly across the arena. Floating platforms begin to hover high above the arena, releasing streams of yellow energy. A voice booms, laying out the rules. Everyone gets 3 chances to challenge. There will be a 5-minute rest between each attempt. Smiling, Wu Ming looks down as challenges are already being shouted. The second phase begins at last. A series of voices ring out. I challenge rank 150. I challenge rank 86. And unmistakably, I challenge you. That last voice is Ling Feng. Laughing loudly, Ling Feng points directly at the hero, goading him to accept the fight. He snaps his fingers with bravado. Let's see who's really stronger, he roars. The hero and his blonde companion eye the rising platforms. That's Shambling Fang. Second place, she explains. He's from a powerful family in Zhongming and has the rare fire dragon bloodline. She glances at the hero affectionately. Thanks to your surprise debut, his dream of taking first in the Su Kang district crumbled. Now he's bitter, Chu Ram says. He's so much weaker than me. What an idiot, thinks the hero. Can't even see how blind he is in his rage. Without another word, the hero leaps into the air, streaking yellow energy behind him. He lands gracefully on a floating platform, facing Ling Feng, who's already there. Hope you make me go all out, he says with a grin. Ling Feng's grin turns wild as flames erupt around him. Bring it on, he yells. Holy Knight versus Berserker. Let's settle this, Juhi. With a feral roar, Ling Feng charges, launching both Fire Punch and Blood Berserk simultaneously. The watching instructors analyze the action intensely. He's using the Berserker's signature skill, channeling. Fang's going all in. He activated Blood Berserk to power up Fire Punch immediately, trying to finish the fight before Juhi can buff himself. Classic move from someone with elite lineage. He's tactically sharp, but the hero stands unmoving, calmly absorbing the searing wave of fire without flinching. Ling Feng howls in fury and confusion. Holy Light Protection? When the hell did you activate that? Wing Fang, his head flaring like a bonfire, stares at his opponent in disbelief. Protection of the Holy Light, he thinks. A B+ grade skill. It can partially block physical damage. Damn, that's the one thing I hoped he couldn't use. But I was too slow. The hero, a glowing cross on his forehead and a radiant hammer in hand, smiles calmly. Nice try, he says. Your attacks are quick, but I only need 1/10 of a second to activate Protection of the Holy Light. Raising his hammer high above his head, he adds, I was hoping you'd give me a real challenge. That's why I held back, but sorry, you just don't interest me. Ling Feng stares blankly as a golden wall of energy barrels toward him, unable to look away. The hammer crashes down, shattering his fire shield. With his arms limp, Ling Feng is blasted into the air, a fiery explosion erupting beneath him. He broke through my shield instantly, the stunned young man thinks. Where did he get that kind of terrifying strength? Ling Feng's bewildered gaze locks onto the hero. He watches the hammer swing again, realizing there's no way he can dodge this time. His eyes widen with pure animal terror. No, I can't lose, he screams. Orange flames explode from his eyes as the hammer's golden trail slices through the air. Ling Feng thrusts out his hand, invoking the fire dragon body to try and block the blow. The hero raises a brow at the desperate defense. So this is the power hidden in your bloodline, he says, surprised by the fiery resilience. Ling Feng lashes out, and suddenly, his number of arms increases dramatically. Just like it was with Yang Tu Ran, the hero notes. These bloodline classes always have some kind of hidden ace. With a strange, quiet sadness, the hero catches Ling Feng's wrist. I really do envy that, he thinks. Still holding his opponent's arm tightly, he lifts the hammer again. Even with your bloodline awakened, you're still no match for me. A thick column of holy light shoots up into the sky, but Ling Feng crouches, one hand braced on the ground. The hero blinks in surprise. He dodged that? Enveloped in flame, Ling Feng lets out a wild laugh. The strength of the fire dragon bloodline isn't limited to close combat, he shouts. Now you'll witness the full might of the fire dragon body. Dragon breath, he roars, unleashing a ferocious stream of fire from his mouth. The searing wave rushes at the hero, who doesn't even flinch. The students watch with breathless excitement. Tu Ran's eyes light up. That's dragon breath, someone cries. A fire dragon bloodline technique. Lingfeng's pulled out his trump card, another says. Juhi doesn't have a bloodline ability. He might be in trouble. He could lose. The camera shifts behind the hero. He slowly spreads his arms wide, and behind him, the familiar golden halo blazes to life. Holy flame halo, someone reports. Energy and fire explode around him in a wild, radiant storm. Lingfeng stares in open-mouthed shock. The dragon breath, it's being absorbed by that halo. A terrible, radiant light glows ominously in the hero's eyes, like a minister bowing before his king. Lingfeng suddenly understands the power he's facing. The young man spreads his arms, glaring at the overwhelming force before him. This is impossible, he yells, voice echoing across the battlefield. Desperation flaring, Lingfeng pours even more fire into his next attack, stronger than anything he's unleashed so far. Calm and unshaken, the hero lifts a clenched fist. It's useless, he says evenly. Your flames are mine to command. With a shout, he hoists his hammer overhead and brings it down. This ends now, Ling snarls defiantly, summoning a wall of fire between them. You think you can beat me with my own flames? Keep dreaming. Behind him, a spectral beast emerges, towering and fierce. I'll reclaim control of my fire, Lingfeng roars. Deconstruct, he calls out the name of his technique. Horns sprout from his head and his nails lengthen into sharp, beast-like claws. A torrent of fire roars forward. In response, yellow energy hexagons materialize before the hero, stacking into a gleaming protective barrier. As the flames die down, we see Lingfeng again. Red-haired, sweatpants-clad, kneeling, his head bowed. Channeling Feng has collapsed too. A voice echoes over the arena, declaring the victor. Medics rush to the fallen fighter as students murmur about the fight. That proud, arrogant berserker got stomped, someone says, and the hero didn't even use his full strength. Imagine if he had. Another group of students joins the buzz. With his level and battle instincts, it's no surprise he crushed shambling Feng, one remarks. Who would have thought he'd jump 5 levels in just a month? Among the teachers, one notices something interesting. Look, another district's first place, he says, intrigued. A girl in elegant traditional attire steps into view before the hero, capturing his attention. He sizes up his next opponent. The graceful young woman smiles warmly. I'm Song Shaolin, level 17 spiritual Taoist priest. I'd like to learn from you, she says politely. The hero watches her thoughtfully, hand to chin. Spiritual Taoist priest. A rare class in China, he thinks. They excel in sealing techniques and talismans. When we confirmed Yan's illness was bloodline-related, it was a priest who recommended a great seal. I didn't expect to run into one here. He steps forward and introduces himself. Level 19 Saint Knight, Shui. Shaolin peers at him with bright curiosity. You didn't use your full power earlier, did you? She asks. When we fight, can you go all out? I won't interrupt your buffs, I promise. The surrounding students erupt in chatter. No way, level 19? No wonder my examination skill didn't work on him, someone exclaims. He's 3 levels above me, another adds. And he didn't use any buffs fighting channeling Feng? That's insane. A final voice chimes in. Isn't Song Shaolin the daughter of the Anji district's top family? Their official rep in the outside world. Yi, grinning now, nods. As you wish. I'll give it everything I've got, he promises. Shaolin clasps her hands in front of her with a smile. Don't forget, you promised. The battle begins. The opponents face each other. The hero's eyes flare with brilliant yellow energy. He activates his skills. Blessing of Dawn, Blessing of Courage, and Blessing of Protection. Ready to fight at full power. Shaolin stares at him in shock, momentarily speechless. The young man raises his hand above his head, his entire body enveloped in a brilliant surge of yellow energy. This is my full power, he says calmly. Now, let's enjoy the fight. Her expression shifts to something more serious. Stretching her arms outward, she replies, Then I'll have to show my best as well. A whirlwind of talisman cards marked with glowing hieroglyphs spins above Shaolin's head. Heavenly Fury Hammer, she calls out, activating her skill. More symbols begin to glow in the yellow space between the swirling cards. Shaolin lifts one card and gazes at it. Destiny revealed, gods guide the way, divine spirits appear. Obey my command. Explode, she orders. A booming explosion follows, cracks tearing through the earth as yellow energy bursts upward. Xiaolin glances around, confused. Why can't I see him anywhere, she wonders. Suddenly, the guy materializes behind her, weapon already raised. You thought changing position could throw off my pursuit? He asks. He strikes, but she manages to summon a protective sphere just in time. When did he get here? Xiaolin tries to make sense of it. The cards continue to orbit her, yet frustration clouds her face. Damn. Even with all my auto defenses triggered, this can only hold him back for so long, she thinks. She releases several bright yellow spheres at him. Using this technique is a gamble, she reminds herself. The girl forms a precise hand seal in front of her, preparing her next move. Small arcs of orange lightning crackle around her. Borrowing the law of heaven and earth transform into elite soldiers. Divine might, manifest. Commanders, appear, she shouts. Warriors in helmets emerge, summoned into reality by her spell. The hero watches, his glowing hammer in hand, eyebrows raised with interest. Fascinating, he murmurs. So this is how Taoist spells summon warriors. Forward, Xiaolin commands, and her summoned soldiers rush at him. He remains still, calm and waiting. A dangerous yellow light flickers in his eyes as he readies his weapon. There's a slight fatigue in his posture. These Dao soldiers aren't difficult to fight, he thinks, but the way they keep coming back like ghosts? That's a problem. I'll have to cut off their magic source to truly stop them. Lifting his hammer again, he begins methodically advancing toward her. Xiaolin continues to guide her summoned warriors, maintaining control of the battle formation. My Taoist array is enough to counter a level 30 opponent, she thinks confidently. I can handle this. But the hero has already moved behind her, preparing to bring down his massive glowing hammer. Xiaolin throws her hands up in surrender. I admit defeat, she calls out, and the announcement echoes. The victor is Futire. Futire looks at her with faint disappointment, still gripping his hammer. You don't want a real fight? He asks. Xiaolin winks, laughing lightly. We're not on the same level, that much is clear. I admit defeat, honestly. She adds playfully, are you seriously inviting me to another free fight? Keep pushing and you'll end up like channeling. The girl, her cards still fluttering around her, turns and dashes off with a bright smile. I'll look forward to learning from you next time, she calls over her shoulder. The hero swings his hammer in a wide arc behind his back, tracing a vivid yellow circle through the air. Effortlessly, he spins the massive weapon with just the fingers of one hand. Casting a bold look over the crowd of students, he shouts, Anyone else not convinced? I'm right here. Bring on your challenges. The students murmur among themselves, King Liang standing in the foreground. I ate too much this morning. My stomach's acting up, someone jokes. A girl suddenly lights up in recognition. Weren't you the one we met as kids? Your number was 156 and mine 172. Perfect for a match. Of course it's you. Mayor stands nearby, listening as the students continue. His strength and physique crush the warriors. His agility and intelligence outclass the mages too, the girl says. Another student adds, Is he really from a poor northern family? A third chimes in, He's the new number one. Genius isn't enough to describe him. He's a monster. Wu Meng, flanked by other teachers, watches with a pensive expression. The second round is almost over. Time to start academy recruitment, he thinks. And it's clear who the top target will be. Mayor, still beside him, begins to speak, but he cuts her off. Don't worry, I've been preparing, he says firmly. I will get you. Suddenly, a figure in a green jacket sprints past Ling Feng. In a flash, he delivers a barrage of powerful blows and grabs the villain, the one the hero had defeated earlier, by the wrist, following it up with a brutal kick to the jaw. Ling Feng is launched backward and crashes to the ground, unable to stand. A voice announces, Winner, Wang Lai. Rank rises to shambling Fang drops to rank. Standing behind the fallen Ling Feng, the victor offers a quick apology. Ling Feng grits his teeth in fury. Damn it, they're all coming for me while I'm weak. Every one of them wants to trample me. Just wait, once I've recovered, I'll make you all regret it. 30 minutes later, the updated rankings are displayed. The top 3 spots are now held by familiar faces. The free challenge competition is over, comes the announcement to the students gathered before the High Tribune. The entire freshman competition has concluded. The board now shows the new top 3 rankings, along with many others who participated. Rankings have been reshuffled. Combinations and credits will be reassigned accordingly, the announcement continues. Even if you're currently ranked low or have few credits, don't be discouraged. There are many ways to earn more. Just keep working hard. Wu Ming stands at the podium delivering a motivational speech, with the other teachers behind him. Now it's time to divide into academies, he says. Let's hear from the 5 deans, each introducing the philosophy behind their academy. The emblems of the 5 academies appear before the crowd, glowing with significance. Wu Ming steps forward first, fire crackling in his right hand and his chest puffed with conviction. Though the era of large-scale alien invasions has passed, many brave warriors still fall on the battlefield. Our War Academy exists to train students in practical combat, to survive where others might fall. Discipline and toughness define us. Next is Chu Huang. The Elemental Academy accepts only those who specialize in elemental magic, he states. Join us, and I will guide you to master the true essence of the elements. Rong Kai appears next, a sword in each hand. Weapon Academy teaches you to rely not on spells, but on your own strength and skill. If you want to fight with nothing but your body and blade, this is the place. Finally, the only woman among them, jangling, speaks. Tactical Academy is for those who want to lead, regardless of class. We train students to become battlefield commanders, as everyone knows the right tactics can turn the tide of war. And finally, Wukong steps forward to introduce his academy. A solid logistics system is the backbone of any successful operation, he declares. We welcome all life specialists to join our logistics academy. We may not excel in battle, but here, you'll gain the most professional vocational knowledge related to daily life and essential support roles. Kiki bursts into loud laughter, patting his large belly. Once we're fully trained, even warriors will come begging for our help, he says proudly. Wu Ming strokes his chin thoughtfully and squints one eye. You've now heard introductions from all the academies, he announces to the crowd. It's time. You may now log into the system and select the academy you wish to join. Chu Ram, standing close to the hero, nervously leans in. So, which one are you going to choose? He asks. Wu Ming clears his throat with a soft cough into his fist, capturing the hero's attention. If you choose my academy, he says, I'm ready to personally mentor you. The hero blinks in surprise. A personal tutor? He asks, intrigued. Wu Ming raises 3 fingers. Each tutor is allowed 1 outstanding student to guide personally, he explains. You'll get direct access to the resources I've used myself. Plus, I've prepared a welcome package, 3 A-level skill books, and an A-level resource exchange order. Smiling slyly, Xu Huang butts in without any courtesy. Juhi, he says with mock gravity, choosing a personal mentor is no small matter. Think it over seriously. If you come to our Elemental Academy, I'll prepare a full set of legendary equipment just for you. A hazy human silhouette flickers into view beside Wu Ming. Rong Kai, who was just standing at a distance, suddenly flashes into place directly in front of the hero, Juhi. Join the Weapon Academy, he says smoothly, and you'll have full access to anything that boosts your strength. Still at the podium, Wu Ming throws up his hands and grumbles loudly. I was here first. It's not about who was first, Rong Kai replies with a shrug and a squint. It's about who's more sincere. He scratches his cheek with a slight grin. Why does this feel so familiar, he wonders to himself. The students erupt into animated discussions over what just unfolded. 3 deans stepping forward to talk to him personally. This has to be some kind of special treatment, one student whispers. Being chosen as a tutor's exclusive student is like becoming their direct heir. They even get to use the tutor's resources in advance. Another adds, but still, those offers. A-level skill books are rare as it is, and the legendary gear from the Elemental Academy? That's seriously next level. Wu Ming is clearly fuming. This is supposed to be a heartfelt gesture, he fumes internally. Forget Weapon Academy. Can our Elemental Academy even attract talents at this point? Just then, a man who had been silent all this time, Wang Qi, finally speaks. Juhi, become my personal disciple, he says calmly. Devastated, Wu Ming turns to the headmaster with pleading eyes, utterly disheartened. Wang Hui studies the hero intently. I will perform a bloodline fusion technique, he promises solemnly, and I'll do it just for you. He, flanked by fellow students, asks in astonishment, what is the bloodline fusion technique? A human figure stands silhouetted against a swirling, arcane magic circle. The head of the academy speaks solemnly. It's a forbidden-level technique, he explains. It requires the blood of an alien race and is used to fulfill a special mission for you. He shuts his eyes briefly. This technique will greatly enhance your physical abilities and grant you more attributes and free skill points every time you level up. The hero listens, his fate taking shape. The students buzz with shock and awe. A forbidden grade spell? Just like that? That's insane. Remember, Headmaster Wang's disciples stand at the peak of China's associations, one student murmurs. Even the president of the Tang Yu Association was his student. If someone becomes his disciple, with Wang's connections, they'll skyrocket to the top. Another groans. This guy's incredibly lucky. If it weren't for Shu, I'd be in first place. Thanks to Ling Feng, I lost my shot. I could have had Headmaster Wang's backing too. Churen gazes into the distance, thoughtful. Changing bloodlines, she thinks. Brother Yu will grow even stronger. Chu Huang strokes his beard and smirks. Who'd have guessed you? You would be so remarkable that even the headmaster wants him. There's still more to him than meets the eye, replies Wang, standing confidently before them. In Wang's hand appears a sleek, elegant item. It could be a talisman or maybe a commemorative medal. This is the reward Captain of the Snow Dragon Legion asked me to deliver to you, he says, offering it to the hero. Ling Feng watches with clenched fists and narrowed eyes, a mix of envy and disbelief brewing in his chest. A gold medal? Seriously? Even the Shen family's minions, one of the grade 8 families, never got one. Why does he get one? The girls beside the hero are equally stunned. Wait, am I seeing that right? Asks Song's violin. Isn't that an honor medal? Chu Ran gasps and grabs the hero's hand. That's a top-tier medal. My grandfather fought on the front lines for years and only ever earned a silver one. The hero reads the inscription. In respect to those who contributed to China's civilization. He blinks, confused. When did I do something that big? Wang Hui, still at the podium, clears up the mystery. I know what you did in Tempest Valley. You earned this gold medal through outstanding achievement, he says firmly. Tempest Valley, the hero echoes silently. But just for killing a demon legion? That doesn't usually earn a medal like this. Is there more going on? He stares at the medal, turning it in his hands, trying to piece it all together. I think, the headmaster begins. Chu Huang sneers. Still too stiff to call him teacher, Yu? The young man bows respectfully. Teacher, I'm honored to become your student, he says with sincerity. Yellow energy hums around Wang Kui as he offers a small smile. Let's not waste time. I'll be living with you, he says. Wu Meng frowns, suspicion stirring. Is he afraid we'll steal the kid away? He wonders. Regardless, the hero who once stood at the head of the student line is already gone from his place. With a raised hand, Wu Meng smiles. Jiang, he begins, but Rong Kai cuts him off swiftly. Miss Jiang Churan, Rong Kai says eagerly, addressing the girl ranked second. If you're willing to be my personal disciple, everything I promised you before still stands. It's like the teachers are ready to claw each other's eyes out. Are you deliberately going against me? Wu Meng shouts, fuming. You was taken by the headmaster. I definitely won't let you have Chu Ran too. Rong Kai, undeterred, fires back with just as much excitement. The hero and Wang Shi stand side by side inside a luminous yellow magic circle, its arcane patterns pulsing with energy. All around them are shelves stacked high with vials and beakers, each filled with various potions, some glowing faintly under the ambient light. The hero takes in the sight with wide-eyed amazement, unable to hide his shock. Wang Shi, smiling knowingly, gestures at their surroundings. This is my private mansion, he says. I mostly use it to store rare and valuable items. If you ever need me, you can come here directly. For now, I'll help you choose the materials necessary for the bloodline forging technique. The hero glances at him, stunned. This is Headmaster Wang's personal treasury, he thinks. Teleportation is required just to enter. This place might not even be in Su Kang district, could be outside China entirely. Together, master and disciple approach a massive, glowing purple magic circle etched into the floor. Wang Shai extends his right hand, and flames ignite above his palm, revealing vague figures dancing within. The bloodline forging technique allows your bloodline to evolve, he begins. Many are mesmerized by the allure of forbidden spells, but what truly matters is the source blood. It's the foundation of the transformation. The fiery vision shifts, showing a man sitting in lotus position. A normal human bloodline has very limited potential, Wang explains. As your level increases, the stat growth per level gradually tapers off. When classes hit their limits, merging with the blood of other races becomes the only way to push further. Confused, the hero turns to his teacher. Even someone like you still struggles with leveling up? He asks, genuinely curious. Wang Shi smiles and raises a single finger. Of course, once you enter the stage of tertiary awakening, leveling up requires a staggering amount of experience, he says. I'm currently level. At that level, the only monsters worth the effort are boss-class enemies, not easy prey by any means. In front of them, 3 glowing icons appear, each representing a unique source blood: Angel, Dragon, and Titan. I've prepared 3 divine race source bloods for you, Wang Shi says. You can only choose one. This decision will shape your future. Once fused, it becomes your sole bloodline. The image shifts to a familiar, angelic girl. This is angel source blood, extracted from the remains of a divine angel, Wang explains. The angel race serves the god of light. Fusing with this will grant you a strong affinity with light element magic. Next appears a towering, muscular warrior wreathed in crackling lightning. The Titans, blessed by the god of thunder, are born with lightning control. Fusing with Titan blood will greatly enhance all your lightning-based abilities, says the mentor. Then, a cute red dragon unfurls before them, scales shimmering. The dragon race are direct descendants of the dragon god and carry the purest draconic essence. After merging with it, you'll exert natural dominance over all beast-type creatures. The hero stares into the swirling visions, mind reeling. Angels, titans, dragons. These aren't ordinary bloodlines, they belong to divine races, all over level 60, he realizes in awe. Placing a hand over his heart, he looks to his teacher. Which bloodline do you think suits me best? He asks. Even though I have help from the system, I still don't know enough about this world to choose blindly. Wang Hui's eyes soften with approval. Most would jump to a decision when faced with rare divine blood, he thinks. But he stayed calm and rational. That shows true maturity. Raising his hand again, the fire still dancing above his palm, he advises, Titan and Dragon bloodlines offer immense boosts to strength and mana. But because of your connection with the God of Light, the Angel bloodline is the best match. It may bring you enhancements beyond what you can imagine. The hero steps forward, extending his hand. I choose the Angel source blood, he declares with determination. Wang Hui smiles and places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It seems you're well suited to this angelic bloodline, he says warmly. You'll be my 5th disciple. There are 4 senior brothers ahead of you. I'll introduce you when the time comes. The hero then pulls out the gold medal he received earlier and shows it to his mentor. I have a question, he says. Why would I be awarded something this prestigious? Just defeating a demon legion doesn't seem enough to merit a gold medal. Wang Hui's expression turns serious. Then I won't keep it from you, he replies solemnly. Vivid images of terrifying monsters flash through the hero's mind as Wang Hui explains. Your actions in Tempest Valley exposed a hidden threat. Because of you, the military discovered that otherworldly beings can enter our world through medium-sized spatial cracks. Shocked, the hero looks at his teacher. Wait, that means there could already be many otherworldly creatures hiding across China? A scene unfolds of a cloaked commander marching past disciplined rows of armored warriors. Wang Hui nods. Correct. Preliminary investigations found evidence of their arrival through hundreds of such cracks within our borders, he says, the 2 of them still standing before the glowing purple magic circle. Luckily, the invaders are low level, and the legions can handle them. Nationwide, our military units have been ordered to exterminate these threats. Our academy will soon assign similar missions through the school's mission system. I hope you will grow strong like your seniors and do your part for the country. The hero clenches his fist with resolve. Yes, master, he says firmly. Wang Hui hands him a small purple cube. You still need to make a few preparations for the bloodline forging ritual, the teacher says. Get some rest for now. Use this teleportation cube. I'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Later, the hero lounges on a couch, staring at a glowing yellow info window. What should I choose? He muses. Teacher said the outcome of the forging depends on both constitution and luck. I hope the high-grade potion I earned from defeating the demonic prince can help. A graceful green flask appears in his hand. The potion inside is rumored to bring good fortune for 12 hours after consumption. Without hesitation, he uncorks the bottle and drinks it down. He then taps the yellow window, selecting reward number 4, random chest. A notification pops up. Congratulations! You've received an S-grade treasure, longing fruit. It's a rare fruit, grown from the corpse of a dragon, known to drastically boost constitution and spell damage. He clenches his fist in triumph. An S-grade treasure, he grins. Everything I've drawn from random chests before was garbage, but this lucky potion really paid off. With excitement bubbling, he grabs the purple cube Wang Hui gave him. Time to go meet the teacher, he thinks. As his feet step into the magic circle, a voice rings out. Headmaster, you're so generous. We see the backs of 2 familiar figures in conversation. The corpse of an angel is incredibly rare, and securing angel source blood is no small feat, one of them says. Sharing it could spark conflict between entire legions. But I've waited long enough. I'm giving it to Anju. He is my choice, and I'm completely satisfied with him. There's no need to hesitate, Wang Hui responds. The hero approaches and bows respectfully. Greetings, teacher, he says. Wang Hui eyes him with a pleased smile. Good. You've adjusted your body well. You're in excellent condition. The hero steps into the designated section of the magic circle, where both mentors are already waiting. The younger of the two gestures him forward. Come, he says. This is the bloodline forging ritual I've prepared for you. Remove your clothes and sit in the center of the formation. The hero settles into the center of the formation, his body immediately engulfed in flames that rise and swirl around him. Wang Hui turns to his companion. Juhi, I'll need you to activate the formation. I'll stay on the perimeter and protect it, he instructs. Understood, the elder replies with a nod. Holding out a mysterious object in his hand, Juhi speaks clearly. Bloodline forging technique. With that, he activates the skill. A golden wall of energy suddenly envelops the hero, casting flickering light across the chamber. Without warning, a blast of force bursts from the hero's chest. He remains seated in the circle, now radiating with erupting streams of energy. Then the vibrant aura shifts, its hue fading from golden to a sudden brilliant blue. The two mentors stand side by side, eyes locked on the ritual. Wang Shui extends his hand instinctively. Xu Huang reacts with surprise. What an intense freeze, he exclaims. It seems he already possesses a special bloodline. The chamber around them momentarily transforms into a vision of a vast library, where threads of blue energy flow like ribbons between shelves. Xu Huang stares in disbelief at his own hand, now leaking the same blue energy. If Shui changed his class to mage, he could be one of the greatest ice mages alive, he mutters. He glances at the base of his staff, where a flicker of yellow flame still clings. Wang Hui's brows furrow. I know this feeling. His sister's awakening a frost bloodline, he says quietly. I suspect he's inherited the same. Inside the magical formation, the hero sits cross-legged, surrounded by violent torrents of clashing power. The angel bloodline should easily suppress any lower tier ones during forging, Wang Hui remarks. That's why I wasn't concerned. But now, they're clashing, balancing. This frost bloodline is no ordinary strain, there's something more here. Chu Huang watches the dazzling chaos, thoughtful. Did you delve into his history, Wang? She asks. As the storm of light continues, they catch glimpses of the hero's hair and robes glowing in the storm. Nearly all non-human bloodlines in humanity trace back to the earliest internal game players, she reflects. Now that reality has merged with the eternal game, the higher one levels, the more their bloodline inheritance awakens. The blurry outline of a powerful warrior flickers into view, sword in hand, aura immense. The frost energy within him equals the angel bloodline in potency, she continues. That suggests his ancestor might have been among the original high-level players of the eternal game. The vision clears slightly, revealing an old man with steely gray hair and glowing, menacing eyes. Without a lineage that strong, she says, there's no way someone like him could manifest such overwhelming frost power. The energy surging through the hero becomes more defined. Golden light from the waist up, icy blue below. If not for the interference of the frost bloodline, the angel source blood would have already fused entirely, Wang Hui thinks grimly. But now, they're locked in opposition. And even if the frost is purged, the angel blood might be depleted beyond recovery. Chu Huang watches with mounting tension, his eyes locked on the boy. Too much of the angel source blood has been burned away, he says quietly. The final result may not even rival the effect of a common high-grade treasure. The hero's face is taut with pain, caught in the violent war of energies swirling around him. There's nothing more we can do, the old man says solemnly. Intervening now could kill him outright. Beads of sweat run down the young man's face as he endures the onslaught. May fortune favor you, whispers Wang Hui. The blue energy begins forming jagged, icy spikes that jut out from around the hero, encasing him in frost. His eyes suddenly snap wide open. A message echoes in his mind. Gate of consciousness has been opened. You have entered the mental realm. He finds himself standing in an enormous hall, and not far off, raised slightly on a small platform, stands a cloaked figure. A soft voice reaches him. My child, you are finally here. The hero senses this is his arrival. He peers ahead, scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. Is this my mental realm? He wonders. Before him now stands a smiling girl, her face almost entirely hidden beneath a pale cloak. My child, she says sweetly, congratulations on receiving God's blessing. I have been sent to grant you your true power. From now on, you are free. Free from the constraints of morality and rules. Follow only your will, your desires. But beneath the girl's soft voice and gentle smile, her eyes glint with malice and deceit. So, she asks, stretching out her hand, do you accept this power? The hero narrows his eyes, a sharp glow igniting in them. Disgusting. Why is my first instinct to summon my holy light hammer and crush her, he thinks, unsettled. The cloaked girl reaches toward him again. Do not be afraid. Accept this blessing and you'll gain power beyond anything you can imagine, she whispers enticingly. But before her hand can reach him, a sudden surge of golden energy blasts toward her. The energy engulfs her completely, and she lets out a shrill scream of pain. In the hero's hands, a massive, radiant hammer glows with divine force, looming above the girl as she collapses to the floor. Now this feels right, he thinks. I should always follow my heart. What are you doing? The girl shrieks, stunned and outraged. Just then, the familiar angel girl from before appears, smiling delicately as she covers her mouth with her fingers. We see now that she's seated on the throne, the very one once claimed by the cloaked figure. Her face comes into view, a charming girl with striking green eyes. Oh, nothing, she says, amusement dancing in her voice. I just witnessed something fascinating. She lifts a graceful hand, ropes coiling subtly around her wrist like living threads. Don't let me down, boy, she murmurs to him. Across from her, the girl who had been struck by the hero now rises, fury burning in her eyes. How dare you raise a hand against the divine, she roars. God will rain down punishment on you until there's nothing left. No need for all that, the hero says calmly, brandishing his glowing hammer. I'll pass on the repentance. The girl clenches her fingers, her eyes narrowing with menace. You insolent brat, she snarls. In an instant, chains of purple energy snap into existence, binding the hero in place. He cries out in agony. All around him, countless grotesque eyes open in the air, watching with cold intent. The girl smiles, twisted delight lighting her face. What a wonderful scream, she says. That's what happens when you disrespect Master Zia. Sweat pours down the hero's face, his body trembling. But still, he speaks through the pain. Zia, you're nothing but a lackey for a wicked god? Her fist slams into his face. Ignorant fool, she roars. Composing herself, she folds her hands before her mouth, the sinister grin returning. You've drawn the master's gaze. He has sent me to conduct your baptism. Be grateful. Sia will guide you back to the righteous path. The hero screams again, the pain now overwhelming. His back arches, arms hanging limply at his sides. Half his face is now obscured by a swirling purple mist. This vile power. It's trying to poison my mind, he realizes. Above him, glowing yellow petals begin to bloom, each bearing luminous eyes. The same eerie glow appears beneath his feet. His mentors, watching from outside the formation, stare in stunned disbelief at the chaos erupting around the boy. What in the world is happening to him? One of them asks in alarm. Wang Hui extends his hand, a bright yellow sphere blazing in his palm. Why is there evil god energy within the angel source blood? He asks aloud. Could it be? The angel was slain by an evil god? A massive explosion erupts, sending a shockwave that ripples through the scene. Tu Huang shouts in alarm. Yuan is in grave danger. The evil god won't stop until the angel's power is completely destroyed. But Wang Qi smiles with a glimmer of hope. Wait, the angel's power inside him isn't fading. It's growing stronger. Sitting cross-legged, the young man clenches his teeth against the pain as tendrils of blue, yellow, and purple energy twist and shriek around him. Despite the chaos, his expression calms, his face bathed in multicolored light. In the distance, we glimpse a blurry figure breaking free from its chains. Then, before us, appears a glowing blue icon, a symbol shaped like a circle, entwined with a blooming flower. The girl confronting him watches with unease, hand raised to her mouth. His soul was nearly devoured. So why has such divine energy surged out of him all of a sudden? She stares at Eon in astonishment, confusion written across her face. A golden halo, once seen behind the hero in battle, now glows on his forehead. From it stream long, golden strands that resemble flowing female hair. A phantom hand appears, gripping a staff with a magnificent blue-tipped head, releasing powerful waves of energy. Servant of the evil god, the hero yells. Die, he roars, striking with his newly manifested weapon. A brilliant flash of yellow light explodes from the impact. Mysterious outlines shimmer into view, emitting currents of purple energy. The purple hue deepens, twisting into increasingly bizarre and chaotic shapes. Suddenly, we see a demonic figure, its hands shackled, standing within a massive magic circle. The creature lets out a distorted chuckle. Several grotesque eyes blink open. Are you trying to tickle me, little one? It mocks. One of the demon's hands grips thick, heavy chains. Your resistance means nothing to my grand design, it bellows. The monster hurls the chains forward, launching them straight at the hero. Advance, it commands. Our view shifts to the hero, now revealed with 6 glowing blue wings unfurled behind him. The chains slam through a frozen surface, sending icy shards flying everywhere. Gigantic eyes with massive purple irises appear, unblinking and ominous. Then, strangely, the purple circles contract into minuscule points. The demon, whose body is covered in hundreds of staring eyes, looks shocked. What is this? The hero activates a formation skill, its energy pulsing outward. The demon's monstrous form is suddenly trapped at the center of a violent blue vortex. A glowing blue circle shines below, and a beam of concentrated energy pierces the creature's palm. Above it, the hero, his golden hair flowing, blue wings beating, hovers in divine fury as the demon shrieks in agony. Purple energy howls out from beneath the demon's eyes, yet it laughs. I will accept your gift. A chaotic struggle breaks out between the vile purple streams and the jagged blue spikes bristling with thorns. You humans call this power, the monster sneers. It's nothing but the leftover light your god once granted. Deep within the hole in its palm, a swirling vortex churns ominously. A red eye appears, marked with a white cross at its center. As Master's most devout believer, the demon declares proudly, an enormous, otherworldly creature takes shape before the hero, perfect in form yet utterly unnatural. The power I wield is beyond your mortal comprehension, it finishes. From hundreds of radiant points across its body, beams of intense light burst forth, slamming into the hero and racking him with searing pain. The ends of the chains glow with fierce purple flames, forming a dense barrier that blocks the path of the hero, whose 6 ethereal blue wings shimmer behind him. Worms only know how to run, the demon sneers. Suddenly, a swirling vortex with a darkened core spins into existence before the cross-marked eye. The demon unleashes a blinding beam of light, the energy tearing through the space between them, engulfing everything in a radiant flood. Yet the hero quickly conjures a golden shield in front of him, its light deflecting the violent surge. Yellow flames flicker just above his blue wings, and in the midst of that golden blaze, a dark silhouette slowly emerges. The demon's vacant eyes, glowing against a purple backdrop, widen in horror. What is this? It howls. Above, glowing beams of light streak across the sky, only to be shattered one after another by the hero's strikes. Meanwhile, the angel girl, resting her chin on her hand, observes quietly. The hero calmly raises a glowing finger, a bright beam pulsing at its tip. It's over, he says. Yellow energy bursts from within the demon's eyes, culminating in an earth-shattering golden flash. The red eye fractures and scatters across the demon's form, each fragment burning with light. Impossible, it screams. Where is your power coming from? Overhead, a brilliant source of golden energy flares, raining down devastating beams upon the creature. No, 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 the demon repeats, each word weaker than the last. Its once vibrant purple form now nearly vanishes behind the overwhelming brilliance of the light. The golden radiance floods every inch of the battlefield. Through the glow, the hero's legs come into view, and then, slowly, his head. Before us towers a massive column of golden light. The hero reaches out and lifts a luminous sphere into his palm. He stares ahead with a strange intensity in his eyes. The sphere in his hand blazes with blinding brilliance. Around the towering golden pillar, a vortex spins wildly. Shu Huang shouts, barely containing his excitement. This is angelic power, pure enough to annihilate the evil god's influence completely. Wang Kuti, equally amazed, adds, it's like the angel and frost bloodlines fused together, in an extraordinary way. Above the lotus-seated youth, an angelic girl floats, shining with radiant white light. The young man's bare torso gleams beneath her. The angel descends and gently places her hands on his shoulders. Yellow crosses appear in his eyes. He sits in serene concentration, legs folded beneath him. The mentors burst into delighted laughter. He's truly blessed, Chuan says, to receive the god of light's favor at such a dire moment and turn the tide. The hero rises to his feet. Gee, how are you feeling? Wang Qi asks, watching him closely. The boy stares into the distance, his gaze slightly unfocused. It feels like my power just underwent a massive transformation, he murmurs. A flicker of yellow light reflects off a card in his eyes. Suddenly, a flurry of notifications flashes before him. Special bloodline. Six-winged angel. Bloodline talent. Divine mark of light. With this mark, his connection to the light and ice elements is drastically strengthened. As his bloodline evolves, his compatibility with other elements will increase. Another talent appears. Magic immunity, granting him a chance to nullify enemy magic, including non-damaging spells like Purify and Disperse. Clenching his fist in joy, the hero exclaims, "It's the six-winged angel bloodline, and I inherited 2 talents." 2? Huang, standing beside him, can hardly contain his excitement. "Six-winged angel!" he shouts. Wang Shui steps forward, nodding with satisfaction. "Looks like your bloodline forging was a huge success. That's the highest-ranking angel bloodline. And as your level rises, those talents will evolve into S+ grades." The young man's eyes widen again as another yellow card gleams in his vision. "Master, there's also an S+ grade bloodline technique. It's called Angel Physique," he reports, awestruck. The card comes into view. Bloodline technique, Angel Physique. It allows him to channel the power of the six-winged angel within him. The higher his level, the more strength he can unleash. But until he hits level 50, he hasn't fully absorbed the bloodline. Each use of this technique will leave him weakened for a time. Wang Hui looks at him with keen interest. "Go on, use the secret technique. Let me see how much stronger you've become." "Okay," the young man replies without hesitation. He closes his eyes, focusing on the skill's description, especially the part that says, "The higher the level, the greater the power." With a sharp breath, he tenses his muscles and speaks aloud. "Angel Physique." Instantly, golden energy pours from his eyes. A moment later, waves of glowing yellow energy ripple out, flooding the area. Chu shouts with delight, watching the dazzling spectacle unfold. What an overwhelming surge of elemental power, the boy thinks, his expression becoming noble, almost monumental. He stretches his arms wide. A brilliant golden halo forms at his forehead, radiating beams of energy in every direction. Wang Hui can't hide his admiration. Outstanding! After activating the bloodline technique, his strength jumped at least 5-fold. "How do you feel?" the mentor asks, eyeing his student. "It's incredible," the young man answers, breathless. "My whole body's overflowing with power like never before." We see his fist clenched tight, surrounded by swirling streams of golden energy. He opens his hands, one pulsing with golden light, the other with cool blue. "The light and ice elements. They're like my loyal companions. I can command them as I please," he says. A strange mechanical device materializes before them. Suddenly, warning signs flash. Alarm. Warning. High-level elemental energy detected. Activating level 3 defense status. A robotic voice echoes across the room. Wang Hui chuckles, clearly amused. Six-winged angels are favored by the elements, after all. Deactivate the secret technique quickly. Otherwise, the room's defense system is going to treat you as a threat. Surrounded by swirling golden energy, the hero nods to his mentor. I understand, he says calmly. The security robot lets out a confirming tone as it powers down and retreats. He glances down at his hand, eyes filled with wonder. He slowly clenches his fist, testing the sensation. The old man watches him closely. What's troubling you? He asks. The hero stares ahead, a distant look in his eyes. The secret technique boosted my strength tremendously, he says. But even though I didn't use it long or fight anyone, my entire body feels sore and bloated. Wang Hui studies him carefully. The bloodline secret technique amplifies your power exponentially, but the six-winged angel bloodline is too overwhelming for you at this stage, he explains. It takes a toll. Use it only as your trump card, for now. The old man chuckles softly, stroking his long beard. Six-winged angel bloodline, two evolving talents, an S+ grade secret technique, he muses. For the other freshmen chasing him, it may remain just a dream. The conversation continues inside a high-ceilinged pavilion with towering windows. Wang Hui glances out and says, judging by the signs from your bloodline activation, your sister's frost bloodline may not be weaker than yours. If you want her to awaken it in peak condition, turn the frozen lotus into a frost pill. The university has a specialized pill forging department. You can request the service through the school system. Understood, the hero replies. Still smiling, his mentor rests a hand on his shoulder. Go to your room and get some good rest, he advises. As the hero walks away, Huang turns slightly to Wang Hui. Headmaster, how did you fall under the influence of an evil god's power? He asks. The teachers continue the conversation in private. If something had happened to him, it would have been a massive loss not only for Su Huang University, but for the entire country, Shuang states. Thanks to the God of Light's protection, he survived. This time, I'll launch a full investigation, Wang Hui promises. I won't overlook a single clue. The hero, now alone, holds a glowing cube that radiates a rich purple light. To forge the frost pill, aside from the frozen lotus, I still need one more grade A treasure, icicle grass, he thinks. The Snow Dragon Legion should be delivering the frozen lotus soon. But the icicle grass, he checks something on his phone screen. Bronze medal, 500 points, silver, 1,000, gold, 2,000, he reads. With the points I have, buying one from the school market should be no problem. Just then there's a knock at the door. He turns toward it, wondering, who could need me at this hour? He opens the door and blinks in surprise. Masu? He asks. Do you need something from me? The girl looks at him with calm composure. I haven't seen Ji for a day, she thinks. And somehow he's changed. It's not just a level increase. The pressure he emits now is that of a noble bloodline. She smiles politely. Housemaster Wu asked me to deliver the resources promised to you by the War House, she explains. He raises a brow. But I chose Wang as my teacher, he replies. Why is Housemaster Wu sending me resources? The girl takes a seat on the sofa. She locks eyes with the hero. You'll receive personal guidance from Headmaster Wang Qi, she says. But all irregular courses will be held at the War House, she adds. These resources are distributed by us. All top-ranking students are entitled to them. She places a package beside her. Here. He looks at his guest with surprise. Our War House? He asks. Isn't Su a mage class? She smiles at him, a hint of irony in her tone. And what? A mage can't teach at the War House? Of course they can, the young man replies quickly. A mountain of assorted items materializes before the girl. For now, go through your resources, she instructs. He scans the list displayed in front of the sofa. His eyes land on the second item, Grade A treasure, icicle grass. Without hesitation, he taps the menu. Clenching his fist with excitement, the hero reads the info window, Effect, used in combination with frozen lotus to produce a pill. This pill can increase the awakening rate of the frost bloodline. Exactly what I need, he thinks, as expected of the luck potion. Once I get the frozen lotus and grab a few more ingredients, I can start forging the frost pill. He signs his name. No problem. Thank you, Miss Yu, he says gratefully. Her expression sharpens. Now that business is done, it's time for a proper lecture, she says sternly. She stands and jabs a finger at his forehead, visibly upset. You're powerful, sure, and training in Tempest Valley is fine. But venturing into the deeper zone? That's just reckless ignorance. Before you act, you need to be sure you can protect yourself. The guy keeps his thoughts to himself. I can't exactly tell her I have system protection. I know the danger level in Tempest Valley is within my control. A shadow crosses the girl's face. Every year, Su Kang University graduates many geniuses, but only a few become true elites, she says quietly. So many promising heroes fall midway due to accidents. Mayor looks at him with a mix of longing and concern. Don't think I'm just nagging. It's always better to be cautious. I understand, Masu, he responds softly. I'll remember your words. He looks at her, serious. There's something I'd like to ask. My strength has increased again. Can you recommend a few safe places where I can get real combat experience? Masu stares at him, wide-eyed. What a monster, she mutters in disbelief. The two of them enter a massive hangar. A combat robot rolls toward them, bristling with a cannon and a machine gun. You can control these robots for real combat training, she explains. You can also adjust the difficulty settings. The hangar is filled with various combat vehicles. The girl activates a computer interface. The training bots range from level 1 to combat forms, scale based on the number of robots. More robots means more combat power. And once a bot hits level 10 and transforms, it can fight like a level 20 class opponent. A flying robot hovers into view. It projects a wide blue beam at the hero. Your entire challenge will be recorded by the camera orbs, Masu says. They'll collect data throughout and generate a full report afterward. She rests her hand on one of the nearby vehicles. You can pause the training anytime, but remember, blades and bullets don't have eyes. I suggest you start on the lower levels. Glancing over her shoulder, she extends her hand toward him. I've got class now, so I'm heading off. Just remember, test your limits, don't hold back. All that's left is for you to give the camera orb the order to begin. He lifts his gaze to the hovering camera. Camera orb, begin. Initiate level 7 combat form, he commands. Red lights flicker on at the front of the robot. Orders received. Executing program, the machine responds. The combat robots stir to life, whirring and clicking into motion, preparing to engage the hero. There are a lot of them, more than just a handful. The flying orb, now glowing with 3 ominous red eyes, speaks. Combat monitoring activated. 50 combat training robots deployed. Warning. Level 7 combat form has been initiated. A sharp flash of yellow light reflects in the hero's eyes. The yellow energy closes in quickly. It becomes clear that the beams are coming from a weapon mounted on one of the robots. A 6-barrel machine gun joins the barrage. Grenades arc through the air toward the hero. He raises his elbow defensively, his gaze sharp and contemplative. Let's see what this new frost power from the first bloodline can really do, he thinks. A smile tugs at his lips as his fist begins to glow with vibrant blue energy. He swings, punching a massive robot head-on, even as another beam cannon fires from a nearby combat vehicle. The yellow beam disperses harmlessly against a shimmering blue shield, conjured from the hero's outstretched hand. He glances at his right hand, pleased. The frost power's pretty handy, he says. A windstorm begins to form around him as dozens of robots close in. An inspired expression lights up his face. Time for the wind! Frost Tempest! He shouts, invoking the spell. A wave of blue energy explodes outward, slamming into one of the incoming machines. White sparks crackle in the air, and a dusting of snow seems to follow. Sharp ice blades lance out toward the wall-mounted machine guns. The hero extends his hand, and a glowing blue magic circle forms in his palm. His fist bursts with brilliant white beams of energy. From above, the destructive effect on the enemy is crystal clear. He exhales deeply, tension fading. Now surrounded by scattered robot parts, the hero accesses a glowing blue system window. Notifications appear. Mr. Shu, congratulations on passing the Level 7 combat form test. Calculating training results. He reads the report. 50 Level 17 robots. Level 7 combat form. Time. 3 minutes 40 seconds. All robots destroyed. Grading. Distinction. The frost power's great for crowd control, he notes. Level 7 was a breeze. I wonder if the highest difficulty will finally push me to my limits. He looks thoughtfully at the flying robot and issues a new command. Activate Level 10 combat form. The drone surveys the hangar. Due to excessive damage to training robots, Level 10 combat form backup plan has been initiated, it reports. A mechanical arm extends toward one of the vehicles, sparks flying as it begins welding repairs. Something catches the hero's attention, and his eyes widen in surprise. It's clear he's spotted something significant. His gaze locks onto a colossal combat vehicle. Level 10 combat form. Supernatural-grade training robot will take its place, the drone announces. The top-down view reveals just how massive the combat machine is compared to the lone figure standing before it. The hero hears a calm voice explain, "This supernatural-grade robot has stats comparable to a level 25 class. It will also operate using high-level intelligence protocols, maximizing both offense and defense." In front of him, a hovering machine equipped with 3 lenses provides critical data. "If your safety is compromised at any moment, please issue an emergency stop," it advises. The hero's face lights up with satisfaction. "This is exactly what I've been waiting for," he says. "Now I can finally cut loose." A bright blue orb pulses, one of the core nodes embedded in the massive enemy machine. A countdown begins, and as soon as the words start echoes, the robot unleashes a concentrated blue energy beam. The weapon whirs as it charges. The hero, already caught knee-deep in a swelling blue wave, suddenly realizes what's happening. "Frost power," he mutters, puzzled. The giant robot becomes engulfed in an overwhelming white glow. The brilliance blinds everything in front of the mechanical behemoth, masking its exact location. The hero leaps backward to avoid being caught in the onslaught. A display describes the technique. Light double. By merging light and ice elements, the robot creates a duplicate of its main body to disorient foes, blurring the line between illusion and reality. Not wasting a second, the guy goes on the offensive. His weapon leaves behind a vivid yellow streak. "I'll disarm you first," he shouts. His attack seems to land, but a burst of yellow light ignites on the robot's front side as one of its combat modules opens fire. The yellow beam knocks the hammer clean from the hero's grip. The robot's head appears to be stationed above the glowing yellow circle. A cold, robotic voice says, "Disarm." Now weaponless, the hero drops to one knee, hand braced against the ground. How is it responding so well? Is the camera orb feeding my combat data to it in real time? He wonders. Above the robot, a bright yellow energy column blazes. "Attack system synchronization complete. Combat capacity upgraded," announces the voice. A surge of yellow energy streams forward, and from it, a glowing human-like hand emerges. The hero finds himself inside a glowing yellow ring, facing a towering energy wall of the same hue. A structure of blue light begins to form, gradually taking the shape of a weaponized beast. Module optimization complete. "Bringing system online," states the drone, as a fully formed mechanical wolf materializes in front of the hero. He glances fearfully over his shoulder. The metallic beast is already nearly upon him, its jagged jaws open wide. The cannon. It transformed into a mechanical wolf, he realizes. He hurls a series of punches at the creature. It can even replicate Tempest wolves. "Looks like I'll have to rely on brute force," he thinks grimly. One of his attacks triggers a powerful explosion, sending the mechanical wolf skidding backward. Stretching out his hands with a confident grin, the hero challenges, "Let's see if you can recreate my angelic hypothesis." A hand reaches forward, and the identification device chimes to life. "Data processing in progress," it reports. Meanwhile, Taran smiles quietly to herself, recalling how she agreed to become Housemaster Song's personal disciple. "With that, I gained access to rare resources and made real progress," she thinks. "I kept failing the level 7 combat form before, but maybe now I stand a chance." A mechanical voice addresses her. "Mr. Young Taran, your previous challenge result, level 6 combat form." Turan hears blaring alarms and sees warning lights flashing all over the room. A mechanical voice chimes in, "We apologize. The training robots have sustained severe damage. Please schedule your challenge again tomorrow." Another system voice follows. "A student is currently attempting level 10. This facility is meant for freshmen. Most of us can't even pass level 6 combat forms," she thinks in disbelief. Even if it were her own brother, Taran doubts he could take on a level 10 combat form without struggle. Who in the world is in there now, she wonders. On the battlefield, a chain with a sharp, glowing tip whips through the air. A description appears. Holy chain release. Chains formed of holy light that bind and restrict enemy movement. A yellow halo radiates from the hero's forehead, emitting jets of energy. This chain once left me helpless, he says, his voice steely. Now, I'll make you feel that same despair. The shining tip of the chain hurtles toward the mechanical wolf. Holy chain, the guy mutters, as gears and metallic debris burst from the robot in every direction. Suddenly, a volley of sharp arrows follows. The trailing chains from the arrows coil tightly around the metallic beast. Skill anomaly detected. Unable to match with current database. Analysis failed, the hero hears. His eyes begin to gleam with a strange yellow light. A new skill appears. Vision of light. Analyzes enemy weaknesses and hidden traits, providing attack guidance. He shouts the name of the skill as it activates over the now-bound mechanical wolf. Surging with yellow energy, the guy breaks into a triumphant laugh. Aha! So your weakness is your core, right in the chest. A glowing blue circle flickers. It erupts in a flash of radiant energy, flooding the area with blinding yellow light. One of the robot's nodes flares, surrounded by sparking discharges. A robotic voice declares, "Final protocol initiated, self-destruction sequence executing." Another massive wave of yellow energy explodes outward. Clouds of smoke drift lazily around Turan, who stands alone on an iron platform. She listens intently to the voices echoing from the battlefield, still hidden from her view. Level 10 combat form has been cleared. Entry re-enabled. Due to severe damage, please return in 1 week, the announcement states. Her jaw drops. Level 10? Cleared? Who the hell is in there? A girl wearing cute shoes adorned with bows walks among scattered debris and shattered machine parts. Her eyes widen in stunned amazement. She spots the hero standing at the center of a massive crater, yellow arcs of energy still crackling around him. What happened here? Turan asks, breathless. She pants from excitement and exertion. Mr. Shu, congratulations on clearing level 10 combat form in 8 minutes and 32 seconds. A stats window pops up with the final appraisal. Beyond excellence. Highest physical damage, 27. Highest magic damage, 56. Highest combined skill. Damage, 106. Beads of sweat slide down his face as he stands quietly, thinking. If not for the robot wolf's surprise attack, I would have won even more easily. I need to contract a magic pet that can fight alongside me, he concludes. Turan rushes toward him, eyes wide with awe, calling out his name. The two lock eyes, almost affectionately. Brother, the beautiful girl asks breathlessly, have you completed your bloodline forging? How are you this strong in just 1 day? The young man nods. Yeah, I finished forging this morning. I have the 6-winged angel bloodline now, he replies. The girl's eyes sparkle with excitement. That's amazing. A divinity bloodline like that is incredibly rare, she nearly shouts. Meanwhile, my succubus bloodline is just one of the many that are merely above average. The guy glances back at her with a smile. Ran, can you take me to the magic pet market? I want to contract a pet to boost my strength. She nods eagerly. Of course, the market's not far from here. I'll take you now. Ahead of them, traditional Asian-style rooftops line the skyline. Beyond them lies Fantasy Alley, where the magic pet market is said to be located. Grinning from ear to ear, Turan grabs her friend's hand and pulls him forward. Around them, sellers shout over one another. Silver tier Fire Tiger Cub grows up to level 20, only 110 points. Level 19 Adult Dragonhorn Rhino, with Draconic Bloodline, priced at 210 points. Only one left. Silver tier Golden Clawed Greenhawk Egg, special deal today. Ran turns to him. So, do you have any specific pet in mind? The guy strokes his chin thoughtfully. Back in Tempest Valley, I tamed a Tempest wolf, but after defeating the demonic sun, I fell into a coma and missed the chance to contract it. I'm hoping to find another Tempest wolf cub, one with wind elemental talent, to make a contract with. A voice chimes in beside them. Tempest wolf cub? I've got one right here, a guy declares, stepping into view. A red-haired young man with square glasses lifts a cage, revealing a small black puppy curled inside. Greetings, students. I'm Liu Jisoo, 3rd year from the logistics house and a level 22 trainer. I raised this Tempest wolf cub myself. Interested in taking a look? Chu-ran smiles and glances toward the hero. Trainers are from life skill classes, and he's a student of Su Kang University too. Compared to the civilian stalls, his pet might be better quality. Got it, the hero replies. Jisu gently lifts the cub by the scruff of its neck and holds it up. This one's about 10 days old. Its mother is a silver tier Tempest wolf. I confirmed its talent with an appraisal skill. It's also silver tier. Yours for 60 points. The hero eyes the cub with a hint of disappointment. Silver tier, huh? Are there any gold tier ones? Gold tier, Jisu echoes. Those are incredibly rare. Barely any show up in the entire pet market. But if you're serious, I can keep you posted. Just know it'll cost way more. The young man picks up the cub and it lets out a faint whimper. All right, forget it, he says with a shrug. I'll take a closer look at this one. Turan steps forward, frowning slightly. Something's off about this cub. It's way too small, clearly underfed. Jisu, like any savvy merchant, tries to defend the price. Tempest wolves tend to be smaller than most large beasts. Same goes for their cubs. Smiling, the hero lifts the tiny wolf above his head and gazes into its eyes. No matter, I'll take it, he declares confidently. There are no useless pets, only useless masters. I've got high hopes for this one. Excellent, Turan says with approval. Jisu hands him a brown scroll. Here, this contract scroll is free. You can bind with the Tempest Wolf Cub now and store it in your contract space. The hero unfurls the scroll and reveals a purple formation etched in clean geometric patterns. Nice, very convenient, he remarks. Jisu turns away, his expression betraying a private thought. This was the runt of the litter, the worst one. I had no idea how to sell it. Lucky for me, this rookie took the bait and paid up front. If that scrawny thing had shed a tear during the contract process, things could have gotten messy. The wolf cub crouches inside the swirling purple formation. Come on, the hero urges from behind, his voice calm but firm. I believe in you. You're strong. Jisu stares at the creature, disbelief etched across his face. His expression contorts with rage. No way, this is impossible, he shouts. Before him looms the cub, a gleam of menace in its eyes and a distinct moon-shaped mark glowing on its forehead. A predatory grin curls its lips. This is no ordinary animal. Meanwhile, the nearby sellers buzz with excitement, their voices full of awe. That dark purple light? Could it be? A legendary tier magic pet? One gasps. How lucky do you have to be to stumble upon one of those at a market? Another turns to the hero eagerly. Bro, are you selling this Tempest Wolf Cub? I'll offer 1,000 points right now. Chu-ran grins and clasps the bidder's hand. Brother, you've got sharp eyes, she laughs. Looks like this cub is actually a devolved form. It's a legendary magic pet, restored to its true form the moment it absorbed your magic. The young man smirks, half to himself. Legendary tier? I really underestimated the luck potion's power. Off to the side, Jisu clenches his jaw and shoots a glare at the hero. Damn it. I sold a legendary tier pet to a freshman for cheap, he seethes. The wolf cub, its mismatched eyes shining with trust, pads softly toward its new owner. It clambers into the girl's arms and curls up into a tight ball of fluff. Haven't named it yet, she asks, cradling the cub gently. He glances at the adorable bundle and says simply, I'll call it Gray. The girl scoffs and pulls the cub closer to her chest. You're a terrible namer, she teases. But it does make him cuter. Jisu walks up with a stiff smile, forced and plastic. Sorry, seems I made a mistake, he says smoothly. I sold it to you at silver tier pricing. If you want to keep it, I'll need 15 more points. His expression twists into something sly. Or, if you'd prefer, you can cancel the contract, give the pet back, and I'll refund you 300 points. His voice drops. Better decide fast. If you don't cooperate, don't blame me for what happens next. Other market vendors murmur among themselves, eyeing the brewing storm. Clearly, Lu Jisu didn't check the cub's tier properly. Otherwise, there's no way he would have let it go so easily. Someone else adds, but he's backed by the Lu family, tight with the headmaster. Trouble's coming either way. That legendary pet may not stay with its new owner long. The hero stares Jisu down, eyes cold. I've never heard of anyone trying to raise the price after a deal's done. Jisu says nothing. His face betrays the fear he's trying desperately to hide. The hero steps forward, looming like a shadow of death. Stop daydreaming and get lost, he growls. Jisoo quivers where he stands. That look, I felt like I was about to die from a glare alone. He's just a freshman. How can he have that kind of presence? His hand trembles uncontrollably. Then, with a whimper, he collapses backward, landing on his butt and scrambling away. Bro, my bad! It's all a misunderstanding, he yells, panicked. Take the Tempest wolf cub, it's yours. The hero turns without a word and walks off. The girl and the wolf cub glance back at the retreating figure, eyes filled with contempt. Don't cross me again, the hero warns coldly, or you'll regret it. Turan bounces up, still holding the cub, and grins. Can I come play with him sometime? She asks. Of course, the hero replies with a small smile. Nearby, a few onlookers whisper among themselves. Wait a second. Isn't that the top freshman, Juhi Jr., the one the headmaster took as a personal disciple? I heard he even got a gold medal. Another mutters, Lu Jisoo thought he could get away with anything thanks to his family ties. This time, he picked the wrong target. A young man emerges from the crowd, cigarette dangling from his lips as he shoves his way forward. Well, if it isn't Li Wu-tang himself, someone murmurs. Come to back up your little brother. Still on his knees, Jisoo reaches out desperately, clutching the corner of Wu-tang's jacket. Brother, you have to avenge me, he cries. But vengeance is the last thing on Wu-tang's mind. Without a word, he swings and slams his fist straight into Jisoo's face. Cigarette still smoldering between his fingers, Wu-tang looms over his brother, now sprawled on the ground, clutching his cheek. Useless trash, he growls. Don't you get it? That freshman was awarded a gold medal. You should be grateful they let you walk away. Stop humiliating yourself. Get out of here and stay far away. Jisoo stares up at him in horror. What did I do to deserve this? Why did I pick a fight with someone so terrifying? Meanwhile, the Tempest wolf cub, threads of purple energy swirling around its body, trots back to the hero. Even in its youth, it instinctively manipulates the wind. Yeah, the hero murmurs, watching it. As expected of a legendary tier beast. A bell chimes nearby, drawing his attention. He turns to look. The luck potion is still active. Could something else good be coming my way? When he opens the door, a young man in armor stands waiting. Hello, Mr. Juhi, he greets. I'm Zhao Shen from the Snow Dragon Legion. This is the class treasure our legion promised you. Frozen Lotus. Please accept it. The hero takes the ornate box from the soldier. Zhao Shen nods. My duty here is done, he says. Yes, thank you, the hero replies. Please give my thanks to your commander. He places the box gently on the table and reflects. I didn't expect the Snow Dragon Legion to be this fast. It's been less than 3 days since I left Tempest Valley. He opens the drawer, and a stunning blue flower rises into view. I finally got the Frozen Lotus, he says with satisfaction. As he studies the information card, its details appear clearly. By consuming the frozen pill, you'll resonate with the ice element, increase your cultivation speed, and potentially awaken a frozen bloodline. Forging it into a frozen pill may solve your bloodline awakening crisis. The hero's thoughts linger on the possibilities. He reaches out and taps the frozen pill button on the computer interface. A message pops up. You have successfully booked 9th grade pill master Sir He-Tien. Due to the rarity of materials required to forge an S-class pill, please meet with the pill master in person at the pill department. The hero eyes the blue window on his screen, so I can't book it online. Guess I'll have to go there myself. The door creaks open slightly, casting a yellow light across the floor. Inside, a cauldron bubbles with something brewing. Stepping in, the hero spots a girl clutching a notebook. Hello, he says. Is Sir He-Tien here? I'd like him to forge a pill. The girl glances up, her face composed. He's in a meeting right now. I'm Leonie, his student, she replies. What kind of pill do you want forged? If you have questions, I can help. The hero reveals a vivid blue flower. Frozen pill. An S-class item, he says. Leonie's eyes widen. Class treasure, frozen lotus, and that's a class icicle grass? She looks him over with open disbelief. I thought you were a freshman. How do you even have these rare treasures? Just luck, the hero replies casually. The girl places a hand on her chest. Since you already have the frozen lotus and icicle grass prepared, all that's left is the production fee, 800 points, she explains. Leave your contact information, and once the pill is forged, I'll let you know. Okay, the guy agrees. They exchange contact details without much fuss. A corridor stretches ahead of them. Two young men stand in a nearby doorway. Hey, did you hear? One of them says. Otherworld creatures are showing up in more and more places. Really? The second one replies. Snippets of their conversation drift to the hero. A bunch of guilds and legions are being recalled from the front lines. My friend in the legion told me it's because signs of otherworld creatures have been detected all over the country. The hero narrows his eyes, listening intently. So, the news about the otherworld invasion is spreading fast, he thinks. Suddenly, someone slaps him playfully on the shoulder. He turns to see a girl. Song Xiang? He asks in surprise. You're in this class too? Of course, she grins. My personal mentor is Housemaster Wu Ming. Looks like we'll be classmates. She extends a hand toward him with a warm smile. Take care of me, okay? They shake hands. You're so strong already, he laughs. I don't know if I can take care of you, but if you ever need help, just say the word. Just then, someone enters the classroom. It's the teacher. Hello, students, she greets. I'm Su Man, and I'll be teaching you the Monster and Intel class. Standing beside a table with a globe, she raises her voice. But before we begin, there's an important announcement. Rumors are true. Otherworld creatures have begun invading our borders on a large scale. She gestures to the screen behind her. They're not strong yet, but the government is taking the threat very seriously. Legions have entered Level 3 combat preparation. Schools will also receive a significant boost in resources, she adds. The hero and Song Xiang listen closely. Because of this, resource distribution based on student rankings will increase by 70% at King University, the teacher continues. Complete missions assigned by the school, and you'll earn even greater rewards. Also, the Abyss mode of the school's 3 realms will open, but you'll need to buy a birthstone with points to unlock it. A buzz of excitement runs through the classroom. The country's throwing everything into building up strong warriors, someone says. The Abyss mode is finally open. I'll gain experience even faster now. Even the mission points got boosted. The school's definitely planning something big. Mayor Suman snaps her fingers sharply. She folds her arms across her chest. Calm down, everyone, she says firmly. No matter how much your resources increase, your only task is to focus on getting stronger. The hero studies her for a moment. Looks like I'm not the only one leveling up, he thinks. Even Mitsu has gotten way stronger since we first met. All right, Suman says. Let's begin today's lesson. Open your textbooks. Nearby, 2 students whisper to each other. I tried challenging the goblin dungeon boss yesterday and got wrecked. Lost hundreds of points, one complains. That's what you get for choosing nightmare difficulty, the other laughs. Do you regret it now? How was I supposed to know the final boss would be that hard? Groans the first. The hero stands in quiet contemplation. I'm level 19 now, and I've got the Frozen Lotus, he thinks. There's no need to take risks in Tempest Valley anymore. The Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon is the perfect spot to grind experience. Something nearby catches his attention. It's Chu-ran. He walks over, curious, and asks how she ended up here. She greets him warmly. They chat for a moment, both smiling. I heard the rewards in the school's 3 realms have been increased, Chu-ran says cheerfully. I was hoping to invite you to try them with me. What a coincidence, he replies. That was exactly my plan too. The 2 of them stand together within a glowing purple formation. Chu-ran glances at him curiously. Brother, what difficulty level are you planning to challenge? Abyss level, he replies without hesitation. What about you? She recoils a little, placing her hands in front of her chest nervously. That level's too hard for me, she admits. There's such a big difference between our strengths. I think I can only manage hard difficulty. He gently takes her hand, reassuring her. It's fine, he says. I'll team up with you and do another run after I clear the Abyss level. Chu-ran lowers her eyes and nods softly. That's a promise, she murmurs, hesitant but touched. Turning away, she covers her face with her hands. Brother, I'll go ahead and try the hard difficulty. Do your best. Okay, he says with a smile. Stay safe. Just then, a commotion breaks out nearby. One of the students points and yells, Shuming Chuan, what's he doing here? The crowd buzzes with excitement. It's been ages since anyone with an Earth rank challenged a realm. Didn't you know? Clearing a dungeon and setting a record earns you an achievement talent. Those things are real? Without some kind of special event, they're almost impossible to get. No wonder he showed up in such a hurry. The stoic figure in question stands silently, staff in hand. He's introduced as Shi Ming Chuan, a level 23 mage, ranked 86th in the Earth tier. Arms crossed, the hero watches him briefly. Boring, he thinks. I'll just get on with my own abyss challenge. A sound pings near his foot, drawing his gaze to a glowing information window above the purple portal. Realm, Goblin Dungeon. Difficulty, Abyss level. Level limitation, 17, G level, Saint Knight. Requirements met. Entry approved. Excited whispers spread among the students. Isn't that the #1 freshman? A level 19 Saint Knight going for Abyss difficulty? Cocky much? He's gonna waste 400 points for sure. Shiming Chuan watches coolly from a distance. Looks like the resource boost has made some people a bit too confident, he muses. The hero holds a glowing purple hexagonal crystal. A notification blinks into view. You have selected Abyss level difficulty. 400 points will be deducted in exchange for Abyss magic stones. Standing tall, he confirms the selection. Another message appears. You've been teleported to the Goblin Dungeon. Monsters have become more aggressive due to the difficulty increase. If you're overwhelmed, crush the Abyss magic stone to exit immediately. He surveys the desolate surroundings. Why does this place look like ruins, he wonders. Did the goblins destroy everything when they took over? A goblin appears, pointy ears, glowing red eyes, and a twisted expression. With a roar, it leaps at the hero, weapon raised high for a brutal strike. Calm and unshaken, the hero sidesteps and counters with a precise blow to the goblin's head, parrying the attack with ease. The goblin is flung backward, landing flat on his back with a dramatic thud. Shameless, he howls. Sneak attacking a 20-year-old young man like me. How low can you go? Arms folded across his chest, the hero surveys the battlefield calmly. There are so many goblins in this wave, he mutters. More monsters charge toward him. A status window flashes. Monster, Goblin Warrior. Level, Grade, Silver tier. Skills, Surprise Attack, Eggs. Yellow energy begins to swirl around the hero's hand. Still, he says, grinning, powerful enemies are always worth the effort. He swings his hammer with practiced ease, meeting the incoming wave head-on. The weapon crashes into a goblin, sending one of them staggering away, visibly sick from the blow. Die, he shouts, slamming his hammer into several more goblins with raw, focused power. After a few moments of chaos, he pauses, lowering the hammer to the ground. Strange, he says. They're kind of fragile. The hero notices something shifting in the distance. Another group of goblins charges in, reckless and wild. So that's the real challenge of this realm, he thinks. These goblin grunts keep coming in suicidal waves, draining mana like crazy. Yellow energy surges from the cracking earth beneath his feet. His gaze hardens as he watches the advancing goblins. I have to conserve my mana. I'll need it to unleash my big skills when the boss shows up, he reminds himself. With fluid motion, he delivers a series of crushing blows, tearing through the enemy ranks. A status window appears as his weapon slices through the goblins in a blur. Skill used. Shining Phantom. Slash. Continuously swing your weapon at rapid speed, producing light speed strikes and launching a combo attack on the enemy. Another notification pops up above the burning remains of his foes. Congratulations. Goblin Horde defeated. EXP gained, 11. Current level. Rubbing his shoulder, the hero lets out a breath. Finally took them all down, he murmurs, fatigue creeping into his voice. He chuckles quietly. Just as I thought, the higher my level gets, the harder it is to climb. Even after defeating that horde, level 20 still feels miles away. Resting his hammer on his shoulder, he moves forward with determination. Let's hope the boss fight gives me enough EXP to push through, he thinks. A massive gate creaks open in front of him. So, where's the final boss? He asks aloud. Right on cue, a monstrous figure steps out. A description flashes. Monster, Goblin King. Level, Grade, Legendary tier. The lore follows. Now ruler of the goblins, the king has led his people in conquering multiple human cities. The monster bellows. Foolish human, welcome to the land of death. I prepared it just for you. The hero raises an eyebrow. Why is this thing so chatty? The Goblin King's eyes blaze with fury. You dare slaughter my people like they're nothing? He roars, voice echoing through the arena. The king lunges, but the hero is faster. He leaps back and lifts his weapon, swinging downward at the enemy midair. Landing nearby, he studies the monster. This goblin king is tough. At first, I thought it was just a brute, but it's fast too. I'll have to watch my step. The reflection of something golden flickers in the goblin king's eye. The hero strikes, yellow streams of energy bursting in every direction. But the attack crashes against a shimmering purple barrier surrounding the king. Both the hero and his hammer bounce off. A system message reveals skill, dominant body. While active, the user is immune to all physical damage and reflects a portion of attacks. The Goblin King sneers. Is that all? Are you just here to scratch me? The hero readies himself again, adjusting his stance. So physical attacks alone won't cut it, he thinks, narrowing his eyes. Suddenly, a powerful yellow beam slams into the monster's chest. The Goblin King reels back, stunned. He blinks in confusion, unable to grasp what just hit him. Glowing yellow chains suddenly wrap around the Goblin King's arms and legs. Why? Why won't my body obey me? The monster bellows in frustration. The hero stands smiling, a yellow sphere pulsating in his hand. Your magic resistance is disappointingly low, he remarks, amused. With a shout, he unleashes a powerful burst of yellow energy. Come on, enjoy this special gift I prepared just for you. The wave crashes into the monster, engulfing it completely. The Goblin King lets out a final, guttural scream before falling lifeless. The hero scratches the back of his head, casually assessing the situation. This Goblin King was supposed to be an abyss-level boss, but it was surprisingly weak, he says. I didn't even use my big skills. I saved a ton of mana. Two alerts blink before him. Congratulations on clearing the abyss-level realm. Time recorded, 10 minutes, 56 seconds. New record achieved. Congratulations on killing the Goblin King. Rewards: 30 free stat points, 30 skill points, 24 Humanwine EXP. Current level. Beaming, he reads the next notification. New achievement unlocked. Rapid casting. Spell casting speed significantly increased. Low-tier spells now cast instantly. He laughs triumphantly. I knew it. Breaking a record on an abyss-level map grants new talents. With this grade A ability, rapid casting, I'm about to get seriously strong. The purple hexagonal crystal reappears in his hand. Time to head back, he says. It's a pity I didn't reach level, but I earned a ton of points. Maybe I'll bring Ran next time to challenge the Abyss Realm again. A leaderboard displays previous best results. His score hasn't appeared yet. Students buzz with chatter. No one's managed to clear the realm until now. Abyss level is just too intense, one says. You get swarmed by hundreds of silver-tier goblins the second you step in. I barely made it out alive, adds another. Yeah, only Earth-rank elites like Ximing Chuan even stand a chance. Meanwhile, Ran fidgets nervously, tugging at her hair. Good thing I chose the hard difficulty and passed safely, she thinks. Now all I can do is hope. Brother, please make it through. Two students exchange whispers. Did you hear? They opened the Abyss Realm for the freshman competition too. A bunch of people passed, says one. Yeah, and I heard a level 19 Saint Knight named Juhi actually got first place, and set a record, replies the other. The realm record has been broken, another student suddenly shouts. Every head turns toward the announcement in astonishment. Wait, look, on the screen, isn't that you? Someone exclaims. Someone finally passed the Abyss level difficulty, another voice adds, full of awe. The leaderboard updates in real time. A new name takes the top spot. Abyss level realm. Goblin Dungeon. Progress, 100%. Time, 10 minutes, 56 seconds. Fastest recorded clear time confirmed. The students react with disbelief. I've never even heard of this guy. Is he a third-year senior or something? One wonders aloud. It's that #1 freshman. But there's no way he could have beaten the level 24 Goblin King alone, another says skeptically. I watched the freshman competition. How did he get this strong so fast? One student stares at the monitor above. Just wait. Brother Chu entered the realm a bit after him. That's why he's behind. Once Kun's results are up, this new record will be broken, he thinks, confidence flashing in his eyes. On the stone pavement, someone falls to one knee. It's none other than Xu Chuan, the very Earth rank elite the students were discussing. Another young man who had been anticipating this moment dashes forward to meet him. He grabs his comrade's arm, frustration boiling over. Damn it, Chu! That abyss-level realm is brutal. I lost several pieces of gold-grade gear and still couldn't clear it. The guy with the short haircut tries to respond, but Kun suddenly notices the snickering behind him. What the hell? Why are they laughing, he wonders, confused. Meanwhile, Chu Yan gulps down a potion to restore his strength as his comrade fills him in. That freshman who went in before you? He cleared the abyss-level difficulty in just 10 minutes and 56 seconds. Chu Yan chokes, spitting out the drink in shock. He took first place, he gasps. Wiping his mouth, he yells out in disbelief. Look, he's finally come out! He hurls the bottle to the ground, glass shattering as he storms off. This is impossible, he thinks bitterly. A level 19 freshman? How did he beat an abyss-level realm? How did I lose to him? There has to be something shady going on. He only just now came out. Maybe he cheated. Forcing a smile, Chu Yan approaches the hero. I'm Ximing Chuan, Earth rank 86th. He introduces himself. Sorry, I'm a bit busy. The hero cuts him off bluntly and walks right past. Chu Yan stands there, frozen, his expression a complicated tangle of emotions as he watches the hero walk away. Chu-ren rushes up to the hero, joy lighting up her face. He gives her a small wave in return. She clasps her cheeks, flushed. Congratulations on clearing it. I only barely managed to pass the hard difficulty. It feels like I'm falling further and further behind you. The hero places a comforting hand on her head. Don't worry. The Goblin King isn't that hard once you know the tricks, he says gently. Looking into her eyes, he adds, I'll teach you everything. I have plenty of points saved up. I'll take you in with me a few more times. You'll get the hang of abyss level soon enough. Those nearby murmur amongst themselves. He just cleared the realm and already wants to go back in, someone says in disbelief. Is he seriously a freshman? Another adds. Feels like the abyss-level realm is his personal training ground. This must be the gap between top elites and the rest of us. Ximing Chuan is frozen in an odd, dramatic stance. His comrade calls out to him, You nearly cleared it just now, right? Maybe if you gave it one more shot. He starts, trying to encourage him, but Ximing Chuan just sits down on the ground, a defeated look carved into his face. His thoughts spiral with fragments of the hero's earlier conversation. He mutters to his comrade, No, I've made up my mind. I'm done trying to clear this realm. Meanwhile, the hero and Chu Ran are deep in battle, fending off waves of monsters. The hero glances at Chu Ran, noticing her nervous trembling. This is actually our second time working together, he says with a smile. Feels like just yesterday we were adventuring in Tempest Valley. This experience, the girl mumbles, overwhelmed. The hero raises his hand and calls out, Punishment of light. At the same time, Chu-ren recalls a memory, how she had kissed him. I was cornered by demons. I almost chose to self-destruct, but you saved me. It was your courage that gave me hope, she whispers. The hero smiles warmly. It was an honor to save you, he says. That was just the beginning. We still have countless adventures ahead of us. Around them, goblins with grotesque grins rush forward, eager for a fight, but the two young warriors are ready. The stats of these goblins are ridiculous. Best difficulty doesn't play around, Chu-ran says, bracing herself. Their levels are high, sure, but they're fragile. Their strength's all in numbers, the hero replies. A window appears with details. Monster, Goblin Warrior. Level grade, Silver tier. Skills, Surprise attack, small. The hero turns to her. This wave's manageable. Just be careful with your skill usage. We'll each hold aside and stop them from circling around us. Okay, Chu-ran replies, her expression tightening with alarm. Gripping her weapon tightly, she positions herself beside the hero. The two stand back to back, ready to take on the swarm. The hero casts 3 quick support skills in succession: Gift of God, Gift of Protection, and Weapon Blessing, coating them both in glowing energy. Suddenly, a ferocious goblin with blazing red eyes lunges toward them. The hero lifts a massive hammer, preparing to intercept. I'll go first, he shouts to Chu-ran. With a single swing, he smashes through several goblins, sending them flying. Chu-ran joins the fight, though surprise flickers across her face. Brother Joe's buffs are insane, she thinks. My base stats jumped by a quarter. My attack power almost doubled. She fixes her gaze on the incoming enemies, eyes sharp. In one sweeping motion, she unleashes her blade, striking multiple goblins at once. A skill notification flashes. Dark Slash. Swing a slash imbued with dark elemental energy to inflict immense damage on enemies. Her purple sword glows as it cleaves through the goblins. Powered by the hero's buffs, she feels almost unstoppable. These silver-tier goblins are nothing. It's like mowing grass, she thinks confidently. A message appears. Congratulations to Joe and Turan for defeating the goblin horde. Reward, 5,200 EXP. Level up. Even as the notification pops up, the girl cuts down several more foes. A brilliant flash of yellow energy follows. Another message blinks. Congratulations to Joe for defeating the goblin horde. Reward, 5,900 EXP. Level up. Grinning, Churen turns to him. This is actually kind of fun. Let's keep going. Okay, he agrees with a smile. A heavy, ominous sound rumbles ahead. Their eyes widen as a massive figure appears. It's the towering Goblin King. A familiar info screen flashes. Goblin King, level 24, legendary tier. Noted for leading goblins in attacks on several human cities. Vengeful, dangerous. The beast roars, "Prepare to die, humans!" Both young warriors stare with unease. An abyss-level boss isn't exactly easy prey, Churan mutters. How'd you beat it last time, Brother Joe? It looks strong, but its spell resistance is low, he replies calmly. A high-level magic skill can take it down. She grips her weapon with both hands, eyes locked on the monster. Then, let me go first this time. Eyes narrowing, Churen weighs her options. Magic skills. Let's try the power from the succubus bloodline. A new skill description flashes. Demonic blade release. A powerful slash infused with demonic energy. Explodes on impact, dealing extra dark elemental damage. She charges forward, unleashing a brilliant arc of purple as her blade cuts through the air. A violent burst of purple light erupts from the strike, but the Goblin King only laughs, unfazed. Human, that demonic energy of yours is exquisite. It's given me even more power. He stomps the ground, unleashing a ring of purple energy. A skill window appears. Round shockwave, causes ground tremors and shockwaves. May knock enemies back and induce dizziness. The hero's heart skips. Are you okay? He calls out to Churan. She crouches behind her broadsword, using it as a shield. A barrier of purple energy pulses in front of her. I'm fine, she replies, voice tight. This is all my fault. I couldn't control the demonic energy. The Goblin King absorbed it and got stronger. The hero extends his hand toward the enemy. Don't blame yourself, he says calmly to Churan. Let me see if my old strategy still works on him. Punishment of light, he shouts with resolve. Sparks of yellow lightning crackle around his helmet, a clear sign of the spell's activation. But before the attack can land, a shimmering purple shield forms around the Goblin King. The hero's assault crashes against it, completely nullified. Staring in disbelief, the young man curses under his breath. Damn it. That was way weaker than before, he thinks. His resistance to magic has spiked. Churen glances at him with guilt in her eyes. He sighs. This complicates things, he admits. I'll try again, but if I fail, break the Abyss Stone and exit. Don't take risks. This is just a realm trial. Don't let it scar you. He fires arrows tethered with chains, aiming to ensnare the monster. But the Goblin King effortlessly shatters them with a swing of his sword. Churen clutches her face in horror. It's my fault. I made everything worse. What am I supposed to do now? In her mind, another girl appears, smiling coldly. Exactly. It's because you're too weak, the illusion sneers. A real girl now steps forward. Pointed ears, tiny horns, and a cool confidence in her voice. If you could fully control your succubus bloodline's power, Brother Joe wouldn't be in danger, she says. Churan touches her cheek, where the demon girl laid a finger. The girl's words echo. Only by becoming stronger can you offer your hand to Brother Joe. The time has come. Unleash your real power. Her eyes snap open with sudden clarity. At that same moment, the Goblin King breaks through the golden chains binding him. With a roar, he swings his massive weapon toward the hero. I can't let her get hurt, Joe thinks. Time to activate the angel physique. A streak of purple light cuts through the air like a comet. The Goblin King raises his mace, fury burning in his gaze. Damn human, he bellows, and brings the weapon crashing down. Just then we glimpse a woman's delicate shoe. Elegant, surrounded by twisting streams of purple energy. The hero turns and gasps in astonishment. Turan? He says, eyes wide. The Goblin King screams in rage, sensing that his end is near. My royal power will reach you yet. In front of them now stands a demon girl, striking a sultry pose. She lets out a mischievous giggle. Brother Joe, would you let me finish this monster off? She asks with a wicked smile, revealing razor-sharp fangs. She launches her attack, and the Goblin King's eyes dim as he's sent flying backward. As he tumbles, he mutters to no one, Why can't I absorb the demonic energy anymore? Why is it draining me instead? The girl casually lifts her right hand. Relax, she says with a playful smirk. That was just the appetizer. The Goblin King, now drowning in darkness, lets out a desperate echoing wail. He howls madly, begging for more demonic energy. The girl glares at him with cold disdain. Pathetic. You look absolutely revolting, she thinks. A radiant light bursts above her head, intensifying the scene. She points her hand straight at the crumbling monster. Die, she commands. A massive flash of purple light detonates above the hero's head, and he instinctively shields his face with his arm. Turan, he murmurs, peeking through his fingers at his transformed companion, awestruck. Turan stands beside the hero, radiating an intense wave of purple energy. A notification flashes before them. Congratulations to John Turan for killing the boss Goblin King. You have received 15 free stat points, 15 skill points, and 23 200 XP. The girl sticks out her tongue playfully, licking her finger with a smirk. Finally got rid of that annoying monster, she says. A shot lingers on her high-heeled leg, and then zooms out to reveal Turan, exuding an irresistibly seductive aura. She walks up to the hero, presses her chest against him, and locks eyes with him. Brother Joe, shall we keep going? She murmurs. Resting her cheek against his chest, she strokes it gently. Why aren't you saying anything? She coos. Her bra seems to slip lower. Don't you like me like this? She whispers, sultry and teasing. She guides his hand to her thigh. Horrified, the young man jolts and yanks his hand away. He stumbles back a few steps, putting space between them, and mutters incoherently in shock. But then he steadies himself, his eyes sharpening as he focuses on the girl. His expression shifts to something close to disapproval. Are you really Turan? He asks, his voice firm. Something stirs in her. His words strike a chord. Her form begins to shift. Letting out a shriek, she throws her arms over her exposed chest. Purple energy now envelops her upper body, and Turan drops to her knees, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Everything that just happened. It's the demonic power in my succubus bloodline, she explains, voice trembling. The guy gently lifts her chin, gazing into her eyes. Good. I was starting to think you were actually possessed, he says, half joking but sincere. Flustered, Turan turns her head away, still holding his hand. That's impossible, she replies softly. He grins and leans a bit closer. All right, Turan, let's team up and run it a few more times. The girl bends over, resting her hands on her knees. Once you get used to the demonic power, I think you'll be able to solo the Abyss Realm, the hero encourages. He points at an object left behind by the fallen Goblin King. And that guy's basically an old friend now. I'm sure you get it. Stroking his chin like some eccentric strategist, he says, we students are like this. The boss has to go down, but we've got to calculate all sorts of things to earn the realm's reward. Elsewhere, two students talk in hushed awe. This abyss-level realm is insane. Only that monstrous freshman has cleared it, one mutters. Think maybe Joe Ran just got lucky? The other scoffs. Lucky? No way. Their strength is unmatched. A stat window appears. First place, Chu Ran. Abyss level. Difficulty chosen. Clear progress, 100%. Time, 9 minutes 46 seconds. Fastest confirmed, clear time of Abyss level difficulty. Goblin Dungeon. The news spreads like wildfire. No way, Chu Ran again? Can't he let anyone else finish the realm for once? Another student groans. He even beat his own time. It's unreal. The elites really are on another level. Suddenly, someone gasps. Wait, look! A new update flashes. First place, Jiangchu Ran. Abyss level difficulty. Clear progress, 100%. Time, 9 minutes, 23 seconds. The group stares at the screen, stunned. It's a new record, one of them shouts, eyes wide with disbelief. The two guys continue loudly chatting about the situation. Isn't that the freshman who used to only take on hard difficulty? Now she's soloing Abyss? One of them exclaims. They're saying she might be the second strongest freshman now. The other one shrugs. No surprise, she's always been able to punch above her weight, especially under some questionable guidance. Nearby, the short-haired guy who had helped the mage Xu Mingchu regain his senses clutches his head. Brothers Yan, he murmurs. I finally get it. That crushing feeling when you realize just how far the gap is between you and true geniuses. The Goblin King roars in horror. Second time, Abyss-level challenge. The words rumble from its throat. Purple streams spiral fiercely around the monster's hand. Young too. First time taking on Abyss level. Its voice trembles. Now, not only are the purple streams swirling around the Goblin King, but yellow chains have appeared as well. Young too. Second time at Abyss level, in a team. Once again, we see the feet of the young people side by side, standing calmly in the middle of the storm. Shuren turns with a cheerful grin. Brothers, I heard the Elemental House is putting on fireworks for the freshmen today. Wanna go? She suggests. Sounds good, her companion nods. We could use a break. Ahead of them stands an impressive monument marked with the words, Elemental House. Just like you'd expect, the guy remarks, eyes catching the glow. Even their streetlights run on magic. He glances around in surprise. We farmed in the realm all the way to night without noticing. The girl walking beside him gives a smile full of admiration. Thanks to you, I earned a huge bounty from that Abyss-level realm. Your own effort made it happen, he replies modestly. I only nudged you a little. They approach a grand statue. What's this one? He asks. This is Mage Hua Yang, Ren explains. He was honored with the title, the Protective Deity. Up close, the monument reveals more of its story. He stood alone against multiple other world legions, the girl continues. His heroics spread far and wide. But, in the final battle, a demon lord ambushed him from behind, and he gave his life. The guy steps forward, quiet. His soul was completely destroyed. No resurrection possible, Churam adds solemnly. What a hero, he whispers, then glances over at her. I don't know much about history. Could you tell me about the Dark Ages? Of course, she says with a bright smile. Rubbing her chin thoughtfully, she begins. Let's start with the Golden Age, 80 years ago. It began in the year 2544 when a wave of extraordinary classes began rising. That year was named the Golden Age. Faint silhouettes of legendary heroes take form. Tempest Sword, Saint Changping, the Blazing Heat Blade, Saint Lai, and Xiao Yang. Heroes like them still fight at the front lines, the girl says, eyes dimming. But just when humanity began pushing back against the other world, the air thickens with darkness. Monsters, horrors, we were hit by the worst wave yet, Shu Rain narrates. And just like that, the Dark Age fell upon us. More silhouettes of brave fighters emerge in the gloom. The elites of the Golden Age sacrificed themselves, the girl says. 30 years of endless war, millions of classes lost. And finally, we arrived at our current peace. She lowers her gaze. But now, the otherworld creatures are starting to invade again. They might be, she says, pausing. Actually, never mind. I hope I'm just overthinking it. He smiles gently, placing a hand on her forehead. Don't worry, this time they're just slipping in through mid-sized dimensional cracks. Nothing we can't handle. We're far stronger than before. And if darkness ever falls again, it won't be us who suffer. It'll be the otherworld creatures. Churin smiles and clenches her fist with confidence. That's right. We've had plenty of time to recover, and now we're more than ready to take on the other world, she declares boldly. Just then, a yellow rocket streaks into the sky. Moments later, brilliant fireworks explode above, painting the night in color. The guy and his companion look up together. Brothers, look! The fireworks show is starting, Rain exclaims. With a burst of excitement, she grabs the young man's hand and pulls him along. Come on! The girl dashes ahead, tugging her companion behind her. Let's find a better spot to watch, she shouts, her voice full of glee. The scene shifts to the front of a locomotive, its engine humming steadily. Inside the train carriage, the hero sits with a faint smile, gazing absent-mindedly ahead. Too bad Miss Sumi isn't around. If she were, I could have just used the military teleportation array, he muses. Feels odd getting used to trains again. Above his palm floats a small blue sphere. Thankfully, I've got the frozen pill now. Yun's illness won't be a problem anymore, he thinks. Much appreciated. Standing in front of us is his sister, arms folded and a look of mild impatience on her face as she glances toward the girl opposite her. Sister King, why isn't Big Brother here yet? She asks. The older girl gently strokes her head, smiling. Don't worry. Your brother called just now. He'll be here soon, she promises. The hero reaches out and grabs the door handle. Yan looks up, eyes widening in surprise as he steps into the room. The guy waves and grins. Sister King, I'm back, he announces. The girl throws her arms around his neck. Brother, welcome home, she cries joyfully. He hugs his sister warmly. I was worried about your condition on the way back, but now that I see you're so full of energy, I can finally relax, he says. Of course I've been taking my medicine, she replies matter-of-factly. The long-haired blonde beams with delight. He's back, she exclaims. Long time no see, Sister King, the hero greets her. The girl meets his eyes, a question in hers. Now that you're home, how long are you staying? She asks. 3 or 4 days, he replies, mainly to finish Yun's final treatment. So short, the little girl mumbles, disappointed, clinging to his shirt. She peeks up at him, her eyes full of hope. Bro, did you bring any gifts for your cute little sister? With a chuckle, he pulls out a golden horn and hands it to her. Of course, this is a reward from an abyss-level realm. Just for you. Blow it, and you can summon a golden-grade bear monster ghost to protect you. The girl claps her hands, thrilled. As expected of you, bro. That sounds awesome. He rests his hand gently on her head. Once you're cured, I believe you'll be as strong as I am. Meanwhile, a man and a woman approach the entrance to the house. The man reaches out and presses the doorbell. The hero opens the door, smiling warmly at the visitors. Secretary Zhao, Madame Juhi. You're here, he greets them. Zhao Wenbing, standing beside a woman wearing a headscarf, responds with a smile. Mr. Zhou, I contacted Madame Tu last night, and she came right away. You must understand, Secretary Zhao, the woman says with a dignified nod. An invitation from Junior is not something I take lightly. The hero shakes Madame Chu's hand, smiling. You're too kind. Honestly, I should be the one thanking you for coming all this way to help, he says. Oh, and congratulations, she replies. Not only did you find the frozen lotus, but you even refined it into a frost pill, with effects even stronger than expected. Zhao's eyes widen in disbelief. The frost pill? He echoes. Mr. Zhou, your grade of pills are priceless, always in high demand. The hero rubs the back of his head, a little embarrassed. Well, credit goes to the tertiary turn pill master my teacher recommended, but let's not waste time. We should start treating my sister right away. Yes, let's get to it, Zhao agrees without hesitation. Yan looks nervously at her brother. Bro, are you sure this is okay? She asks, her voice small. He gently hands her a blue pill, offering her a calm, reassuring look. With a soft pat on her head, he says, Don't worry, just take this pill. You'll awaken the frost bloodline, and after that, the power of frost won't bother you again. Yan now stands within a glowing blue formation. Bro, I'm ready, she says, determination in her voice. Raising his left hand to eye level, the hero turns to Madame Shu. Madame, I'll cast some buffs on you first, he warns. Yellow energy floods the room, radiating from the hero. The names of the skills shimmer around him. Blessing of protection, blessing of dawn, blessing of courage. What an incredible aura of holy light, Madame Chu gasps in awe. Bathed in golden light, Yan clenches her fists. Bro, I feel so strong right now, she exclaims. Madame Chu watches the young man, stunned. Even as a secondary-turned priest, my holy light doesn't compare to his, she thinks. The hero meets her gaze. Madame, please activate the formation, he requests. Piece of cake, replies the girl with a cross-shaped hairpin. She swiftly moves her hands and activates the spell. Yun stands still inside the glowing blue magic circle, arms crossed, waiting. Madame Chu lowers her hands as a miniature whirlwind begins to form in her palms. Yan, take the frost pill now, she instructs. Yan obediently places the small blue orb into her mouth, Instantly, blue energy begins to radiate from her eyes and mouth. In mere seconds, the glow engulfs the entire area. Watching closely, King speaks up with concern. Yoon's frost is erupting. She warns the hero. Is everything okay? He smiles calmly. Don't worry, I've got this, he reassures her. In a flash, the hero appears in full radiant armor and a flowing cloak, chanting the names of his skills. Sacred Flame Halo. A brilliant orb appears in his hand, streaming white energy in every direction. He closes his fingers around it with confidence. It's just frost. Piece of cake, he says. Bathed in light and wearing a smile, he watches his sister. I believe this will be the last frost burst Yan ever has to endure. Yan stands, enveloped in powerful waves of shimmering blue light. Madame Chu and the hero observe her carefully. We've completed the hardest part, she says. Now we wait for Yan to fully awaken her bloodline. Good, the hero nods. Yan opens her arms wide as a glowing blue sphere floats above her head. She presses her fingers to her right eye, from which a piercing blue light shines outward. Suddenly, she throws her head back and a tremendous surge of energy blasts from her mouth. Madame Chu and the hero keep their eyes fixed on her. The energy is incredibly pure, the woman remarks. It looks like Yan's frost bloodline has fully awakened. Blue energy pulses beneath Yan's feet as her brother gently places a hand on her head. Yan, how do you feel right now? He asks, his voice soft but expectant. Peeking at him through the V of her fingers, the little girl smiles. Bro, I think my sickness is completely cured. He looks at her, his expression full of warmth. Then check your status. See if anything's changed, he suggests. She glances at the glowing blue object hovering above her palm, wide-eyed. Bro, I think my frost bloodline gave me a talent to control ice, she exclaims, delighted. Now I can manipulate it however I want. Their conversation flows with excitement. Most regular bloodline awakenings don't grant talents, Yu notes thoughtfully. Bro, does that mean I'll get more talents later? Yan asks. You're my sister, he replies, grinning. And you awakened a rare frost bloodline. So, yes. He crosses his arms, still watching her. We've gained a lot from this frost bloodline, he muses. Could there really have been a powerful frost class figure in our ancestry? But if so, our family must have declined a lot since then, given everything that happened. With a slight smile, he turns to the woman nearby. Madame Chu, Yan's frost bloodline seems fully awakened, but could you please check her over just in case? No problem, she replies at once. Finally breaking his silence, Zhao Wenbing steps forward. Mr. Shu, Miss Yan is not only cured, she's awakened her frost bloodline. The Major is treating this as a priority and has allocated another batch of resources for your cultivation. The hero clasps the secretary's hand. Thank you. I'll be returning to school soon, so I won't need to trouble you with looking after Yan. It's my honor, Zhao replies respectfully. Meanwhile, Yan and King are laughing uproariously, playfully wrestling on the couch. Yan, have you thought about what class you want to change to in the future? Her brother calls out. Classes, she repeats, still giggling. She suddenly imagines herself obliterating a giant monster with shimmering blue magic. A mage, of course, she replies. Using both hands, she starts drawing shapes in the air. That class suits you, her brother agrees. Once you reach level 10, I'll get you a hidden mage class conversion book. Yan grins, and her eye flashes with an eerie red glow. Great, bro, she says cheerfully. I can already feel the dark power awakening inside me. It won't be long until our power is unleashed. The hero stares at his sister, utterly taken aback. Madame Chui looks equally stunned. Even Ms. Yu stands frozen, jaw practically on the floor. Dark power? The three think simultaneously. Madame Chui steps closer and begins examining the girl. Did I miss something? She murmurs. Why is there dark power? The siblings now stand back to back, gesturing dramatically with their hands. Yan, do we really have to do this? The hero asks, half exasperated. This was before the dark power had fully awakened in her. Bro, don't be tempted by the darkness, she says solemnly. We must seal it. For the sake of world peace. Her voice carries the melodrama of a child lost in her own fantasy, the darker thoughts of her awakening swirling between play and seriousness. He grabs her by the hand. Hi, Ju, Princess of Dark Tears of Phantom Iron, she intones dramatically. The hero rolls his eyes and grabs her by the collar, dragging her off. Yun, Let me show you what true frost power looks like, he says firmly. Save me, Sister King. My brother's gonna kill me. The girl screams in mock despair, her voice echoing with theatrical panic. Zhu and Qing stood quietly behind Madame Chui, both smiling while she rubbed her forehead, clearly exasperated. I believe Miss Yun will make a fine mage, remarked the mayor's secretary. King, caught off guard by the outburst, quickly added, She's not usually like this. Madame Chui stared ahead, half lost in thought. Dark power, she murmured to herself. Yun suddenly stepped forward, her hand raised with dramatic flair. Bro, I won't hold back this time, she declared. A grin spread across her face as a swirling blue vortex took shape around her. I summon the spirits of ice. Freeze everything that stands in my way. A sharp flash of blue light burst from her fingertip. In the next instant, a storm of razor-sharp ice projectiles flew straight at her brother. Calmly, the guy summoned a golden protective sphere around himself. The shards shattered harmlessly on impact. Watching her with pride, he smiled. Looks like your body has completely recovered. It's time we start planning your cultivation schedule. But the girl suddenly bent over and clutched his collar. Bro, I think the frost's flaring up again. I might not be ready for cultivation after all. The hero blinked at her, confused, as his left eye flickered with light. He walked over just in time to catch her fumbling with a hospital gown. Oh, I'm fine, bro, just a false alarm, she said quickly, but her tired expression betrayed her. Cultivating is exhausting, bro, she groaned. There's no shortcut, he reminded her. Then I officially pass the world-saving mission to you, she announced grandly. The young man now held a luminous yellow sphere in his hand. Yan gazed at it, utterly captivated. Moments later, he was hugging a fluffy black wolf cub to his chest. This is Gray, a magical pet I just formed a contract with. He'll be your companion for the next few days, he explained. But don't come crying to me if Gray ends up outshining you. The girl took the cub into her arms, smiling with determination. No problem, bro. With Gray by my side, I'll cultivate seriously. She pressed the cub to her cheek with a squeal. Bro, Gray's adorable. Behind her, the hero smirked. I'll remember your sacrifice, Gray, he said, tongue firmly in cheek. Yan held the wolf cub close. Come, let's sign the contract of darkness and become true companions, she whispered, dead serious. With the cub howling softly in his arms, the hero walked down a dim street. Now I can finally return to school without worries, he said to himself. Still, it'd be nice if Jangling built a teleportation magic formation soon. Coming back and forth is a pain. Gray, thanks for holding down the fort these past few days. The cub suddenly turned its head, sensing something nearby. A girl's long hair swayed into view. Sumare materialized before the hero, swirling blue energy and streams of water dancing around her. Misu, what are you doing here? He asked. Raising her right hand, she spoke with clarity. The National Freshman Exchange Competition is starting soon. Each team needs 5 members. I'm here to finalize our team roster. With a smile, she looked directly at him. As the top-ranked student from our freshman competition, the role of team leader naturally falls to you. You'll need to complete the team lineup yourself. He returned her smile. No problem. She pulled up a floating window of data. Here's the list of the top 10 students from the competition, excluding you. Choose 4 teammates. He scanned the list. Level 19 Spiritual Swordsman Zhang Tu. Level 18 Spiritual Taoist Song Zilin. Level 17 Mage Tang Lin. Level 17 Warrior Bai Chaoyan. Level 16 Knight Liu Yang. And Level 16 Priest Kai. Holding the wolf cub in his arms, the hero looked at Misu and said confidently, I'd like to choose the top 4 freshmen as my teammates. Mayor's expression shifted to one of concern. That's too hasty, she cautioned. Fixing him with a serious gaze, she explained, in team matches, fatigue builds up over the rounds. Endurance is key. That's why priest classes with their ability to restore statuses are so vital. The hero, still cradling the cub, smiled. True, as a Saint Knight I can cast various buffs, he admitted. But while my recovery ability isn't quite on par with a priest's, we won't need one. If we crush the enemy fast enough, recovery won't even matter. He raised a confident finger. Misu, I believe I can take first place in the individual bracket of the exchange competition, he said. And in the team match, I can solo the entire enemy lineup, especially if I activate my 6-winged angel bloodline. Misu let out a long sigh, her thoughts swirling. In the freshman competition, his strength far outclassed the others. Maybe, with him, we really don't need a priest. We might just steamroll the other schools, she reasoned silently. Standing across from each other, she nodded at last. Since you're so confident, I'll pass the roster to Housemaster Wu, she said. Don't worry, Misu, he replied with a smile. We'll take first place. Then she asked, have you taken care of your sister's bloodline awakening? He narrowed his eyes, smiling. I have, and it's all thanks to Miss Su telling me about the frozen lotus. Misu smiled, her fingers brushing against her lips. That's good to hear. The hero's face turned serious. He changed the subject. Misu, do you know where I can find a hidden class conversion book? He asked. A hidden class conversion book? Is it for your sister? Misu responded. Behind them, eerie, monstrous figures loomed. Yes, he answered. Now that otherworldly monsters are breaching through mid-sized cracks, I feel this urgent need. I want to make sure Yun can protect herself as soon as possible. Misu smiled, tapping her chin. You really are thoughtful, she said. The school network does have hidden class conversion books, she continued, raising her right hand as blue streams of energy coiled around it. But they're not easy to buy. With one last glance back, she vanished into a cloud of energy. Do your best in the freshman exchange competition. I have other matters to attend to, she said. Watching her disappear, the hero frowned. Why does Miss Su always speak in riddles? He muttered, puzzled. An information window popped up in front of him. Hidden class conversion book purchase requirements. Student must be at least level. Must have at least an A grade in one subject. Must place in the top 10 of an Earth-ranked mission or top 100 in a Heaven-ranked mission. I see. It really is tough to buy one of those, he admitted. He rubbed his chin in thought. Even the cheapest class conversion book costs 20,000 points. I won't be able to get one for Yun right away, but I'll make it my goal to earn it within half a year. Suddenly, a bright smile lit up his face. A new system mission, he said with excitement. A message appeared before him. National Freshman Exchange, competition detected. Achievement mission unlocked. Rewards will now be based on the host's combined performance in the competition. Clenching his fist with excitement, he grinned. The rewards from the last 2 achievement missions gave me a huge boost in strength, he said. Looks like I need to give this everything I've got to earn the best rewards. Gathered around a massive table, the meeting participants sat in silence, awaiting the chair's words. Chairman Wu Meng cleared his throat to command attention. Womack has submitted his candidates for the team match, he announced. Let me list them. Saint Knight, Spiritual Swordsman, Zhang Turan, Spiritual Tower Songs, The Old Maids, Kailangan Warrior. His voice trailed slightly over the last title. Fatty Wu King blinked in disbelief. Wait, why isn't there a priest on this team? He asked, clearly rattled. Ronkai, seated beside him, echoed the concern. Seriously, isn't this too risky? Without priest support, the team's margin for error shrinks dramatically. Stroking his beard thoughtfully, Chu Huang spoke up. As always, I see no issue with this formation, he said confidently. With Junior's abilities, he more than compensates for the lack of a priest. The old man's gaze drifted as flickers of different energies danced in the background. After completing the bloodline forging technique for him, he thought, no one here understands his power better than I do. He might even be able to handle the team matches alone. Behind him, glowing symbols representing various squad roles shimmered. Wu Meng seemed to have revised his opinion. Besides, he added aloud, Shui can buff, has excellent defense, and packs a punch with his offense. It's like he's 3 roles in one. Only one person from the weaker sex remained reserved. Jiang Link. I have no objections, she declared. Leveraging Junior's full potential is a valid strategy. Ronkai nodded thoughtfully. All right then, I'll agree. I hope you'll surprise us in the competition. Then it's settled, Chairman Wu Meng concluded with finality. Adjusting her glasses, Jiang Link turned to Wu Meng. Housemaster Wu, could you oversee their training? The freshmen have individual strength, but they still need to practice teamwork. A sly sparkle lit Wu Meng's eyes. No problem. I'll have Miss Sumi gather them at the Warhouse in 3 days, he said with a grin. The hero and Wang Shi stood within a glowing yellow magic formation. The young man looked around in astonishment. Master, this place? In the distance, fearsome, toothy wolves lurked. A description flickered into view. Monster Force Wolves, level 23, silver grade. Skill, Charge Bite. The mentor, standing beside him, surveyed the tree line. "Should I drive them off, master?" the hero asked. Wang shook her head. "This is the forest's edge, private training grounds of the Tianyu Guild, which I founded. There's no need to worry." Suddenly, a dragon soared high above the trembling wolves. The predators, despite their fangs and growls, recoiled in fear, some slinking away. The young man watched the creature in awe. "There are even dragons here?" Wang Shi smiled, eyes on her student. "That's a level 62 legendary grade dragon, your senior brother's magical pet. Its job is to keep the monsters in check." Raising a finger, she added, "Your senior is my equal in power. This year, he hit level. His combat prowess already surpasses mine. That's why I handed Tianyu Guild over to him. He's just—" The hero was stunned. "My senior brother's talent is unreal." Wang Shi placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "I've seen many classes come and go over the years," she said. "But you're the most gifted I've ever taught. Keep working hard. I believe you'll surpass even him." Wang Shui raised his hand, summoning swirling bands of yellow energy around him. "Joe, watch carefully," he called out. "This is the special skill I'm about to teach you." The space around them pulsed with golden power, so intense that a bird flying overhead veered away in fright. "Holy light, heart shield," Wang declared. The hero's wide eyes reflected the chaotic dance of the energy, stunned by its sheer intensity. Two glowing yellow orbs surged through the air and collided with force. One of them smashed into a target with immense impact. Shielding his face with his arm, the young man braced himself as a massive crater formed before him and his teacher, the result of the overwhelming power just unleashed. This is the strength of a tertiary-turned class?" he asked in awe. Wang Shui handed him a glowing book encircled in yellow light. "This is your first skill," he said. "Holy light, heart shield." Carefully, the hero accepted the book. "Just link your consciousness to it and spend skill points to learn it," Wang instructed. "Understood," the young man replied, nodding. A detailed skill window appeared. Holy light, heart shield, creates two shields in front. They gradually converge and explode on contact, dealing heavy light element damage to enemies while allowing allies through and blocking foes. Note: this is a Saint Knight legacy skill. Another message followed. Holy light, heart shield, level. The hero stared at his palm in amazement as yellow energy swirled above it. "This is a Saint Knight legacy skill? Do you know its origins too?" he asked. Wang Shui smiled. "Holy light, heart shield was created by your grandmaster when he was just a tertiary-turned Saint Knight. I inherited it from my master. And now, I pass it to you." Still smiling, the mentor prompted, "Now, let's see what you've learned." "Okay," the hero responded with a nod. He extended his hand and confidently spoke the name of the skill. Two yellow shields materialized at his sides. With precise movements, he directed them forward, commanding them to converge. The result was a thunderous explosion that echoed through the training grounds. Wang Shui stepped forward, impressed. "You've managed this with only a level 1 holy light, heart shield. That's remarkable. This skill was meant for team matches. You can use it to split the battlefield and restrict enemy movement." Behind him, the dragon's head loomed into view. The massive beast unfurled its wings behind Wang Shui. "Now that you've grasped the skill, let's move on to practical training," the mentor said. "I'll have the surrounding monsters attack you." Stroking one of the dragon's sharp teeth with a curious fondness, Wang added, "How much experience you gain will depend on your performance." "No problem, master," the young man replied confidently. The dragon opened its enormous, fang-filled mouth. Nearby, several lizards appeared, releasing streams of red energy into the air. High above, hundreds of other monsters hovered ominously. Deep within the forest's shadow, red eyes glinted with malice. Behind the hero, one of the beasts gaped open its maw with a guttural snarl. The young man's eyes flared with golden fire. "They're finally here," he muttered. Without hesitation, he struck the nearest lizard with precision and force. More monsters charged him en masse. He invoked his abilities: Blessing of God, Blessing of Protection, Blessing of Dawn, Blessing of Courage, each one lighting the air with divine energy. A brilliant surge of yellow power erupted from beneath his feet, signaling the battle had truly begun. The hero stood behind the lizard, his sharp gaze locked onto his targets. Projectiles hovered beside his hand, ready to be unleashed. With swift precision, he hurled them at the incoming monsters. One of the lizards took a direct hit, letting out a deafening roar as its jaws stretched wide. Another beast was engulfed in a blazing tsunami, its screech drowned in fire. The next explosion was immense, tearing a snarling monster apart in a storm of flames and fury. The hero pressed forward, dual-wielding weapons with deadly coordination, slashing and smashing without pause. His hammer cut through the air, leaving behind luminous trails of raw energy. Amidst the chaos, his face remained laser-focused, every move calculated. At last, he dropped to the ground and bowed his head, fatigue washing over him like a wave. Wang Qi approached slowly, a smile tugging at his lips. "You went all out, huh?" he asked. "I didn't think you'd burn through all your stamina and mana like that. What if more monsters had shown up? Weren't you afraid?" The young man glanced up with a tired grin. "Not with you here, master." He grabbed a vial and guzzled its contents greedily. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he chuckled to himself. Grinding for EXP like this, it feels amazing. A notification blinked into view. "Congratulations! You've reached level. You've gained 20 stat points and 20 skill points." Holding his head in thought, the young man muttered, "I can use these to level up Holy Light. Heart Shield." More notifications followed in rapid succession. Holy Light. Heart Shield upgraded to level. Then level. "Its power just jumped to a whole new level," he said with a triumphant grin. Wang Hui, watching from behind, nodded in approval. "Not bad," he praised. "I expected you to take down about 100 monsters. You ended up with around 400. The young man turned to him, grateful. "It's all thanks to your teaching. I wouldn't have grown like this in just 2 months otherwise." The two stood side by side, mountain peaks towering behind them. "Since you're entering the exchange competition with no priest on your team," Wang Hui said, "you, as my student, must remain composed and never drop the ball at critical moments." The young man grinned confidently. "Don't worry, master. With me around, first place is already in the bag." The scene shifted to the Tempest forest, where a familiar group of girls approached the raft station building. Inside, visitors sat at tables while a loudspeaker buzzed overhead. "The National Freshman Exchange Competition is about to begin," it announced. "With 218 high schools participating nationwide, who will emerge victorious?" "Look," one of the girls exclaimed. "They just released the participant list for the competition." She and her friend, Su Kang, peered at the screen. "Wait, am I seeing this right?" Su asked. "Our university doesn't have a priest? That's usually something only smaller, obscure schools try." Nearby stood 3 girls from the Blue Phoenix squad. "Joe is the captain, after all," said Yu. "And Chu Ran's the vice-captain," Joe Dad added cheerfully. The tablet displayed the lineup of teams from Su Kang University, Jing University, and Moto University. The 2 blondes from Blue Phoenix squad giggled. "Look at these comments. People are saying we're doomed without a priest," Yu said, laughing. "This one says we'll definitely lose." Hilarious. "They clearly don't know how strong Chu is," Chu Ran replied. A girl nearby, overhearing, turned to them with wide eyes. Who are you guys?" she asked in amazement. King Lion placed a firm hand on Tianrun's shoulder, who sat quietly beside him. "Let the waiter know I'm covering everyone's orders today," he said. The girl raised her glass, her expression detached as she took a slow sip. "With you around, it doesn't matter if there's no priest on the team," she thought. "This year's championship is already ours." A flying drone hovered above the ruins, its voice mechanical yet congratulatory. "Mr. Zhou, congratulations on clearing the level 10 combat form in 6 minutes and 12 seconds. On screen, the hero viewed the results of his trial. Overall evaluation, overwhelmingly excellent. His top stats included a single physical attack at 48-14, magical attack at 767-304, and a combined attack peaking at 159. Yellow energy crackled above his hand as he stood in the training room, unimpressed. "These practice bots are too easy since I hit level 22, he muttered. "The effect's wearing off. Looks like I need Miss Wu's help again." Just then, his phone began to ring, and on the screen, the caller ID read, Miss Wu. Holding the device to his ear, he heard her voice. "Junior Housemaster, your special training begins today. Gather at the Warhouse Court immediately." "Got it," he responded without hesitation. Clenching his fist with excitement, he grinned. Yes, finally, the effort I've put in over these past days is paying off. As he approached the door, he caught fragments of animated conversation from inside. I heard the National Freshman Exchange competition's almost here. I was so pumped I couldn't sleep. Same here, my fists are itching for action. Our school's won it 4 years in a row. If we don't take first again this year, he stepped into the room, looking a bit sheepish. Just as he entered, someone commented, "You've all seen what Junior can do. With him, we're definitely taking the championship again." A sizable group had already gathered. "Joe, you're finally here," Silence called out cheerfully. Churan, however, gave him a mildly reproachful look. "Brother, we've been waiting," she said. "Sorry I'm late," he replied, smiling warmly. Walking up to the seated teachers, he gave a respectful nod. "Housemaster Wu, Miss Wu, I've kept you waiting." "It's fine," Wu Meng said. "Let me introduce your new teammates." An athletic-looking girl stood up and greeted him with a stylized salute. "Level 18 warrior, Bai Yasi," she introduced herself. "Thanks for the invite, bro." Beside her was a small girl with blue hair and a comically oversized hat, nearly on the verge of tears. "Level 18 mage, Tang Lingzi," Wu Ming said. "Hello, Mr. Zhou," the girl murmured shyly. Wu Ming activated his assessment skill, the yellow targeting reticle glowing over his left eye. "Honestly, I didn't expect you to level up this quickly," he said. Clearly, Headmaster Wang Hui's guidance has done wonders. Churen caught sight of a glowing status window next to Zhou. "Level? Wait, you leveled up again?" she asked, surprised. "Just made a few improvements with Master's help," Zhou replied with a modest smile. Wu Ming turned to address the entire group, his tone firm. "All right, time is tight, so I'll keep it brief. I'll be your trainer as you prepare for the National Freshman Exchange competition." The students focused their attention on him as he continued. "I'll train you for all match types, team, individual, and survival. But for today, we're starting with coordination and team combat skills." Lingzi clutched her staff tightly, almost as if she were trying to disappear behind it. "Later, you'll form a party to challenge the Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon," her teacher announced. "Any point expenses for the Abyss realm will be covered by the school." She immediately buried her face in her hands. "So that's why Miss Wu kept pushing me and Taisi to hit level 18, she realized. It was all to get us ready for this dungeon run." Lingzi snuck a glance at the hero standing beside her. "Everyone here's pretty strong. In a party, we could steamroll the Abyss-level realm, and Junior could probably solo it himself. With all 4 of us together, we definitely won't fail." The hero happened to look her way, and she panicked. She shrank into her oversized hat. That smile? So terrifying, thought the hero, completely baffled by her strange reaction. The girls in the squad gathered around the hero. Reports confirmed the young team had already entered the Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon. Like a natural leader, the guy stepped forward and laid out the plan. "This is our first time fighting together, so I'll handle tactics," he said. "No problem," Xiaolin and Turan replied without hesitation. Standing just behind him, Taisi warmed up her hands for battle. "Taisi will take on defense and draw aggro," the hero declared. "Zhang Turan and Tang Lingxi will focus on physical and magic damage. Xiaolin and I will stay in the rear to finish off enemies and provide support. Understood?" "Understood," the girls replied in unison. Suddenly, an army of goblins emerged before the squad. The hero, surrounded by his teammates, called out a warning. "Heads up! Goblins incoming!" The monsters roared with fury. Without hesitation, Taisi charged in. "I'll go first," she shouted. Her strike unleashed streams of intense red energy that rippled through the battlefield. Surprise lit up her face. "My skills just got a 40% boost?" This must be the captain's support effect, she realized. Behind her, the hero stretched out his hand and unleashed a cascade of support skills. Gift of God, Blessing of Protection, Blessing of Dawn, Blessing of Courage. Lingzi watched in awe, barely believing what she saw. His casting speed is unreal. As she entered the fray, a glowing blue bird appeared above her head. He just cast 3 buffs in under a second. "Even pro mages like me can't manage that," she marveled. The bird spread its wings and she raised her voice. "Sound magic! Destruction!" A powerful sound wave blasted into the goblins. The monsters froze in confusion, unsure of what had just hit them. Churin followed up with a crushing blow from her weapon. The hero looked back quickly and shouted, Careful, Taisi! Watch for sneak attacks! Arrows whistled through the air. Churan turned, startled by the incoming volley. Taisi activated her shield skill just in time, protecting the others. This is new. Goblin archers? She thought, alarmed. One of the monsters let out a nasty giggle. A description popped up. Monster, Goblin Archer. Level 23, Silver Tier. Skills, Sneak Attack, Shooting. The hero grinned and flexed his fist. Looks like the goblins upgraded their attack strategies now that more challengers are showing up, he said, activating his Punishment of Light skill. A massive explosion erupted, scattering the goblin horde. He raised a hand, yellow energy crackling from his fingers. I'll handle these pests, the rest is on you. The point here is to improve our coordination. Going solo defeats that purpose. Standing nearby, Churan and Taisi shared a smile. No problem, they said in unison. Shaolin, surrounded by a swirling ring of cards, clenched her fists. Everyone's going all out. I can't afford to lag behind, she thought. With a flick of her index finger, she sent her unique projectiles flying. This way, a goblin found itself completely covered in her cards. It's useless. Give up, she shouted. She snapped her fingers and the cards exploded, erasing the monster from the battlefield. From afar, Wu Meng and the mayor looked on with pleased expressions. His casting speed has clearly improved since the freshman competition, the mayor remarked. Some of those skills are nearly instant. Must have picked a talent that boosts casting speed. After this abyss realm, maybe. The woman beside him squinted, covering her mouth with her fingers. Junior's growth is unreal, she said. He brought Taran into the abyss realm right at the start of the school year and immediately dominated. Wu Ming giggled and clenched his fist. That's why I upped the difficulty a bit, to test him, he admitted, earning a look of stunned admiration from his companion. Suddenly, a sinister goblin crept up behind Taran. She glanced back and snorted with disdain. With a swift motion, she unleashed her shadow slash. The space around her shimmered with sharp pink rays, and the goblin was cut down instantly. Meanwhile, Silent cast 5 thunders of justice, releasing orbs of ball lightning that hovered and sparked in the air. Lingzai summoned a surge of blue energy with her wind magic. Tornado. Taisi, give them the finishing blow, she shouted. Right then, Taisi burst up through the ground surface and answered her mage ally with a confident nod. She launched into a fierce melee with another goblin. Then, she spun and landed her air-cracking kick, sending red shockwaves in every direction. Flames flared above her head and beneath her feet as the skill erupted. As the smoke cleared, Taisi stood firm in a fighting stance, empowered by the hero's buffs. It feels so good to crush these goblins with ease, she thought. She glanced around, taking stock of the field. Did we really just wipe them all out that fast? She asked the team. Lingzai raised her hand, her blue bird hovering above. BA confirms, no more goblins nearby. The hero chuckled and lifted a single finger. That was just the warm-up. The boss battle's next. Don't let your guard down. Taisi grinned and cracked her knuckles. Nothing to worry about. Your buffs nearly doubled my strength. This dungeon's a breeze. Xiaolin and Lingzai echoed the upbeat mood. He could clear this realm on his own, Xiaolin declared. Our captain's strength is unreal, Lingzai agreed. The hero and Taran laughed, covering their mouths in amusement. They're raising all the flags, the hero thought with a shake of his head. The squad approached a towering gate carved into the cliffside, its massive presence signaling the final challenge. The boss should be inside, right? One of them asked. That's right, came the reply. The hero's expression tightened, something gnawing at the edge of his thoughts. Why does this feel off? Still, he reached out and pushed the gate open. Whatever. We'll deal with it once we're in, he decided. Inside, a grotesque creature greeted them, its jaw lined with massive fangs and an outlandish headdress perched atop its head. So you finally arrived, foolish children, it sneered. The system flashed information. Monster. Second Goblin King, level 25, legendary grade. A new tyrant who'd claimed the throne after the previous king's defeat. Lingzai's eyes widened. Level 25? Legendary grade, she thought, stunned. The Goblin King grinned menacingly. I knew you were coming. So, I've prepared a few gifts just for you, he said, laughter echoing hideously. A blinding flash erupted above the creature's head as its chuckling grew more grotesque. Silent's eye reflected the growing fireball. That's a fire spell, but why is it so strong? She wondered in shock. A wave of blazing energy surged toward her. Dodge! One of her teammates shouted. Taizi reacted instantly, casting a shield skill that enveloped the group in a protective barrier. But Silent's heart sank as she saw the energy wave pierce straight through the shield. "It's breaking through," she warned. The barrier shattered into fragments. A yellow whirlwind came screaming toward her. Taizi glared at the enemy, her body trembling with strain. "Damn it," she thought. "Even with the captain's buffs doubling my power, I can barely withstand a single strike from this guy." The Goblin King raised his flaming staff, his voice dripping with mockery. "Don't panic, little ones. I've been preparing this place as your grave for a long, long time." A towering wall of fire surged forward. "Turn to ash!" the monster bellowed. Stepping ahead of his squad, the hero shouted, "Everyone, fall back." His eyes blazed with a brilliant blue light. "Power of frost," he declared. A radiant blue magic circle formed in front of him, creating a barrier that resisted the incoming inferno. But in the background, Lingzai screamed a warning. "Be careful! That's not an ordinary fireball." A small sphere formed in the hero's hand, glowing with yellow arcs of energy. "Contain it!" he commanded. Despite his confident stance, unease flickered on his face. "This is tricky," he admitted. "This boss is way stronger than the one I fought before." Silent, forming a gesture with her fingers, stepped forward. "Let me lead this time," she asked calmly. Her enchanted card spun rapidly around the Goblin King. She struck a powerful stance and began chanting, "The heavens call, the star guides, talisman shine. Heed my order." "Burst!" she cried, unleashing a devastating explosion at the spot where the monster had stood. But then, they watched in horror as the energy from the blast was sucked into the goblin's grotesque maw. With a cruel grin, the monster crushed one of the glowing cards in his hand. "Is that really all you've got, little ones?" Silent stared, stunned. How did it have no effect?" she whispered, disbelief painting her face. Ling's AI, her oversized hat bobbing with her movements, loosed an arrow toward the Goblin King's lair. "Let me give it a try. Let it take a hit from me too," she said, her voice laced with resolve. She gripped her weapon tightly and swung it, slicing the air with a dazzling streak of violet light. A flurry of projectiles rained down on the monster. "Fire magic! Long arrows!" Ling's AI called out, as demonic blade followed her lead, joining the attack. Purple energy rippled outward from where the strikes impacted, the ground trembling beneath the sheer force. But just as quickly, a brilliant protective sphere shimmered to life around the Goblin King. "Interesting," the monster mused. "But that ends here." His jaw stretched wide, and a swirling vortex of purple light erupted beside his gaping mouth. A torrent of blinding energy surged out, threatening to annihilate everything in its path with raw destructive force. Zaya stared in awe at the oncoming wave. "Our level difference is just too great," she murmured. "This boss? We can't beat it." The wave of purple energy clashed violently with a barrier of yellow light. It was the hero's shield, firm, glowing, and still holding. "Don't worry, I'm still here," he said calmly. Raising his right hand high, he shouted, "Scatter!" Taizi clenched her fists, eager to leap into the fray. "Brother, let me fight it up close," she requested. The hero smiled and rested a hand on her shoulder. "A level 25 legendary boss. It's too much for any of you right now. Leave the rest to me." A fierce light flickered in his eyes. "This Goblin King isn't just one level higher than the last," he noted. "His stats are twice as high." Information about his skill, eyes of true sight, flashed. A power to analyze enemy weaknesses, uncover hidden abilities, and guide his next strike. The hero closed his eyes, still smiling, and tapped his forehead. "If I use my S+ grade bloodline secret technique, I can do the same. Amplify all my stats." This whole setup, it's probably Housemaster Wu's special test. For me, a glowing yellow sphere appeared around him. "If that's the case," he shouted, "then let me show you. Angel Divine Physique, my true power." He transformed, taking on the form of a radiant angel, one hand holding a sphere of pure blue energy, the other cradling blazing yellow light. Off to the side, the housemaster looked on in alarm. "This boss's difficulty is way too high," she said anxiously. "Is all this really necessary?" Wu Ming, with the insignias of 2 universities gleaming behind him, cut her off with a raised hand. "Their current power is impressive, but other universities have their own prodigies. In the exchange competition, Mandu and Qingjing will be their greatest challenge." He coughed once into his fist. That's why I need them to suffer a setback, so they understand just how brutal this competition will be. The girl stared at him, stunned. What? But then a smile crept onto her face. You've underestimated them, housemaster, she said. I hope you're ready to be proven wrong. We'll see, sir. The Goblin King bared his massive fangs and snarled. Interesting. You turned into some flashy bird. Use every trick you've got, little one. A golden orb lit up in the hero's hand. As you wish, he replied to the snarling beast. With a radiant halo above his head, the hero unleashed Shining Pulse, flooding the entire battlefield with blinding waves of yellow and blue light. The Goblin King watched warily as a brilliant whirlwind spun toward him, its color shifting to a deep purple as he reacted. You arrogant brat, the monster bellowed. You're the challenger? Come here. Purple energy collided violently with the hero's yellow and blue glow as the Goblin King unleashed his Apocalypse Meteor Fire skill with a deafening roar. A dazzling white cross blazed through the air, followed by a massive explosion. The ground trembled under the impact, cracking as something heavy slammed into it. Two Rans stepped forward, their energy flaring wildly. One slammed her massive sword into the earth, sparking a riot of power. Xylem watched in stunned silence, her mind racing. Is this Junior's true strength, she wondered? We were never even on the same level to begin with. She glanced at Tyran beside her, who smiled confidently. Has he ever used this form before? This is my first time seeing it. Looks like he's going all out. The blonde hero met the Goblin King's glare as the monster sneered. Is that all you've got, brat? No matter how you change, you won't win. Really? The hero challenged, yellow arrows suddenly materializing before him, trailing glowing chains behind them. Using his Holy Light Chain skill, the hero wrapped the monster's entire body in luminous golden chains. A magical yellow sigil appeared beneath the Goblin King's feet as he slowly began to grasp his predicament. A powerful blast erupted. Spear of Victory, the hero shouted. Flames curled around his hand as he declared, Now the sides are switched. He unleashed Light Flame Storm, a radiant yellow blaze erupting before him. The fiery whirlwind engulfed the Goblin King, who screamed in agony. Unbearable pain, you bastard, he roared, directed at the hero. But the hero merely smiled brightly. That's not all, he said confidently. Clenching his fist, he charged forward with fierce determination. With a mighty strike, he sent bursts of energy crackling out to either side. Activating lightning binding, the space around him glowed with intense yellow light. Slowly, the flames around the Goblin King began to flicker and die out. The Goblin King's enormous headdress had visibly shrunk. So you weren't using your full strength? He asked. I apologize for not being entertaining enough. The hero, his forehead glowing with a bright yellow halo, smiled. Indeed. It's a shame, he said. I wanted to try the Hand of God in six-winged angel form, but I'll save that for next time. Seeing that his foe still breathed, the hero raised two fingers, a bright yellow sphere pulsing at their tips. I'll send you off now, he declared, as streams of brilliant yellow energy filled the air once more. Wu Meng observed the scene, clearly impressed. An amazing monster, he remarked. Reviewing the footage of the fight, Wu Meng nodded thoughtfully. This boss was specially calibrated so even level 26 players would struggle, he explained. Junior's strength is simply too overwhelming. Turning to his assistant Natsu, he asked, Do you have Junior's data from the training field? The girl smiled knowingly. I do. Did you practice there today, before coming here? She replied. He completed the level 10 combat form challenge in 6 minutes and 12 seconds, with barely any trouble. The teachers fixed their gaze on the screen above. No wonder you're so confident in him. Even your older self, Wu Meng says. But it's good that you found a way to prove his strength so directly. The girl responds with a faint smile. Suddenly, the Goblin King's hat rockets into the air amidst a deafening explosion. A notification flashes. Congratulations on clearing the Abyss-level realm. Time taken, 21 minutes, 16 seconds. Rewards will now be distributed. Ling's AI, clutching the massive hat, looks utterly stunned. I got 8,000 experience points, she exclaims. Tears wells up in her eyes as the realization hits. Just one run through the Abyss-level realm is worth more than a whole week of training in the wilds. The hero is down on one knee, golden energy swirling around his feet like a rising tide. He stares at the floating notification in front of him. Congratulations. You've received 11,236 experience points, 10 free stat points, and 10 skill points. At this rate, he thinks, I'll level up soon. One of the girls steps toward him and gently calls out, "It's Tuo-ran." Concern shadows her face. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" she asks. "No," he replies, catching his breath. "Just drained a lot out of me." Rising to his feet, he stands tall before her. "Let's check out what the boss dropped," he suggests. She nods enthusiastically. Okay. Before them lies a truly eye-catching sight, a colossal skull mounted in an elaborate ornate frame. The description reveals a trove of valuable treasures: gold-tier equipment, a staff of flame, level 24 flame type, a shield of fire, level 24 spirit type, and a ring of flame, level 24 magic type. Tai-sen and Ling's AI stare at the loot, eyes wide in awe. "This is amazing, all golden," Tai-sen shouts. "Brother, yeah, there's so much loot here," Ling adds, still reeling. The hero surveys the hall with a smile. "Looks like luck's on our side this time," he says. "Anyone need any of these 3 pieces?" But the excitement dims as the two girls glance at each other. "The level requirements are too high. I can't use them yet," Tai-sen admits. "And fire elements don't suit me either," the little mage adds. "I won't be able to make good use of them." 2 more girls from the party chime in. "These don't fit my class or Ziwan's either," says Tuo-ran. Ziwan nods. "You contributed the most, Shui, so you should keep them for now." A warm glow of yellow energy flickers in Shui's hand. "What a shame," he says. "Guess I'll hang on to them for now. I'll put them up for auction on the school network, convert the value into points, and split it evenly among us." Tai-sen clenches her fist, protesting. "No, brother. You should at least keep 70%. We'd never have made it through without you." Zuan fiddles with her fingers nervously. "She's right. You were the key to defeating the boss. I barely did anything." Shui looks over his squad with a calm, content smile. "Equal distribution is fine. That way, no one needs to stress about points for a while." Tuo-ran and Tai-sen exchange looks. "You guys can keep it," the blonde says. "Brother Shui doesn't need the points anyway." The brunette nods. "All right then." Shui raises a single finger as if making a point. "The exchange competition's coming up. Points are the only way to improve efficiently. Remember, our goal isn't just winning the championship. We're defending the school's honor." Tai-sen pumps her fists with resolve. "I won't let you down, brother. I'll push even harder in my training." The other girls chime in with enthusiasm. "I'll do my best too," Siyun promises. "Count me in, Captain," Ling's AI adds with a confident grin. The hero smiles warmly. "Good. Our success depends on all of us giving it our all. I believe we'll make a splash in the exchange competition," he declares with conviction. In his hands, the hero holds a glowing yellow hexagon, its energy pulsing brightly. Surrounding him are the 4 girls from his squad, standing close, the bond between them unmistakable. A sudden round of applause interrupts the moment. "Congratulations on successfully passing my specially designed level-boosting realm," a voice calls out. They look up to see Mayor and Wu Ming standing before them. The young squad quickly straightens and greets their mentors respectfully. The mayor continues clapping, clearly pleased. "Your performance was outstanding, far beyond what I expected," he exclaims. Wu Ming steps forward and places a hand on the hero's shoulder. "Especially you, Chewie. You really surprised me," he says with pride. Chewie rubs the back of his head, eyes narrowing modestly. "I just did what I had to do," he replies humbly. Teacher and student stand face to face. Wu Meng eyes him closely. "Chewie, what are your thoughts on taking first place in the exchange competition?" "First place is ours," the young man answers with determination. Wu Ming lets out a hearty laugh. "Good. You need that kind of confidence to become a champion." The mayor joins in, eyes gleaming with strategy. "We'll have him play a support role during the early matches to hide his true strength. Then, when the moment's right, he'll go all out and crush the competition." With a smile, she rubs her chin thoughtfully. "If we pull that off, our chances of winning first place go way up. It's time to let those relics witness what real strength looks like." Wu Ming lifts his palm and adds, "Even among geniuses, there's a difference in levels. Still, your coordination as a team needs work." The teachers speak among themselves. "Their teamwork is still lacking," the mayor notes. "More training is needed in that area." Wu Ming nods. "Exactly. Let's begin specialized training tomorrow to tackle those weaknesses." He glances downward, as if mentally preparing the next step. That's enough for today. Go home and get some rest. But to keep your passion for training alive, we've come up with a few disciplinary measures, he adds with a sly tone. The hero blinks, taken aback. Disciplinary measures, sir? Can you tell us more? He asks curiously. The mayor waves him off with a knowing smile. It wouldn't be fun if we told you in advance. She turns to leave. We'll be off now, Miss Su. The young man calls after her but gets no response. He turns to his squad with renewed focus. In that case, let's all train hard together and get ready for the exchange competition. The scene shifts to a strange, jagged skyline filled with towering spires of some unknown structure. Two guys stand in conversation nearby. The nightmare-level goblin realm is brutal, one of them complains. Yeah, the athletic student replies. I've tried twice and still can't clear it. The first one groans. If nightmare level is this bad, I don't even want to think about the abyss level. Suddenly, the boys freeze, eyes going wide. They turn, stunned, as familiar female voices reach their ears. Ling's AI stands beside Tyson as the two chat casually. So, what do you think about the abyss level challenge this time? Tyson asks. Think we can beat it in 10 minutes? Ling's AI responds confidently. With how long we've been training together in the captain's buffs, 10 minutes sounds totally doable. The hero walks silently in front of the girls' dorm. Tyson continues, Master even gave me a few pointers yesterday. Then I'm looking forward to it, Ling's AI replies with a grin. A group of boys watches the squad as they pass by. They turn the Abyss Realm into a speed run, one of them mutters, awestruck. Who even are they? That's the team repping our school at the National Freshman Exchange Competition, the pumped-up guy answers. His friend's eyes widen in disbelief. Freshman, he echoes, stunned. The students stare at the hero and his companions gathered at the entrance of a glowing purple portal. I remember our highest level back then was 19, the first guy recalls. And their lowest is 20? Unreal. Their amazement only grows. Come to think of it, that guy's strength isn't just impressive, it's something else entirely. Look up, the muscular student says, gesturing at a floating info window. That's Juhi, the one who ranked first in the clearing charts. The display reads, First place, Juhi, Abyss level difficulty. Completion, 100%. Time, 7 minutes, 35 seconds. Fastest clear time recorded in the Abyss level Goblin Dungeon realm. Unbeaten even by Earth rank experts. Above the Goblin King's head, a massive purple vortex begins to spin. The monster lets out a deafening roar. Die, brats! Tyson throws her head back, eyes wide as she watches the monstrous funnel spiral above her. It's casting Apocalypse meteor fire, she realizes. A grin spreads across her face. I've been waiting for that, she murmurs. She raises her fist and charges at the enemy. The result? A blast so intense it lights up the entire battlefield. Debris flies everywhere, but Tyson keeps rushing forward, her fighting spirit undeterred. Thanks to our instructor, I finally have enough power to stand against your attacks, she thinks, pushing on. Suddenly, she spins around at the sound of a mocking voice. Weaklings are still weaklings, it sneers. From above, a massive purple hand crashes down toward her. Don't think a small improvement makes you my equal, the monster howls. Just then, a yellow glowing fist shoots past Tyson's ear. Fall back, she hears someone shout. The hero lands a solid hit on the monster's limb that was reaching for Tyson, striking hard and true. The Goblin King bellows in agony, his roar shaking the very air as shockwaves ripple outward from the blow. Smiling, the hero turns to Tyson. It's awesome that you blocked the boss's first strike on your own, he says. Now let's finish this together. Ling's AI, now wearing a pointed mage hat, steps in. Tyson, take a break and leave the rest to us. Okay, her friend agrees, stepping back. The Goblin King lashes out, fury boiling. You bastards! I'll make sure every one of you dies. An arrow tipped in light streaks through the air, trailing a chain of glowing yellow. Another attack flies toward the enraged monster. Bursts of yellow energy explode around the Goblin King, who shrieks again, flooding the field with his screeches. Swirling in golden power, the hero glares coldly at the beast. Now you understand pain, he says mockingly. But don't worry, no matter how much you scream, we're not letting you escape. Fingers twist into an intricate formation. Xylon steps forward, her eyes sharp. That's right, she declares. She gazes at the enemy with a measured calm, standing a little distantly. Her signature cards cling to the Goblin King, evidence of her using the Forbidden Heaven lockdown skill. Ling's eye extends her arm toward the goblin, her voice sharp with intent. "Let me show you what Miss Su taught me," she declares. Channeling her power, she unleashes the electric magic Thunderfall skill. A massive bolt of lightning crashes down upon the Goblin King. Electricity crackles and sears through the monster's body, slowly roasting it from within. "I'll finish it," Rain yells, raising his weapon high for the final strike. The girl leaps skyward, her figure leaving a brilliant streak through the air as she strikes. The Goblin King's head sails through the sky in a grotesque spin before tumbling to the ground. A brilliant explosion lights up the area. An alert message flashes before them. "Congratulations. Abyss-level realm cleared." Time: 8 minutes, 36 seconds. Rewards now being released. A boot steps into view. "Not bad. You broke the 9-minute mark," comes the familiar voice of Wu Meng. Smiling, he strolls up to the hero. "Nothing to critique in that performance," he says approvingly. The guy turns to him, startled. "Housemaster Wu? What are you doing here?" Wu Meng holds up a glowing purple item with floating characters. "I came to tell you the date of the exchange match. It's set for 1 week from now. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the venue, Qingjing University." Silent clasps her hands in front of her, a wide smile on her face. "Finally! The exchange competition is happening." Turan grins and clenches her fists. All that training was for this moment. The other two girls share in the excitement. "Now we can prove what we're capable of," Thiessen says with a spark in her eyes. "Qingjing University. I wonder what it's like," muses Ling's AI. The hero flexes his fists with anticipation. "I've been so bored fighting the realm's boss. Now I finally get to test myself against geniuses from other schools." Wu Ming strokes his beard. "For your safety, we'll travel using the Academy's exclusive teleportation point." He leads the team into a grand hall flanked by towering stone columns. "We'll head straight to Qingjing University for the exchange competition," he continues. Wang Chu greets Wu Meng with a cheerful wave and a broad smile. Wu Meng acknowledges the gesture and informs her of their arrival. "Thank you for your hard work," she replies warmly. The director presses a hand to his chest and addresses the students. "You are the elite among freshmen. Our school has won the championship 4 years in a row. Now, we look to you to claim our 5th. Inspired, the hero mirrors her gesture, hand to chest. "Yes!" the squad echoes in unison. The girls beam with joy, their faces lit up with pride and excitement. Wang Xi turns to the elderly man beside her, staff in hand. "Housemaster Ju, please activate the teleportation formation." "Understood?" he nods. He raises his staff, which begins to glow with a pulsing blue energy. "Activate," he commands. Streams of blue power swirl around a white crystal at the center. The entrance to the portal flickers into view. The university delegation gathers before the shimmering energy wall, ready to begin their next journey. Wang Hui offers a warm smile. "Safe travels to you all," he says with genuine goodwill. The hero stands at attention within the glowing blue teleportation formation, ready for departure. Moments later, the delegation materializes at Qingjing University. Judging by his stunned expression, the hero is in disbelief. "We're already here?" he exclaims. "Didn't you say it was over 2 million kilometers away?" The mayor, who had been addressed, responds calmly. "It's all thanks to Housemaster Ju's casting. Without him, we'd have spent days on the train. Only tertiary awakened mages can manage long-distance teleportation formations like this." A man with heavy boots strides toward them. "Welcome, students and faculty of Su Kang University," he announces. The man, now clearly visible, is introduced as Chung Yan Chun, a tertiary awakened mechanist. "It's an honor to host you," he says sincerely. Wu Meng greets him joyfully, his mood bright. The two seasoned housemasters exchange a friendly fist bump. "What brings you here in person?" Wu Meng asks. "Of course I came myself," Chung laughs. "How could I miss welcoming an old friend?" The old comrades fall into easy conversation. "The students you brought look promising," Yang Chen observes. "I've heard your school's freshmen are no slouches either," Wu Meng replies with a grin. Wu Ming places a hand on his friend's shoulder. "Let's see who's better when the competition begins." Yang Chen nods, smiling in agreement. Wu Ming then turns to the hero and the mayor. "Just a few reminders," he says. "The opening ceremony is on the 10th, and the competition starts right after." Beaming with pride, the housemaster adds, After nearly a month of training, your team's coordination is excellent. We won't push any more practice these next few days. Take the time to rest. But his tone suddenly sharpens. Still, be alert. Qingjing City is full of tourists right now, and spies from other races might be among them, he warns. Every year at events like this, demons and other hostile races target human geniuses. The students listen carefully, sensing the gravity in his voice. That's all for today. Go have some fun, but stay safe. Got it? He finishes. The young man nods. Understood. Night falls. Tall buildings glow with countless lit windows, casting the city in a golden hue. The hero leans against the apartment railing. A drone hovers overhead and speaks, "Welcome to Qingjing University Apartments. Feel free to ask me anything." He waves it off. "No need, but I've got to admit the university's services are impressive." Glancing at his system window, he notices the level up prompt. "Finally some free time," he says. "Time to use all that experience I've been saving." He taps on the level up button but sighs inwardly. Still a long way from level. The system window flashes with a message. "Congratulations on reaching level. You have received 20 free stat points and 20 skill points. Level 23 achieved." Stroking his chin thoughtfully, the guy muses, "Most of my skills are still C and B grade. Once I reach Secondary Awakening, I should unlock at least B+ Saint Knight skills." We find him seated cross-legged within a two-colored formation, deep in meditation. If I'm lucky, I might even learn the A+ grade skill, Jewel of Apocalypse, he thinks. The Jewel of Light could boost my teammates, while the Jewel of Darkness would devastate my enemies, he reflects. The possibilities igniting his ambition. The hero clenches his fist with excitement, streams of yellow energy swirling around him. Tertiary Awakening. That's still far off, he thinks. Whatever. I'll focus on completing the mission the system gave me. In front of them looms a grand stadium, marking the next step. Fireworks explode above the hero and the girls from his squad, lighting the sky in bursts of color. A sleek, futuristic loudspeaker hovers nearby and booms out, "The China 157th National Freshman Exchange Competition begins now. Let's welcome the first team to enter the field. Last year's champions, Su Kang University." The crowd in the stands erupts with cheers, chanting the name of the prestigious institution in unison. Standing beside Turam, the hero watches the spectacle. "No wonder everyone wants to be part of this competition. The atmosphere's incredible," he remarks. "And this is just the opening ceremony," she replies. "The audience will be twice as large during the finals." The flying loudspeaker continues. "Next, let's welcome Su Kang University's first-round opponents, Rongyang University." The students from Rongyang University step forward, looking visibly troubled. "What rotten luck, getting Su Kang right away," one mutters. "We're just going to be stepping stones." "They were last year's champs. Anyone facing them first is doomed," another laments. But one of their teammates tries to rally their spirits. "We made it to the top 30 last year. That counts for something. We can still put up a fight." Meanwhile, the audience murmurs, eyes locked on the Su Kang squad. "Wait, that Saint Knight in the back, he's level 23? Someone says in disbelief. "That level difference alone is overwhelming." The spectators' faces are a mix of awe and concern. "Good thing he's just support. If he were an attacker, he'd be terrifying," says a guy with dark hair. "Rongyang's going to lose. The only question is how much they can force Su Kang to reveal," adds a girl seated below him. Two young men, watching intently, exchange thoughts. Level 23 Saint Knight. "Su Kang definitely has some hidden cards," one of them remarks. "But in a competition like this, level isn't everything." Suddenly, a glowing blue energy field appears above the stadium, shaped like a hexagonal honeycomb. An announcement echoes. "Both teams in position. Contest field construction begins." Defensive field activated. A drone floats into view and begins the countdown. "Start." The Rongyang students spring into action. "Stay sharp," one shouts. "Everyone, get ready," commands another. But just as quickly, they freeze, eyes widening in alarm. "Wait, stay calm," one urges. "We should focus on defense first. Let's see what they're bringing." One of the students stares ahead, stricken with horror. A brilliant flash suddenly bursts through the sky, forming an enormous, radiant cross overhead. The hero raises his hand, casting a flurry of skills in rapid succession. Blessing of God, blessing of protection, blessing of dawn, blessing of courage. The audience gasps at the dazzling display. He cast multiple buffs in mere seconds, someone exclaims. As expected of Su Kang University's Saint Knight captain, Yang Chen watches, visibly impressed. Captain Zhou is remarkable, he says to a woman beside him. Their team's overall strength just jumped nearly 50%. His companion nods with a knowing smile. That's the power of a hidden class Saint Knight. Their greatest strength is large-scale buffing, perfect for team matches like this. Yang Chen stares at the hero, a bead of sweat sliding down his cheek. Thankfully, our team has its own trump cards, he thinks, then shifts his gaze back. But you're the real problem. Let's see if Rongyang University's countermeasures are worth anything now. The eyes of the hero squad members gleam with an eerie, monstrous light. And what Rongyang University is up against now? The sword in one of their members' hands clatters to the ground. Two familiar faces from Rongyang's team stand frozen, both shaking uncontrollably. Captain, what do we do? One of them asks in a panicked voice. I think I can block it, their leader replies, though his voice wavers with uncertainty. Before us unfolds a prestigious awakening ceremony for those of manor class. Within a massive complex, people are arranged in neat lines. According to reports, the year is 2624, and we're witnessing events at the second academy located in the City of Light. Stepping forward from the smaller circles behind a modest podium is a bald man. A close-up reveals his face. He's the headmaster of Luoyang's second academy. The first awakening determines a person's destiny, he proclaims. He warns not to hastily switch to advanced combat roles such as summoners or engineers, since they demand resources beyond what most can afford. Groups of enthusiastic youth chat animatedly. From their conversations, we catch snippets. I want to become a berserker, a monster-slaying powerhouse. I'd rather be a pharmacist. Ha! You're just scared of getting killed. A dramatic emblem depicting a sword, shield, and wings comes into view. It symbolizes the legendary virtual reality game called Eternal, which was launched many years ago. We see jubilant gamers donning VR helmets, immersed in intense pleasure. The thrill of battle and immersive gameplay led more and more people to join Eternal. Armored knights clash in fierce combat. A green portal opens high above the ground, unleashing a blinding green beam that crashes into the heart of a sprawling metropolis. Soaring through the sky are monstrous, winged beings resembling skeletal pterodactyls. In a serene, traditionally designed Asian gazebo, a sword-wielding warrior in full armor suddenly materializes.